Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the inaugural Women's Economic Forum of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry here in the beautiful city of Athens, Greece, following 120 successful editions held across 50 countries. It is an immense honor to stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the crucial role that women play in driving economic growth, innovation and sustainable development across the globe. This forum represents a significant milestone in our collective journey towards gender equality and empowerment. It is a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and inspiration, a space where ideas can flourish and new partnerships can form, all aimed at creating a more equitable economic landscape for women everywhere. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed participants, the speakers and panelists, who have traveled from near and far to share their insights and experiences with us. Your commitment to championing women's voices in the economic sphere is truly commendable. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this important dialogue, let us be inspired by the stories of resilience, innovation, success that will unfold over the coming sessions. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the founder of WICCI GR and honorary president, Ekaterini Sofianou, president of Soft Medica Group, is a prominent figure in Europe's healthcare sector. In 1994, recognizing opportunities in healthcare, she founded a company in Romania focused on high-end medical technologies, introducing innovations like the artificial heart and robotically assisted minimal invasive surgery to the region. Currently overseeing a family-owned group with over 160 healthcare professionals across Romania, Greece, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Cyprus, she actively contributes to various social non-for-profit organizations. We are honored to have her share her insights and visions with us today, in Greek, on purpose though. Please note that her address will also be visible in the projection behind you in English. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ekaterini Sofianou to the stage for her keynote address.
Distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you. In recognition of the rich cultural heritage we are surrounded by here in Greece, I would like to greet you in the Greek language. As a passionate advocate for the preservation of the Greek language, I appreciate your understanding and support. Συγγνώμη. Αν και απέχουν τόσο πολύ η Ελλάδα και η Ινδία, γνωρίζονται εδώ και 2.350 χρόνια ακριβώς από το 326 π.Χ. όταν ο Μέγας Αλέξανδρος διέσχισε τον Ινδό ποταμό με τις δυνάμεις του, όχι τόσο για να υποτάξει στρατιωτικά την περιοχή, όσο για να την ενσωματώσει πολιτιστικά στον ελληνικό κόσμο. Όμως, η σχέση των δύο μεγάλων πολιτισμών έμελε να λειτουργήσει από την αρχή με αμφίδρομο τρόπο, με το πνεύμα της Ινδίας να ανοίγει νέες γόνιμες κατευθύνσεις σκέψης στην ελληνική φιλοσοφία και παρά την απόσταση από την υποήπειρο, μπαχαρικά και άλλα πολύτιμα αγαθά, αλλά και ιδέες και κοσμοθεωρίες ζωής έφταναν πάντα στην Ελλάδα, όχι μόνο κατά την εποχή του Μεγάλου Αλεξάνδρου, αλλά και στη Ρωμαϊκή και Βυζαντινή περίοδο, ακόμη και επί Οθωμανικής κυριαρχίας και αργότερα ακόμη. Δεν μπορώ λοιπόν παρά να είμαι υπερήφανη που είμαι ιδρυτικό μέλος ενός επιχειρηματικού οργανισμού που βασίζεται σε μια εμπορική και οικονομική παράδοση άνω των 2 χιλιετιών. Και η χαρά μου είναι ακόμη μεγαλύτερη επειδή ο οργανισμός αυτός εκτιμά τις γυναίκες ως προαγωγούς τόσο του πνεύματος όσο και της δράσης. Ιδίως επειδή προέρχομαι από την Ελλάδα, την πρώτη χώρα στην οποία οι γυναίκες ανέβηκαν και ξεπέρασαν τους άνδρες σε διάφορους τομείς δραστηριότητας. Σκέφτομαι την ποιήτρια Σαπφό, τη βασίλισσα της Αιγύπτου Κλεοπάτρα, τη μαθηματικό και φιλόσοφο Ιπατία. Αγαπητές επιχειρηματίες από όλο τον κόσμο, καλώς ήρθατε στην Αθήνα, την πατρίδα της φιλοσοφίας και του εμπορίου, την πρώτη κοσμοπολίτικη πόλη της Ιφιλίου, όπου το παλιό και το νέο συναντιούνται για να εξασφαλίσουν την πρόοδο της ανθρωπότητος. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την προσοχή σας. Thank you very much for your attention.
So nice words to hear early morning. Thank you very much, Ms. Sofianou, and thank you for being here with us as a founder of the WICCI Greece. Now, I would like to move on. I would like to begin by extending our heartfelt thanks to the remarkable founder of WICCI Greece, Ms. Katerina Belefanti-Sofianou, for her inspiring keynote address. At this time, I'm thrilled to pass the floor to Harbin Arora, founder of the World Economic Forum and founder and president of WICCI India, whose passion and commitment to advancing women's role in the economy has sparked a movement across continents. Harbin Arora will be with us via WebEx. Okay. She will not be able to attend the conference in person right now, so we'll be actually watching a virtual message from her. So, if we're ready, thank you.
Namaste. Hello everyone. Congratulations to the entire team of the Greece-India Business Council of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the WICCI Greece team, as we say. And congratulations to all the soul sisters, my soul sister Catherine Sofianou. Just meeting you in Egypt a few years ago started off this beautiful journey, and of course with the support of our brother who you introduced to us, Professor John Chrysoulakis, we have been on a non-stop journey of growth and blossoming. Together we see the outcome of these consistent efforts in this fabulous WICCI Greece team. I honor the president, the vice president, the council members, and all of you who have been working tirelessly to put together this conference platform of our network, the Women Economic Forum, for the first time in Greece. And I'm so elated that soul sister Himalayani Gupta, who is a dear soul sister and eminent lawyer from India, who's been able to join you all today in her capacity as president of the India-Greece Business Council, which is based in India as a counterpart council to help you all in the Greece-India Business Council here in Greece to work together and bridge the gaps and populate this path with more joint ventures, more initiatives, more collaborations across all kinds of fields, be it education, culture, business. And I hope the next 2 days will provide us the opportunity in bridging these gaps with meaningful endeavors and initiatives and ideas that will come in the wake of this beautiful connection. I'm also deeply grateful to all the excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, ambassadors, ministers, women leaders, entrepreneurs, and the movers and shakers of Athens in terms of women's leadership and people who are supporting women's leadership to come together as truly a group that can be the change, that can bring the change. And I invite you all to be part of these deliberations, but also stay connected to our entire global network, which is present in each and every country. With the Greek edition, we are now crossing over 140 editions of the Women Economic Forum across the world, and this is truly a milestone moment for us. We have a few other networks such as the G100 Club, and I invite you all sisters to participate and join us with our brothers and sisters to walk the talk, to really bring the change by putting our collective resources, or rather resourcefulness, together, because all our platforms are free of cost. They are philanthropic. We all do whatever we can do to make things happen, such as all of you have put your resourcefulness together, your networks together, and made this moment happen in collective purpose, in shared vision and shared values. We can make this magic manifest. anywhere and everywhere by the same modality of putting our hearts and minds together beyond borders, beyond boundaries, beyond bias, beyond genders, beyond whatever other narrow identities we hold, because the greatest identity of all, which is our shared humanity, unites us all. And may the power of what unites us be always greater than the power that divides us. With these words, I congratulate you all and extend my deepest and utmost gratitude to you all, and also invite you all to India to bring a delegation of sisters and brothers, which Soul Sister Himalayani would be very honored to organize and welcome you all with, so that we can extend the same hospitality to all of you over here. God bless you all, and may our beautiful collaborations grow and unite our world into one big human family, which we are. God bless you all.
Well, let us thank Harbin Arora for her enlightening keynote address. Her insights not only inspire us, but also challenge us to think bigger and actually bolder in our efforts. Next, we are privileged to hear from Fotini Dimopoulou, President of the International Steering Committee of the World Economic Forum Greece and President of WICCI Greece. Fotini, your contributions are, as an entrepreneur and as a leader in this arena, are invaluable, and we eagerly anticipate your thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Women Economic Forum, which is organized by WICCI GR with the support of the Technical Chamber of Greece, TE. Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, WICCI, is a leading national business chamber that aims to make a global impact on women entrepreneurs, businesswomen, and professionals from all backgrounds. It's supported by influential international women's networks such as G100, All Ladies League All, Women Economic Forum WEF, and She Economy, which collectively have 250,000 members and industry leaders. WICCI works towards bringing about significant changes in governmental policies, laws, incentives, and entrepreneurial ecosystems to strongly encourage and empower women in business across all sectors. As a newly founded Greek chapter of this International Chamber of Commerce, we gather here today as part of our inauguration event to celebrate the incredible achievements of women around the globe and to empower one another in our shared endeavors for the first time in Athens, Greece, in this forum dedicated to women leading economic growth and sustainable development. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Catherine Sofianou, the founder and honorary president of WICCI Greece. Your leadership and dedication have laid the foundation for this important gathering, and we are truly grateful for your vision and support. I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to Mrs. Harbin Arora, the founder of the Women Economic Forum and the president of WICCI India. Your relentless commitment to uplifting women in various sectors has inspired countless individuals, as we are honored by your presence. We are honored to have with us Mr. Ioannis Christoulakis, the President of the Honorary Committee and former General Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your invaluable support, which has been instrumental in bringing this forum to life. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge thank the representative of the President of the Greek government for being here today, the ministers and deputy ministers, as well as members of the government. Your presence highlights the importance of our mission and the support we have from the highest levels of leadership in our country. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the WICCI GR Board of Directors, who also served as members of WEF Steering Committee, Mrs. Harbin Arora, Mrs. Tonia Moropoulou, Mrs. Chrysi Tseliou, Mrs. Evangelia Samoili, Mrs. Machi Gavala, Mrs. Katerina Kapogiannopoulou, and Mrs. Gelina Dimopoulou. The unwavering dedication and efforts of this board have been pivotal to the success and this conference. As we embark on our discussions on this forum, I want to emphasize the power of collaboration among the steering, advisory, and honorary committees, the result of which we can enjoy today in this forum. We would like to acknowledge the Technical Chamber of Greece as co-organizer of this forum. Your partnership has been essential in ensuring a successful event, and we appreciate your commitment to our mission. To our supporters, Daughters of Penelope, AHEPA Hellas, Dyname, AWOG, Women's Health First, Hellenic Association of Women in Culture and Tourism, Exέλιξη Ζωής, and our sponsors, CNN Greece, Newsbomb, Queen, One Channel, Hellenic News of America, Hermes Expo, Phase Control, Crisis Monitor, Anapnoe Designs, North Star Tourism SA, Sof Medica, Crown Plaza Hotel, Holiday Inn Hotel, Lurpa, Calatini, El Greco, Vasilopoulos, Irini Pachigiani, Visual Storyteller. Your faith in our objectives has made a significant difference. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey and for your trust in the power of collaboration and unity. Thank you all for being here and for your unwavering commitment to making a difference. Here is to a successful Women Economic Forum filled with inspiration, collaboration, and a shared vision for a brighter future for all women. Thank you.
Now, before we move on, I would like to invite Ms. Harbin Arora, the founder of the World Economic Forum, who will actually be joining us live from India. Is she actually live right now? Okay. So we'll stick to the plan as scheduled. So we will now pass the floor to Professor Antonia Moropoulou. She is the President of the International Advisory Committee for the World Economic Forum Greece, Professor Emeritus at the National Technical University of Athens, Vice President of the Technical Chamber of Greece, member of the Governing Council of the University of Ioannina, to name a few. Professor Moropoulou has an exemplary CV with a long list of life achievements. She has been the scientific coordinator of more than 100 national, European, and international research competitive programs. What really stands out, though, of her scientific achievement is the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem by the Christian leaders, where she has been the chief scientific supervisor of leading the NTUA interdisciplinary team. In 2012, she was awarded the Hypatia Award by the Association of Hellenic Women Scientists. May I present to you Ms. Professor Antonia Moropoulou.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moutsios. Esteemed colleagues, Mrs. President, Mrs. Minister, Ms. Sofianou, Mr. Chrysoulakis, is a great pleasure for me to speak in front of you on what we are looking to get out from this conference. It is actually a fact that in a changing world, by new technologies and innovations, in order to address the challenge of climate crisis, poverty, and war, women are emerging as a leverage to lead this transition. Their flexibility to adapt in changing environments under risk conditions, their creativity to open paths and design appropriate solutions, their fortitude and mental power to conceive the vision of the world to be, are actually ascribing their capacity for leading roles. The Women Economic Forum, first time organized in Greece as an international event, aims to empower women in this direction by fostering open dialogue, by connecting and networking women with innovative entities in the world's journey to the future. Women have experienced exclusion and depreciation in their struggle and agony to establish their position in the socio-economic and cultural status. As a power of innovation and change, they are progressively adjoined with the global movement for sustainability. This movement, more or less 40 years ago, when actually we were proposing this concept, inscribed in the global agenda new terms for economic growth, for local and regional planning, for socio-economic cohesion. Nowadays, the climate crisis, the world in conflict facing a spectrum of economic difficulties, require immediate applications of innovation and change in all spheres of life. In this view, the International Advisory Committee, in harmony with the International Steering and Honorary Committee, perceived and implemented the program of the Wefgreece, which we are going to attend. It concerns actually women entrepreneurs and initiatives for sustainable development, the first panel. The second, education and training, empowering and preparing women for leadership roles. Third, women for health and social care. Fourth, shaping towards energy and technology transformation. Fifth, cultural assets and alternative tourism for sustainability. Sixth, innovation for green and digital transition. And seventh, women and society, balancing career and family, facilitating and empowering women to assume leadership positions and maximizing their roles in shaping the need for a next generation economy. This is actually to introduce you to an effort which we believe will be fruitful because there is an interaction between various groups of women acting here, from political, entrepreneurial, cultural, scientific, social context. 56 distinguished speakers and 8 moderators from all over this spectrum are taking the floor to open a dialogue with international society. Mrs. Harbin Aurora, Mrs. Gupta, you are mostly welcome to open this dialogue here today with us. Our voices are attended. I hope that we will be listened by sensible political leaders honoring us today with their presence. The representative of the President of the Greek government, Mrs. Zoe Rapti, Deputy Minister of Development, you are mostly welcome here. We hope that the policies and the innovations you are going to introduce will be the appropriate, the needed ones to open the world to women as a power of innovation and change, which you represent as well. The international character of WED attributes not only to the global WEF founder and the WICCI India Greece president, or the international media experts, or the Cyprus distinguished speakers, but the Greek speakers as well with international positions, European positions, and the collaborating organizations spanning Hellenic diaspora all over the world. Transmissions through live streaming, social media, and international channels will bring us in communication with women all around the globe. I hope that this journey, thanking the advisory committee which permitted us to elaborate this program, thanking the steering committee, the honorary committee, and all of you that you are attending this conference, that this will be a nice journey to the Wefgreece. Thank you very much.
Professor Moropoulou, thank you very much for your thought-provoking address, and your leadership and vision are actually continually inspiring us to reach new goals. Thank you. And on this occasion, let me thank all the board of the WEF and WICCI GR for allowing me to be here and emceeing this. I'm Yanni Moutsios as a journalist, and I'm standing by your side. All the best. So, now it is time to present to you and to hear from John Chrysoulakis, President of the Honorary Committee of the World Economic Forum Greece and Professor Emeritus. Mr. Chrysoulakis, your academic insights and perspective are highly valued. So if you would like to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, I'm very honored to welcome you today and to open as President of the Honorary Committee, the Women Economic Forum. I would particularly like to thank the board of WICCI Greece, the Honorary President of WICCI, Mrs. Sofianou, and the WICCI, WEF, and G100 President, Mrs. Harbin Arora, for the great work they have done. And also my good friend, Mrs. Gupta, who came from India today to represent all these actions. The Women Economic Forum by All Ladies League is an annual meeting crowned the leaders and entrepreneurs from all over the world. So it is the first time which is organized in Greece. The vision of WEF is to inspire every woman to become a businesswoman. It is a unique vision to connect women across the globe and strengthen them. The International Women's Forum now connects more than 8,000 women leaders in 76 forums in 33 countries around the world. WEF is the only organization of this scale that builds significant relationships between C-level women across countries and careers. The objective of the Women's Forum is to commemorate the inspiring role of women to secure women's rights, to build an equitable society. Women Economic Forum fosters conversations, community connections and collaborations among women worldwide. The enabling ecosystem of exchange and sisterhood inspires greater enterprise and leadership, propelling women's economic empowerment and influence in all walks of life. Your presence is inexpressible in few words, and so you are indeed. Each one of you has the perfect special role that you are playing in many lives. Without women, the world and our lives will be incomplete. The Women Economic Forum is an international platform enabling women and leaders from all walks of life worldwide to expand business opportunities and enhance personal influence through networking across borders, while being inspired by some of the world's most successful entrepreneurs, authors, through leaders and celebrities. WEF is a non-profit with a philanthropic vision and collaborative spirit. WEF supports promoting the economic empowerment and advancement of women and gender equality, increasing efforts to provide women and girls of diverse backgrounds with equal opportunities for education and inclusive economic growth, with particular attention to women facing socioeconomic challenges, including women as appropriate, women in poverty, women with disabilities, older women, and women living in remote and rural areas. We recognize that women's active participation and leadership at all levels in the financial system is an important pillar for sustainable and resilient economic growth. In this sense, we encourage economies, including with stakeholders, to address and support women's inclusion in the design, development, and the use of financial services, including those provided by digital means. A recent report of EIB and the Commission observes that in Europe, women represent roughly 52% of the overall population in Europe, but they constitute only 34% of the self-employed in the European Union and the 30% of each startup entrepreneurs. This is an exploited potential for economic growth. Also, self-employed women are less well off than self-employed men. 76% of self-employed women in the EU are own account workers with employees, compared to 69% of the men. Dear participants, let me finish with a quote from the Stanford economist Paul Romer. A crisis is a terrible thing to waste. I hope our decision makers will not lose the opportunity to give full support to female entrepreneurs. It is not only a matter of fairness towards women and equity, but it's also a way to unleash growth in our economies and societies. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to those interesting discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Christoulakis, thank you very much for your insights and your provoking ideas, helping us to think about how women can actually play a vital and crucial role in our lives. Now, it is my distinct honor to welcome Mrs. Zoe Rapti, the Deputy Minister of Development and representative of the President of the Greek government, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Ms. Rapti will be inaugurating our conference, and we eagerly look forward to your remarks. Ms. Rapti.
Distinguished speakers and guests, dear moderator, it is a great honor for me to be attending today the Women Economic Forum 2024, representing the Prime Minister. I would like especially to congratulate the organizers of today's event who, in the context of the events held by the Women Economic Forum around the world, chose our country for the forum with the theme Women Leading Economic Growth and Sustainable Development to take place. It is well known that the non-profit global organization Women Economic Forum, composed of renowned female scientists, entrepreneurs, and professionals from Greece and abroad, aims to promote empowering discussions between women who are committed to initiate constructive changes in all areas of economic and social life. The events held by the Forum, which exceed the number of 120 since 2015, function as opportunities for an exchange of views and learning within a diverse and interdisciplinary context, acting furthermore as a center for extensive connections and networking worldwide. I would also like to congratulate the Hellenic Indian Business and Cultural Women's Organization, WICCI GR, the founder, honorary president of WICCI Greece, Mrs. Sofianou, and of course the president, Fotini Dimopoulou, thanks to whose initiative we're here today. Of course, congratulations are due to the President of the Scientific Committee and my personal dear friend, Antonia Moropoulou, Emeritus Professor of the National Technical University of Athens, and to John Christoulakis, Professor Emeritus, and of course, our esteemed speaker, Dr. Gupta, WICCI President, India, for Greece Bilateral Council. In recent years, female entrepreneurship in Greece has been steadily increasing, which proves that also the position of women in Greek society is constantly improving. However, entrepreneurship as a field is still male-dominated. It is worth mentioning that, according to our registries, only 28% of companies currently have a female CEO or general manager, while only 4,000 enterprises out of the 35 members registered in EVA are owned by women, of course, the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Regarding startups, a current research carried by the ANEOS has demonstrated that only 2 out of 10 startups that we have here in Greece are founded by women. Women, as we all know, face greater difficulties than male entrepreneurs in maintaining a business and, of course, balancing personal and professional life and in attracting venture capitals. In recent years, several important steps have been taken in order to eliminate social stereotypes and prejudices which limit women to specific roles at work and in society. With legislative initiatives to protect women from discrimination at work, with the extension of parental leave and the institutionalization of paternity leave, with incentives for childcare facilities in businesses. However, we still have a long way to go in order to increase quantitatively and qualitatively the participation of women in entrepreneurship and more broadly in the economic activity of the country. In a society that promotes gender equality in all sectors, the state must support women in their efforts to rise and succeed in the business arena. In this context, the Ministry of Development promotes female entrepreneurship in various ways, such as the creation of the Innovation Center for Women that we have in collaboration with the Ministry of Family and Social Cohesion and the Athena Research Center, an initiative that aims to increase the participation of women in enterprises that focus on research and innovation, to create a platform for the development of entrepreneurship with emphasis to female talent, and assess the impact of gender-based policies using a data-driven approach. With the establishment of our national registry for startups here in Greece, Elevate Greece, and the National Entrepreneurship Awards for startup companies, which include, of course, the award category for female innovative entrepreneurship. In this context, 2 companies were awarded in previous years. One, iDNA Genomics, which is active in rapidly growing field in precision medicine and genomic analysis, and, of course, a second one, the first and only Greek platform for searching and finding available babysitters, domestic helpers, and carers for the elderly, which is called Nanuka. And at the same time, this platform is a job posting for those professionals who look for employment in babysitting, home care, and wish to offer their services. At the same time, we included the program Integrated Intervention to support women's employment through strengthening entrepreneurship, which was co-financed by the European Social Fund with the operational program National Contingency Reserve, with a budget of 40 million euro. Its aim is exactly to stimulate employment through the creation of additional possibilities of access to the labor market for women that are threatened by unemployment. As Deputy Minister of Development, I also commit that we will continue to work to strengthen entrepreneurship and increase the participation of women in businesses in areas that will define the future. Such areas are areas that have to do with innovation, the utilization of new technologies, as well as artificial intelligence. These actions we all understand that are necessary because increasing women's participation in the economy and healthy entrepreneurship will contribute to a more dynamic and resilient economy, and of course, to a fairer, more sustainable and prosperous society. These are also the priorities of our Prime Minister, for a Greece that progresses, that innovates, that always moves forward. In conclusion, women's leadership is not just about equality, it's about efficiency and fairness. And, of course, being here today is important, but it's not enough. We must continue to claim that space that belongs to us, build bridges, and break down the barriers that still exist. Every move we make, every decision we take, affects the future of the women who will follow. Change, as we all understand, is not instantaneous. It is an ongoing progress. And with the work we do here today, we can ensure that the women of tomorrow don't have to fight to be heard. And that is the real goal, to build a world where female leadership will not be the exception, but the norm. I'm deeply honored to inaugurate the conference and wish you every success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Minister. Now we will just take a very short break because we would like to give a little memorabilia to the Deputy Minister by Professor Moropoulos. So, Ms. Minister, if you'd like to come over here, but you will not need to go downstairs for the photo as well.
Yes, but here.
Thank you very much for your attendance, Ms. Rapti, as a representative of the Greek government and as Deputy Minister of Development. Thank you very much. Now, as we move on, I would just like to introduce you Dr. Himaliani Gupta, the President of the WICCI India-Greece Bilateral Council and Advocate Senior Founding Partner at UHV International Partners. Dr. Gupta is a trailblazer in her field, advocating for women's rights and fostering cross-border collaborations that empower women entrepreneurs and leaders in Greece and India. So I would just like to invite you here and give you the floor, if you may. And thank you for traveling all the way from India to Greece.
Namaste. Kalur Surusma. I hope I've got that right. Kalimera. It is a great honor for me to be here, and thank you so much for such a warm welcome. It is really, and I want to welcome all the honorable dignitaries, ministers, esteemed leaders, and dear guests. I am so privileged to address you all today on behalf of the Women's India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I congratulate the Greece-India Business Council of WICCI on this momentous milestone. I extend my gratitude to the President and Council members of WICCI Greece and Brother John for his tireless support. Where's Brother John gone? I think he's not here right now. His dedication and all of yours is truly commendable. As the counterpart chair based in India for the India-Greece Business Council, I am honored to be here amidst all of you today in order to strengthen our bilateral ties even further. Our nations share great history and heritage, which paved the way for centuries of vibrant trade and cultural exchange, fostering goodwill and cooperation in business, trade, and culture. Our ancient civilizations are built on common values: human dignity, family, and ethics. These shared principles form a strong foundation for our partnership. Some key areas for potential collaboration between India and Greece include trade and commerce, enhancing bilateral trade, exploring new markets, and promoting economic cooperation. Cultural and creative exchange, sharing knowledge, art, and ideas to deepen our understanding and appreciation of each other's heritage. Entrepreneurship and innovation, fostering joint ventures, startups, and entrepreneurial initiatives in sectors like technology, healthcare, and sustainability. Tourism and education, promoting people-to-people ties through student-to-student connections, educational exchanges, and tourism. And notably, RAI universities in India have offered free of charge to college students in the Discover India program. As we explore the above opportunities for collaboration, I am also excited about the future prospects of hosting a delegation of Greek women leaders in India. I invite you all, and we are definitely going to do an event there. I hope you will all attend. I would look forward to it. Dear sisters, I welcome you to visit us in Delhi and allow us the opportunity to facilitate meaningful connections with women in India as well as other stakeholders, enabling us all to build a solid business corridor between India and Greece through the inclusive agency of women's leadership, which augurs well, not just for the economy, but for societal well-being at large. In addition to participating in the deliberations of the summit, I also look forward to experiencing the beauty of Athens, a city steeped in history and culture. In closing, I extend my immense gratitude to Dr. Harbeen Arora Rai and Mr. Vinay Rai, the visionaries and philanthropists in India who are fostering such powerful circles of solidarity and cooperation across the world. Together we can forge a lasting bond between India and Greece in a shared vision for peace and prosperity for all. Thank you. Brother John, I think you missed my thank you. A big thank you for organizing this wonderful event, for all your tireless work that has gone into this successful and wonderful thing. Thank you so much.
Now, before we move on, I would just like to invite the president of WICCI GR, Ms. Fotini Dimopoulou, to present the commemorative memorabilia to Dr. HAWCT. So if you may come over here, please. And preferably downstairs so we can have a good photo, yeah? Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, and thank you for the very, very warm welcome. It is really my honor and pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much.
Now, before we conclude this first round of keynote addresses, I would like to give the floor to Professor Moropoulou, who will be representing the Technical Chamber of Greece as a Vice President of the Chamber on behalf of George Stasinos, who unfortunately cannot be here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's with great pleasure that I convey to you the address of the Chair of the Technical Chamber of Greece, Mr. Giorgos Stasinos, by saying that the 120,000 of active Greek engineers are comprised by a very important percentage of women, more than 30%, which is actually complying with the European level. You may understand that WEF is being co-organized by the Technical Chamber of Greece because it is actually a need to express women as well. Thank you very much and have a fruitful work within WEF.
Thank you, Professor Moropoulou. And I think it's now time to actually move on to the actual conference. So here we are today, the inaugural Women's Economic Forum in Greece. So without further ado, I would like to invite our fellow journalist, Maria Nikoltsiou, to take the floor. And all the panelists will actually come over here to discuss the first topic, which Maria Nikoltsiou is going to moderate. Maria.
Thank you.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155
let's give a warm applause to our great moderator. He's great moderator, great friend, and such a gentleman also.
Thank you. Now, just before we commence this first panel discussion, we're going to connect live to India right now with Ms. Harbin Arora, who is actually waiting for us, and she will just give us a very short keynote address. Thank you.
Hello, sisters and brothers. It's my great honor and privilege to be with you all today. First of all, I would like to thank two people who have been such pillars of support. And these are two people, a sister and a brother, who I hold as great examples of people who walk the talk. My dear soul sister, Catherine Sofianou, who I met in 2020 in Egypt, who introduced me then to Soul Brother John. And both of them have been ardently working to build this beautiful corridor between Greece and India, which has resulted in this blossoming of a beautiful family of my sisters here at the WICCI Greece-India Business Council, the president, the vice president, all the members, and everybody in the organizing committee for our conference platform, the Women Economic Forum in Greece, taking place here for the first time. We are almost going to reach 150 editions globally by next year. And this is such an important event happening in Greece today. I am so, so grateful to all of you. My soul sister Himalayani Gupta, who is the president of the Counterpart Council of India-Greece Bilateral Business Council of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which we call WICCI, who is there to step up and share our gratitude with you all. And I am with her. I share her sentiment of feeling overwhelmed with your warm welcome and solidarity. And we are waiting for you in India to extend a warm welcome. Honorable Deputy Minister of Development, who has kindly inaugurated the conference today, and who is also the representative of Thank you so much for being here today and for sharing all that you did. I have no words left to share because you have touched on all the points. The only thing that I would like to add is that together in solidarity, we can ensure that women stay in leadership roles, whether it is in C-suite, whether it is in entrepreneurship, that women stay longer and stronger as leaders. Because we know that there is a big problem of executive burnout as well, because women have more barriers to cross, and we have to build more bridges for women so their challenges are lowered and their opportunities increase.
Dr. Harbin, I'm afraid I do actually you have to excuse me because we've lost signal of yours, so we cannot really see you, we can only hear you.
Thank you so much. I understand, and I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm grateful I could join you.
It has been a pleasure and a great honor to have you here, and we know that you have tried a lot to actually connect with us, so let's give her a big, warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Now, as I said before, I would just like to give the floor to Maria Nicolci now to commence the first panel discussion with her esteemed participants. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Dear all, Professor, it's a great honor for me being here with you, such a wonderful and important ladies. Without further delay, I would like to ask to take their seats in the panel Mrs. Ellie Tritopoulou, President of the Greek Women's Engineering Association, EDEM. Glykerias Houtis, Professor of Public Law and Environmental Law, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and also she's a co-founder and managing partner at Flogaitis Houtis and Partners Law Firm. Perfect. Mrs. Athina Hadjipetrou, she's the former CEO of Hellenic Development Bank. Ακούγεται λίγο βαριά, να μου πάρετε λίγο τα μπάσα. Sorry, I will switch in English now. It's a live program. Είναι καλύτερα λίγο τώρα, λίγο τα μπάσα. Thank you, great. Let me carry on. Mrs. Eugenia Giannini is Associate Professor of Technical Law at National and Technical University of Athens. Mrs. Irene Notias will be late. We will join her later. And Mrs. Laurie McNeil, International Media Marketing and Branding Expert. Is everybody here with us? Great. And let me give the floor to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Sofia Kounenaki Efraimoglou. She's the president of the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The floor is yours for the next 7 minutes, please.
Dear Presidents, dear Presidents, dear speakers, distinguished guests, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this important discussion. Today, we are talking about the contribution of women entrepreneurs to sustainable development. The fact that we are having this discussion reflects the progress made in recent years in recognizing women's leadership. Not long ago, we were still debating whether women could survive and succeed in the business world. Now, we are increasingly focusing on the value women can add to businesses, economies, and societies. And this is beneficial, not just for women, but for our world as a whole. The 2023 UN report shows that progress on over half of the goals is insufficient and slow. By 2030, 575 million people will still be in extreme poverty, and only 1/3 of the countries will be able to cut their poverty rates in half. Achieving gender equality may take at least 286 years. The UN Secretary-General has called for urgent action to realign efforts towards meeting the SDGs. In this effort, the role of the private sector is crucial, and women entrepreneurs can play a significant and multifaceted role. This is firstly because women's entrepreneurship in itself empowers millions of women economically and contributes to poverty reduction in many parts of the world. It creates income and employment opportunities, promotes equality, and benefits individuals, families, and local communities. Secondly, businesses led by women tend to perform very well in terms of sustainable development. Studies have shown that women entrepreneurs are more aware of how their activities and choices impact local communities. That's why women often choose to undertake initiatives at the local level, creating businesses that utilize local resources and human capital. We have seen this in practice in Greece through the National Chamber Network of Women Entrepreneurs. Furthermore, according to a study published in the International Journal of Business Governance and Ethics, women are more likely to consider the rights of others and adopt a more collaborative approach to decision-making. The same study reveals that women in leadership positions tend to make decisions that take into account the interest of multiple stakeholders, leading to fairer outcomes. Women entrepreneurs bring not only creativity, innovation, and talent to the economy, but also support the transition to a new model of business leadership. They express a purpose-driven entrepreneurship, one that doesn't end with profit-making for shareholders, but includes creating value for society, contributing positively to addressing common challenges. That is why we have every reason to continue our efforts to strengthen women's entrepreneurship and encourage women to gain more confidence, to trust in their own leadership style and choices, rather than trying to conform to outdated stereotypes. This is a battle we continue to fight, both at the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the National Chamber Network of Women Entrepreneurs, through developing a three-pronged strategy to help women break barriers and succeed in business. The first focus of our strategy is on reskilling and upskilling women, ensuring they are not left behind in the ongoing digital transformation. To address this, we launched the Empowering Unemployed Women over 35 years of age, a pilot program in collaboration with Microsoft Hellas, aimed at providing essential knowledge and skills to women seeking new employment opportunities or career changes. The program includes seminars and coaching sessions in order to help participants navigate the job market and develop confidence. Next month, we will start a new cycle. In addition to this, we are also running a national program for 5,300 young unemployed women, providing them with training in fields such as new technologies, finance, virtual reality, and green energy, areas where women are often underrepresented. The second axis of our strategy is focused on increasing women's participation in the technology sector. Recognizing the immense economic potential of gender equality in business, the National Chamber Network of Women Entrepreneurs, ADWOG as we say it in Greek, is actively participating in the Women's Innovation Center that the Minister mentioned, where we work to increase women's presence in STEM fields and entrepreneurship. Studies have shown that if women participated in business on an equal footing with men, global GDP would increase by 3% to 6%, adding about $2.5 to $6 trillion in production and value. Other studies have shown that gender equality in business would add nearly 300 million new jobs. Projecting these numbers to the Greek economy, we would be talking about an extra 12 billion euros to our GDP. That is why the third axis of our strategy is centered on encouraging women-led startups. Despite the increasing role of women in entrepreneurship, women founders still make up only 15% of the total, and just 2% of these have access to investment capital. So we at the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we offer incubation facilities to women entrepreneurs, providing space, but also legal and financial advice, business planning, and access to networking opportunities to help secure capital. Our incubator is the largest in Greece, and by now we have supported 30, in the 2 years that we have started, we have supported 30 women-led startups, and we are currently working to assist another 20. Additionally, we are committed to exposing women-led startups to international investors by including them to global events such as the Lisbon Web Summit, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, Collision in Canada. We have around 7 free of charge to the Innovation Forum in Sardinia at the end of this month. And recently, we launched the Greek chapter of Prospera Women from Silicon Valley at the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Moreover, we systematically promote the equal participation of women in corporate boards, focusing particularly on small and medium-sized enterprises and family businesses, providing practical guidance and encouragement for promoting diversity and equality. And we are ready to support the increase of women's representation on the boards of listed companies to 33%. Now the law is 25, and it's actually 27, in line with a recent EU directive. You see, increasing the participation of women in entrepreneurship and the economy is not just a matter of fairness. It is essential for unlocking a wealth of untapped talent, skills, and innovative ideas that have long been underutilized. Empowering women entrepreneurs is a critical driver for achieving sustainable, equitable, and inclusive growth. It's not just about giving women a seat at the table, but about reshaping the table itself, fostering a future where businesses thrive and societies flourish through shared prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much again for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear President. Just before leaving, let me call Mrs. Samoili. Thank you. Thank you very much. President has a strict program today. That's why she has to leave. Να είστε καλά, Πρόεδρε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Λοιπόν, we have 1 hour and a half at our disposal, so I'll give the floor to each of you for, let's say, up to 7 minutes in order to have time for a short discussion after. And let me start with the president of Greek Women Engineering Association, Mrs. Efi Tritopoulou. I'm very happy, very glad to meet you because my son just entered the university in order to become an engineer, a mechanical engineer. So it's very important for me to see so many successful women engineers. Dear President, the floor is yours.
Well, good success to your son. My son is also coming the first year in chemical engineering at NTUA. So the family of engineers are growing up. So I have a presentation.
Let me take my mob here in order for you to have your space.
Is it easy to have the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Great.
Okay, well, I'm here like the president of Greek Women's Engineering Association. So let me talk about the organization. We are established in... sorry. So we're established in 1995, and we have approximately 1,500 members, all qualified women engineers, members, of course, of the Technical Chamber of Greece. Our main purposes are to face gender stereotypes, to perform mentoring and training to enhance women engineers' chance of employment, cooperate with other organizations and public bodies with our institutional role, and to encourage and promote activities of women engineers beyond their professional sphere, like artistic and cultural activities and other initiatives.
ADEM is also participating to networks and associations which promote gender equality, like WITEC, We Mentor, and the European Platform of Women Scientists. About the percentage of women, Professor Moropoulou mentioned before that we started with a low ratio in the first years, but after 2006, the percentage remains something after 30%, as it is now also. ADEM participates to a lot of European projects. I have highlighted with red one projects about gender and environment and entrepreneurship. Okay, and the challenge today and in our discussion is how we can enter the gender dimension and the gender equality and the promotion of women entrepreneurship in order to achieve the environmental goals that EU strategies like Green Deal, circular economy, and the Sustainable Development Goals perform. So gender equality is a central pillar for achieving sustainable development. Companies with improved gender diversity were 60% more likely to reduce energy consumption, 40% greenhouse gas emission, and 46% water use. This all because women are more sensitive and environmental awakening and distribute more in the protection of environment due to their personality characteristics, their social role, behavior, their way of growing up, and also the active role in the housing. Finland and Sweden achieving gender balance at the highest level, with women and men nearly equally presented within ministries and other committees, while in the European Union, in 2014, women represented 28% of senior ministers. Here we can see the participation of women in R&D, in research and development activities, and we can see that in Greece we have a good performance in this indicator, meaning that we have a lot of women holding a PhD. And they are active in social sciences, humanities and arts, agricultural, sciences, and medicine. According to a study of ICAP, women entrepreneurs in Greece are constantly increasing, of about being today 25%, while in Europe this is 30%. But the most important is, as it is mentioned already before, that women bring a lot of benefits, and companies that are leading from women, as we can see with the green, having more profitability ratios in all indicators and more in gross profit. So, why to choose women in leadership? Why? What makes them more special? Because they have the ability for multitasking, to do a lot of things in the same time. Because they have strong communication skills, high empathy and emotional intelligence, perseverance and hard work, diversity of thought and perspective, environmental consciousness, innovation in their services and products, and extroversion, as we can see the diagram, because women entrepreneurship in Greece present a lot of share of export compared to other EU countries and the EU ratio. So, how we can enhance this perspective, the women entrepreneurship? Investing in policies in order to have the work-life balance, reduce the bureaucracy and the gender stereotypes, networking and access to information, with mentoring and sharing best practices, access to funding for women entrepreneurs, promote an entrepreneurial culture with education, starting from the young years, development of financial instruments that value companies in correlation with their contribution to society, environment, and gender perspective, and promote alternative business models like cooperatives. So, thank you, and I remain here for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will have a question later. Actually, I was watching this movie, this series on Netflix, Outlander, and the daughter of the main character, back to 40s, 50s, she used to be a mechanical engineer in a big barrier. And no man would accept her as mechanical engineer in such a great barrier. Dam, I don't know how do you call it. Πώς λέγεται το φράγμα, το μεγάλο. Dam. Later I will ask you if this perception has really changed in these big projects. But later, it's will be one of my questions. Let me call now to the floor Mrs. Lykeria Schoutis, Professor of Public Law and Environmental Law in National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and of course she's a co-founder and managing partner at Philogaitis Schoutis and Partners Law Firm. Please, the floor is yours.
I'm going to speak for the panel.
Whatever is better for you. Up to 7 minutes, please.
Up to 7 minutes, yes. I'm very happy to be here among you. I think that the subject of our conference is really very intriguing, always modern. Before beginning, I would like to welcome here with us a real leadership, a real female leadership in the High Administrative Court of Greece. We have among us Mrs. Sisi Chrysikopoulou, who is Vice President of the Council of State.
Yeah, it's an honor having you with us.
Now, women's female leadership and sustainable development. The first thing I would like to mention is that the European Parliament and the Council and the European Council have adopted since 2022 a directive on improving the gender balance among directors of the so-called listed companies and related measures. This directive aims to achieve a more balanced representation of women among the directors of listed companies by establishing effective measures that aim to accelerate progress towards gender balance while allowing listed companies sufficient time to make the necessary arrangements for that purpose. Which is the notion of listed companies? Listed companies means a company which has its registered office in a member state and whose shares are admitted to trading on a regulated market in one or more member states. It is evident that this directive aims directly at the top, does not apply to micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, and its main objective is to reach gender balance on boards. It is common knowledge that the European Union has a large pool of highly qualified women which is constantly growing. 60% of the university graduates are female. In the same time, the underrepresentation of women in BODs is the result of unequal opportunities between women and men, and so the directive aims at ensuring a set of procedural requirements concerning the selection of candidates for appointment or election to director positions based on transparency and merit. In its conclusions, since March 2011, on European Pact for Gender Equality, the European Council acknowledged that gender equality policies are vital to economic growth, prosperity, and competitiveness. Also, in its communication of March 2010, entitled Europe 2020, a strategy for smart, sustainable and inclusive growth, the European Commission recognized that increasing women's labor market participation is a precondition for boosting growth. It is important that a clear commitment be made to eliminate the persisting gender pay gap and that a reinforced effort be made to overcome all barriers to women's participation in the labor market, including the existing so-called glass ceiling phenomenon. But which is the rightful realm of women? Is it home or not? The metaphors concrete wall, glass ceiling, and labyrinth mean that women have considerably more access to lower-level leadership positions, while they often remain excluded from most positions in the highest level of politics, the economy, and in general society. This applies especially in that stereotypes continue to play, in both a conscious and unconscious way, important roles in the context of women's positional leadership. Positional leadership defines a person who exercises authority over other people by occupying both formal and informal positions within groups, organizations, and institutions, by participating in the decision-making, by imposing rules and limitations, and by giving orders, guidance, and interpretation. Crucial is also the reciprocal relation between leaders and followers. Do people accept women as leaders? The stereotypes still favor the masculine leadership. Moreover, the extent to which leadership can be exercised depends not only on individual capacities, but also on the institutional as well as situational opportunities and constraints on a given office. Now, as for the special subject of the promotion of sustainability and female leadership, findings suggest that firms characterized by gender-diverse leadership teams are more effective than other firms at pursuing environmentally friendly strategies. Women are more likely to implement long-term strategies and outcomes which take into account the interests of all parties, and while more cautious in making investment decisions, are more tended to adopt long-term results and stakeholder-oriented strategies which may contribute to the success of environmental practices and enhance positively the company's environmental performance. There is a growing number of publications and studies since 2011 that there is a strong relationship between gender diversity and environmental performance, and that the presence of women on corporate boards impacts significantly the firms or the enterprises, both sustainable investment and environmental performance. The studies have shown that cognitive patterns which determine the manager's willingness to engage in environmental innovation characterize strongly female leadership. Female directors have a high tendency to protect environmental ethics, to enhance significant companies' awareness of environmental and social issues, and promote the adoption of positive strategies to respond to corporate social and ethical demands. Thus, the company's environmental consciousness and sustainability increase. Especially, there is a greater sensitivity towards climate change, which characterizes female directors and which translates into concrete actions, among which the impact of green information of companies or firms' value within a regulatory context is not negligible. Companies are not functioning in a neutral social sphere. They are complex and interconnected entities. sustained profitability is regarded as one of the most important financial indicators of a company's growth prospects. We must never forget that since the famous Brundtland Report and Agenda 21, sustainability or sustainable development is understood as the development which, by being environmental friendly, does not exhaust natural resources, thus rendering economic growth viable, sustainable. Thus, green strategies are more effectively achieved in companies with strong female leadership teams, which prove to perform a more experienced in community and service performance, thus achieving in the same time their company's financial viability. As for the female behavioral leadership, in opposition to the positional leadership, this last characteristic, which is named behavioral leadership, means that women practice different leadership styles than men. The stereotype of leadership is usually accepted as masculinity, meaning dominance, authority, and ambition. In the same time, women leaders are more participatory, democratic, and interpersonally sensitive. Their effectiveness and their leadership performance need to be considered from a functional point of view, which must be viewed rather as a social construction. Concluding, either as positional or behavioral leaders, female leaders in all levels, political, administrative, and expert offices, are of course largely determined at member states level, but in general still encounter the usual barriers in leadership positions. Women are well represented in the medium level, but not in the highest level as committee chairs, presidents of party groups, EU offices, universities, bar associations. Even in the European Commission, with some few exceptions, are mostly charged with soft portfolios such as education, social policy, and environmental policy. In the European Court of Justice, there is a steady increase in female judges and advocate generals, and the positional leadership of women in the European Union has significantly improved in recent years. Yet, a fair gender balance and diversity in high-level positions have not yet been reached. The factors are manifold: traditional gender regimes, lack of consistent gender policies, and the still prevalent view that women are less suited than men to performing leadership functions. The best is yet to come.
Thank you, dear Professor. And now let me give the floor to my great friend and former CEO of the Greek Development Bank, Mrs. Athina Hadjipetrou. Dear Hadjipetrou, the floor is yours. Presentation.
Presentation, yes. Okay. Εδώ είναι το κλικ. Αυτό ή αυτό.
Αυτό. Ποιο από τα δύο.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear President of ACCA, dear friend and Professor Tonia Moropoulou, today we stand at the intersection of innovation, sustainability and leadership, a place where women entrepreneurs shine brightly, and their role in promoting sustainable development is not just important, it's vital. Women entrepreneurs can redefine what it means to lead in business and create a profound impact on environmental sustainability. By prioritizing environmental and social responsibility, they are leveraging innovative approaches to create business that not only generate profit, but also address some of the most pressing global challenges of our time. From climate change to poverty alleviation, women pave the way for a more sustainable future. Social responsibility is another cornerstone of their ventures. Women entrepreneurs are often at the forefront of initiatives that promote social equity, enhance community development, and ensure fair labor practices. As role models and trailblazers, they inspire future generations to embrace entrepreneurship with a sense of purpose and a commitment to sustainability. Let's address some of the key facts and drivers. Όχι, αυτό. Αυτό. Ποιο? Αυτό δεν είναι το pointer.
Να σου βοηθήσει τα λίγα και έλα από εδώ, δεν πειράζει. It's a live program, so we can arrange.
Προχώρησε. Ωραία. Τέλεια.
Of course, we always need sometimes a little bit of men.
That's always true. Now, according to the United Nations, nations are all, also heard from previous speakers, achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls is integral to each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But as you see here, following the pace that we have currently, we will achieve these targets by 2086 and not 2030. Women entrepreneurs are active agents of change to achieve these goals by 2030, whereas the current pace is rather discouraging. What we need is to articulate a clear vision and to ensure that we fill the need without crowding out existing sources and policies. And this aspiration can be broader and include maximizing socioeconomic outcomes such as job creations or economic growth, improving the environment by investing in specific industries such as energy, transport, or water, and other similar industries, and last but not least, mobilizing more private sector financing. Some other facts. Τώρα πήγα πίσω. Το μεγάλο. Τώρα.
Πώς εννοεί το μεγάλο το στρογγυλό.
Άλλαξε. Τέλεια. Λοιπόν, what we see here is an impressive chart. Why? Because Europe, as you see, lags behind East Asia as well as Latin America. Women in low-income countries had the highest entrepreneurial intentions, while those in high-income countries were least likely to want to start a business. Let's see why this disparity in entrepreneurial intentions between low-income and high-income countries is caused. We can attribute this to several factors. One is economic necessity. In low-income countries, women often turn to entrepreneurship out of necessity due to limited job opportunities and economic instability. And this necessity-driven entrepreneurship is a key motivator for starting businesses. Another cause is the access to resources. Women in low-income countries may have fewer resources and support systems, which can drive them to create their own opportunities through entrepreneurship. Third factor is cultural and social norms. In some low-income countries, the society expects women to contribute economically, leading to higher entrepreneurial intentions. 4, risk tolerance. Women in low-income countries might have a higher tolerance for risk, as the potential rewards of entrepreneurship can be significant in improving their economic situation. And also, what is important is support programs, because most big organizations have support programs for these low-income regions. So more targeted support programs and initiatives in low-income countries aimed at fostering entrepreneurship among women. Conversely, in high-income countries, job security, which means higher job and more stable employment opportunities, can reduce the need for women to start their own business. Likewise, access to resources, entrepreneurship is less of a necessity and more of a choice. Risk aversion, which is also important, losing, let's say, what we already have gained as society. Higher income levels and more stable economic conditions can lead to greater risk aversion, making women less likely to pursue entrepreneurship. Fourth is the cultural and social norms. Existing opportunities with more established business and industries, there may be fewer gaps in the market for new ventures, leading to lower entrepreneurial intentions. These above factors collectively contribute to the higher entrepreneurial intentions among women in low-income countries compared to their counterparts in high-income countries. Another fancy fact. as we see here. Funds invested in startups founded or co-founded by women garner less in investments, but generate more revenue. And as the figure below illustrates, once women-led startups and SMEs dispose of enough financial means, the return on investment exceeds the average. Conversely, if women were earning as much as men, human capital wealth could increase by about 1/5 globally. It was already mentioned by a previous speaker. I want to make some proposals, and probably Maria will be part of the discussion. So some of the solutions to overcome and to boost, let's say, entrepreneurship, female entrepreneurship, instead of focusing on high growth firms, rather support women-owned SMEs in growth-oriented sectors. What we see is that significant gender differences in firm size and access to finance are both a cause and a result of their representation. The more profitable and the fewer profitable is a sector, the fewer business owners has, and women entrepreneurs are underrepresented in high profit industries, where are overrepresented in low-level jobs. This leads us into strengthening measures to support market entry and business growth into these high growth sectors. And we need to support, and this is why we are here, networking and role models so as women will follow and will address and thrive into sectors that are really making now or will make money in the future. Second is, when supporting women-owned SMEs, holistic multi-level approach is desirable, which means not just grants, not just education, not just providing, let's say, resources into any kind of random industry that we call female entrepreneurship. Third is the climate change, strengthening women. Already, and as mentioned also by co-fellows here, the share of women in the renewable energy sector workforce is already higher than in the fossil fuel sector, which means that women are already targeting sectors that are sustainable, part of the sustainability. What we see, though, in order to bridge the gap that was already mentioned in terms of jobs, we need to foster the participation of women in those jobs that will create 100 million positions and a net amount of 20 million jobs by 2030. And these jobs, the majority of these jobs, will be created in male-dominated sectors. Mitigation policies. We pass that here. Now, mitigation policies that will promote female entrepreneurship is access to finance, training and mentorship, policy frameworks, supportive legislation, breaking gender norms already passed here, promoting positive roles and models and success stories of women entrepreneurs, inclusive disaster risk reduction, and these policies are aimed to create a more supportive and inclusive environment for female entrepreneurship, primarily in the regions that we see that we don't dare in entrepreneurship. Women are more focused on having jobs, low-paid jobs, or not touching the entrepreneurship. In conclusion, women entrepreneurs play a pivotal role in shaping a sustainable future, and as role models and trailblazers, they inspire future generations to embrace entrepreneurship with a sense of purpose and a commitment to sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hadjipetrou. And now let me give the floor to Eugenia Giannini, Associate Professor of Technical Law at the National Technical University of Athens. Oh, really? Okay, sorry, I haven't seen the message. Mrs. Notias is here? Yes, okay. Let me give you the floor now. Founder and Director, Project Connect, Managing Director, Prime Management Services. Please, the floor is yours, or
Thank you very
if it's
much.
better for you there.
Thank you. I literally flew in from Athens, Greece this morning, and I had a cab pick me up and waited for me 10 minutes.
But you did it. You managed it.
I made it.
It's fine.
The plane actually was 20 minutes early, but the traffic from the airport to Glyfada was another 40 minutes. That was the weirdest thing. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much. It was kind of last minute for me to be invited, and I never knew that WEF existed, Women Economic Forum, because I belong to the shipping industry, and I belong to the Women in International Shipping and Trading Association in Greece and the International. And I can honestly say I'm here as a role model right now because I don't have a speech to say or a preparation except for the businesses that I've had created. Miss Stella Kokolis, who is here, she knows me from a young girl in Holy Cross Church in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I was born in Athens. My parents took me to America. My mother actually took me to America by herself. 1962, I was 5 months old, and I became naturalized when she became a citizen at 7 years old. And I went back, I got the chills now, I went back just now after 2 years of not being there. My father, who worked very, very hard with my mother to leave us a home in Brooklyn, I went back to see the home. And I saw a lot of my friends, all women friends, who are all accomplished. We are raised in the church community, in Holy Cross, any church community, to be strong women, to work for the community, to create. But I want to say something also. In Manhattan, I was at a function for the Hellenic, but it was Hellenic something 10 years ago with Angeliki Frangou, Navios. And she invited me there. And somebody said, economy, ekonoma. Ekonoma, η Ελληνίδα, right? Ancient Greek woman was the ekonoma of the house. And that has stuck to me. I didn't have children. I was married, but I never had children. And I always said women who have children and work are heroes of the world, super women and heroes. And why? And they are the CEOs of the world. They are chief economists of their house, right? CEOH. And I don't hear enough of that. I keep hearing about, σαν να είμαστε λίγο nagging, because we don't have enough equality and payment and all that stuff. Yes, but we know that we can all do it. And this is my third business in Greece. In America, I changed my father's shoe repair shop into Konstantino's boutique because I didn't want my father to be working till 76 years old to raise us, to help us. So it is economic how we create something. He had the store, so I said, let me start a boutique, because I had worked in a boutique. So you have to have expertise, you have to have know-how, and you have to be smart in how you can start a business. That's one thing. That was 8 years where I got my PhD in the business, because my father and my mother were telling me, μη χαλάς λεφτά πολλά για να παίρνεις ακριβά ρούχα και να τα πουλάς ακριβά, να πάρεις πιο οικονομικά.
Translated in English, please. We have an English audience.
My father was a businessman, and my mother was very commercially inclined, and she was a housewife. But she said, Irene, don't buy for your boutique such expensive clothing. I had my dream. I was 24 years old, and I was saying, oh, I want a specialty store with very fancy dresses, because I was like thinking all these things. 8 years of being in a business, getting my PhD there, because trial and error, right? We learn this in school, but unless we practice it, we really don't know it. I mean, we can study it. Which brings me to my current businesses in Greece. Because I had shipping background and I worked as a secretary in a shipping company in America, when I came to Greece, I found much more easily a company. I found myself in a shipping company. I was 34 years old. I wanted to try living in Greece. I worked in a shipping company, and then in 4 years, I was like 39, 40, I started my own business in the fuel business. Just like your car needs gas, the ships need fuel. So I was active in that. But why am I saying that? Because I sacrificed. I didn't have children to do this. And I know that if I had children, I wouldn't be able to do this 24/7 business, nor would I be able to create Project Connect, which also required a lot of my time, and take care of my mother at the same time, which I think all of us here have these experiences. Project Connect, which is the most recent business that I have, is actually matching shipping talent, young professionals in the making, to shipping companies directly with a CV platform that was created by me and my staff 2015. And we have lots of success stories where young women and men found jobs because they were selected from this platform, which now has developed from just a CV platform to an HR recruiting tool, which I want to bring into the other industries also. Because in this HR recruiting tool called CV platform, I've connected 90 shipping companies, which were my customers when I was selling fuel, which was just a year ago. And I took advantage of the clients that I knew and invited them to become members of Project Connect. And what it is Connect. A lot of young people think that they can't get jobs because they don't have the connection to get into shipping, which might have been true in the past, but it isn't anymore, because really it should be, it is with such criteria that is like demanding. You have to be able to be patient and demand and reach the demands in shipping when you're working, because you're following the vessel. You're not following a human being only, you're following the job of a vessel, which is transporting every single thing that we have in this, even our clothing, our glasses, everything is transported by ships. So women who are in shipping have very demanding jobs, 24/7, 365. It's funny, one of my friends in Brooklyn, Yasu, in Brooklyn, New York, was telling me, yeah, come on, 24/7, weekends, you have weekends. No, I don't have weekends. Anybody who sells fuel or provides for ships or is a captain, a crew, is working round the clock because the ships don't stop. Which brings me to one last thing, so I won't take up more of your time. From Project Connect with the CV platform, something fell into my lap from Cyprus, from the AHEPA people, which is a Cyprus Environmental Marine Protection Association, which was started in Greece with HELMEPA, and all over the world we have environmental protection agencies that are geared with shipping, where a crew is very careful not to pollute the seas with fuel or even dumping the garbage. So AHEPA is created with the Cyprus Chamber of Shipping a program called Adopt a Ship. This was an American idea which did not go through in the 1930s because the captain stopped writing letters to the children. But what it is we match a vessel, seafaring vessel, to a classroom. This is perfection. This is a diamond of an educational tool that we adopted also at Project Connect, and we've infiltrated in the Greek education system, and we have about 165 classes the educators have enrolled, and we find the vessel, we match it with our shipping owner members who are a part of us, and the educator draws the classroom's attention to write their first letter. And the children, 8 years old up until 12, this is for elementary, junior high, and we just created 2 years now, EPAL, Kyria Kerameos, the Minister of Education, Mrs. Kerameos, 2 years ago, encouraged us to put this program into the nautical vocational schools, which are high school students who study to become ship captains and whatnot. So it's a fantastic program, which is just letter writing, where kids learn how to write English letters. It's all in English. Some Greek teachers want to do it in Greek, and I reprimand them for that, because it has to be, English is the shipping language, international language. So they're learning English writing, they're learning empathy, which is very much needed for young people, empathy for the crew, because they realize from the crew's letters that the captain's letters, who says he doesn't see his family for 4 months. The children during the pandemic were very, very sensitive to that, and we're writing Christmas cards and Easter cards and with doctors on top of the vessel, drawings and nurses, and saying, wash your hands and please be careful. We can't wait to meet you. One child said, when it snows, does the vessel stop? Does it stop working when it snows? It's really very interesting how the children's minds
Could you please
working.
Try to conclude?
Yes, my conclusion is that, well, when it comes to sustainability, basically, that's what I want to say, that these young people, what Project Connect is doing, the business that I created in Greece from 2015, is to make sure that we have cultivated the standards and the aim for excellence, which is found in shipping industry, in these young children's minds, and we plant the seeds of maritime because maritime is really about life. It's connecting cultures, connecting ports, and the children learn so much. And they actually, we do 3 times a year surveys with the children and the teachers, and we find that at least 49% of the children who partake in this adoptership program want to be in the field of shipping, which is business, it's commerce and trade, and half of them also want to be captains and travel the world. And inclusivity and gender diversity, women. I mean, that's 50-50. It's young girls want to be captains and they want to work in shipping. So I want to applaud all of you women who have jobs, created your own businesses, and you have children and families, and bravo to you, because it is a hard job. And don't forget, you're a CEO of your home, whether or not you have children. Always.
Thank you for your, let's say, inspiring speech.
Thank you.
And now let me give the floor to Laurie McNeil, International Media Marketing and Branding Expert. Do you prefer here, the floor, or there? Okay, the floor is yours. Great.
Thank you so much for having me. It is an honor and a privilege to be here in Greece and meeting all of you, which I've received such a warm welcome. Thank you so much. I am actually from Oregon in the United States. It took me almost 2 days to get here, and I arrived last night. And it's an honor and a privilege to be here at WEF and to be here on the inaugural event in Greece. So thank you so much. So I thought, in order to tell and share with you a little bit about my experience and my thoughts on women in leadership and sustainability, it might be beneficial for me to back up and tell you a little bit about my journey in leadership and how I got to where I am today. I actually grew up in a very, very poor environment with 7 of us living in a conversion, 1984 conversion van. So I actually grew up homeless, and through a deep desire, and if any of you are familiar with Napoleon Hill's work, the deep desire within me that there was something else out there in the world that was for me, even though I had no idea what it was, but I was determined to figure out what that was and what my place in the world was. And so through a navigation and exploration process of all kinds of different opportunities around me, I then began a very early passion for entrepreneurship. So in order to help my family with basic needs, I actually made and sold barrettes at Christmas bazaars. And I learned a lot about product placement and service in talking with the customers at 6 years old. So at 6 years old, in order to help my family, I learned what size barrettes, what color barrettes, how to price them, all of the different things. Now, some of you may be thinking that I was so young. How could this have been such an impactful moment? I'm here to tell you that it was, and it was the beginning of a journey that I was going to continue going down, that I still, to this day, continue on as an entrepreneur. I then began, as the years went on, and my family then was able to move into a 1-bedroom travel trailer, and then years later, my first stick-built house. My family went on this journey as we learned and grew along the way. But what I didn't realize was that a young girl in a family of 7, I was the silent leader. I was the one that was mentoring and leading my family, that was actually changing my family tree in ways that I didn't even understand at the time. I was the first one in my family to go to college. I've graduated with 3 bachelors, 3 masters, 2 PhDs, and 25 certifications. And I have... Thank you. I have a PhD in business and another one in education. Bravo. So everything that I do is about business and education and helping people become the better versions of themselves so that they then can serve other people and continue on that ripple effect. My brothers and sisters now have also gone to college and continued that ripple effect within my family. So I have started international travel and teaching around the globe since I was 18 years old. I love what I do. I stumbled across media and branding and marketing at a very young age when I took out my first business loan and my first business presentation when I was only 11 years old. I got my first business, basically sold that for way more than I could even imagine at 13 years old. Went on to continue leapfrogging a beautiful dance between business and education. I've now been doing what I do for over 28 years, and that is traveling the globe, helping entrepreneurs get from wherever they are to where they want to be. And understanding that wherever you are in the world, no matter what your circumstances are, no matter what your resources are, no matter how you think of what you have or don't have, you are absolutely capable of using the internal tools within you to solve external problems in only a way that you can. It doesn't matter if you are in the same industry as the person sitting next to you. You are uniquely qualified to do only what you can do. And the world is waiting for you to show up. And there's this amazing story I want to tell you really quickly. When I was maybe 23 years old at the time, I had the opportunity, I was asked to mentor this young girl who was going through, she was only about 9, was going through a very difficult situation through the divorce of her parents. I met with her every week. I mentored her. I listened to her. I was a shoulder for her to cry on. And she developed this amazing ability to push past her circumstances that she didn't feel that she had control over. It was years later, after I'd have my son, and my son's almost in college now, it was years later that I was volunteering at a school that she came up to me, and she was watching me for about an hour, and I was noticing that she was watching me, but I didn't recognize her. And she came up to me, and she said, "Are you Lori?" And I said, "Yes." And she goes, "Do you remember me?" And I said, "No, I'm sorry, I don't." And she said, "I just want you to know that you changed my life. I am a better mother and a better wife because of the skills and the mentorship that you gave me when I was only 9 years old." That moment was an amazing recollection and a pivotal moment in my life of remembering the seeds that each of us have to plant into someone else. You never know the ripple effect that you are going to have on the hearts, souls, and minds of everyone around you. Every action, every attitude, every spoken word, you have the opportunity to plant seeds every single day. Never underestimate the power of those seeds and how the ripple effect from you changes lives in your family, in your community, and across the world. I am honored to be here. I would have never guessed that a young, poor girl, homeless, would actually have earned multiple degrees, global recognition, 2 presidential honor awards, and so much more. If I can do it, every single person in this room can do it, and every single person has the power within you to serve the world in only a way that you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing with us your amazing and inspirational story. Okay, περιμένουμε την... We can start the discussion since we have 45 minutes left. Okay, what I suggest to encourage the discussion among you, I could set the floor, or also we can have Q&As, whatever you prefer. Should I start with some questions, or you would like to take the lead? What do you prefer? I'll start. Okay. Let's start with you and with your amazing story. It was really inspirational. What I wanted to ask you is, what about the country you are from, the legal framework, the opportunities, you come from America. Many people believe that America is a bad country. Other people believe that America gives the opportunities, United States, of course, gives the opportunities in order to change your life. Because we have many women among us from countries that they don't really have the paths, the opportunities, the educational system, let's say the legal framework. What is your comment on that? If you were in a different country, of course there is internal need for survival or lack in life, but what about the framework? How can we overcome that?
Can I add something?
Yes, yes, of course you can add.
Especially, I was amazed.
I
was amazed with the fact you said that you got your first loan in the age of 11. I can assure you that this could never happen in Greece, even now. Never.
Exactly. In any country.
We would like to have some details on
this.
Yes. Yes. So to your point, I was 11 years old. I took out my first loan, gave my first bank presentation that was co-signed by my mom because I was a minor, I was underage. It was still a huge risk for my parents, for my mom, because of the way that we had grown up and not having money. But she had a belief that I was going to make this work, and she had more experience than I did, and so she helped me at that time. So perhaps in the US there are different opportunities, but there are also, in my story, it's also important to note that because I grew up the way that I did, I lived in, I was homeless. I lived in poverty. That was all I knew. That was all I knew. We were in a very close-knit environment where I didn't have a lot of friends, I didn't have a lot of resources, I didn't have a lot of connections. And so if I think about it in terms of other countries that maybe don't have a lot of resources, they feel like there's not a lot of options, but they know that they want to do something, even if they don't know what that is. So I'm a true believer in that desire and in that vision and in doing what you can and starting with whatever you have wherever you are. It can be having that conversation with someone in your local community, your local neighborhood, someone that you just have that, you just never know the ripple effect or the ideas that are gonna surface when you have that faith over fear and you take that next step, even if it's super, super scary. And sometimes it's very, very scary. But I think about it, that journey, as a flashlight in the dark. The flashlight is designed to illuminate only so far, only another step or two. And when you take that next step and you make that decision, whatever that is, then that flashlight, that step, is illuminated in the next step. So you were created to do exactly what it is that you were doing. Here's the beautiful thing. You can't mess it up. It's not possible for you to have all of the information before making a decision. How many of us in our lives or have heard people say, well, I need all the information before I can decide, right? A lot of people think that. Here's the beautiful thing about that process. It's actually not possible because you don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know the resources that are going to surface. You don't know the aha moments that you're going to have. It is not possible for you to have all of the information before making that next step and making that next decision. You make the best decision that you can with the information that you have at the time, you learn from that, and you keep going. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world, it doesn't matter what your resources are, you start with what you have, because I started with nothing. So wherever you are right now, push yourself outside of your comfort zone of whatever that is that might be for you, and take that next step, and you be the flashlight in the dark.
Yes, this was, I think, the crucial thing. You start with what you have. This is very important. Never to say, I can't, I don't want, I'm afraid. Start with what you have. Please, yeah.
I want to add to that because I'm also from
The mic, your mic, please.
I want to add to that. What you said, Laurie, is exactly, in a smaller context, my story. When I said my father had a store, Friday night, we stopped him being a shoemaker there, a shoe repairman. He had a small store, and I didn't have the money to buy merchandise, but I had worked in a boutique, and I saw this goes to the young women here. I worked in a boutique, and I saw a magazine, W magazine, which was about a wholesale, and I put an ad in there that there's a shop opening in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, and whichever designer had clothing, they wanted to put it in there. So in other words, I filled the store up without paying any money, and had merchandise, which as it was sold, I would pay the designer. So you could always think of creative things. And that's the light, that's the flashlight, because I was like, okay, we have the storefront, but we don't have the merchandise, and we don't have the money to buy the merchandise. So how are we going to make this store? How are we going to make this boutique? So I was 24 years old at the time. I was selling Avon at 13 in Bensonhurst, and they had marketing courses for us at 13 years old. You know, but it is, though, when you have a need, it's always a need that pushes something also. You know, we had financial need too.
Thank you. Let me give the floor to Mrs. Hadjipetru. And how can we overcome these obstacles? Not only our internal obstacles. I think we all have the will and the power, the framework, the society, the institutional obstacles.
Well, what we heard, and primarily of those two ladies with red, that is a color of passion anyway, my feeling, what I received, is a passion. Yes. So in Europe and in Greece, which is, you know, the more, the areas that we feel more comfortable, little girls, are at this, in the last 40, 50 years, encouraged academically. So we receive degrees, we excel academically, we see that more and more women in judges, in doctors, engineers, in every sector, in finance community, in every sector, but within a framework. And this framework does not entail risk. So risk is something that it's not in the mentality of what we call mature communities, which is the European community overall and in Greece. How we can overcome it? We could create, we start with education. And we can, what I heard is encourage entrepreneurship at a very early stage and secure the quota that we heard now that is on the board level, but it takes like 20 years to become a C-level. In between, you have to build a mentality, you have to build a passion, you have to target somewhere. So when I was asked, primarily by my son, why we have a quota in ladies and females, whatever, in board participation, whatever, it's not because it's fair, it's not because it's inclusivity and whatever, but it is because we need to show that there is a potential that is here. So what we called create the path so that there is a potential and they don't experience the glass ceiling in every move of their life. It is institutional. So coming to the loan, because I know it was the mother that took the loan, but in Greece, there is no way that a 6-year-old will drag the parents to the bank and the parents will endorse a loan based on the passion of the child. So what we miss in our communities
is... It's not only the passion. There is a real need, let's say, because yes. In Greece, thank God, let's say, not many 6-year-old girls, you know, are in such poverty.
But as you remember on the chart yes. that I show you, it's very clear that on the regions of this planet that are less mature, financially wise, which is not Europe, which is Asia, which is Africa, the entrepreneurship mentality is higher.
Yes.
To the fact, the only problem is that in the States, you have the opportunity to exercise your dream and passion, whatever, in high-profit sectors.
Yes.
Whereas in those regions, you exercise your entrepreneurship on selling low-margin goods, let's say, like, I don't know, clothes and handmade things and whatever. Whereas in the States, you can position yourself and you can set your dream in high-profit sectors. But I was highly impressed by your passion, ladies.
Thank you very much. And it's also, I forgot what, it's also a mindset.
Sorry, let me interrupt our discussion since our Minister, Vice Minister Katerina Papakosta-Pagliouras is the Minister of Social Cohesion and Family, is here with us. They all have very strict program today, so let's give her the floor. And after we carry on with our discussion. Dear Minister, the floor is yours.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να μιλήσω στα ελληνικά. Είναι ιδιαίτερη τιμή και χαρά για μένα να βρίσκομαι σήμερα εδώ, σε ένα...
Κύριε Μούτσιο, ελάτε μετά να κάνετε ένα summing up για το international κοινό μας. Ευχαριστώ. Ακούγομαι. Μετά, όταν ολοκληρώσει.
Ακούγομαι.
Ναι.
Τώρα. Ωραία. Είναι ιδιαίτερη τιμή και χαρά για μένα να βρίσκομαι σήμερα εδώ σε ένα τόσο επιδραστικό φόρουμ, το οποίο θεωρούμε πραγματικά... Είμαι και λίγο ψηλή.
Εκεί, μια χαρά.
Είμαστε καλύτερα τώρα.
Ωραία, τέλεια.
Στο πολύ λίγο χρόνο που διέθεσα, θα μου επιτρέψετε, απλά είναι πολύ βεβαρημένο το πρόγραμμα. Άκουσα μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα εμπειρία από την αξιότιμη κυρία. Και νομίζω ότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για την κάθε μία από εμάς να πιστέψουμε πρώτα εμείς από όλες τον εαυτό μας και το πόσο σημαντικό είναι πραγματικά να γίνει κατανοητό σε όλους ότι οι δυνατότητες τις οποίες διαθέτουμε είναι πραγματικά τόσο έντονες, τόσο δυνατές που δεν υπάρχουν όρια έτσι κι αλλιώς το τι μπορεί να πετύχει κάθε μία από εμάς. Σας μιλάω μια γυναίκα η οποία επίσης έχει ξεκινήσει την πολιτική της διαδρομή και όχι μόνο από τα χαμηλότερα κοινωνικά στρώματα, επενδύοντας πρωτίστως στην εκπαίδευση, η οποία ανέκαθεν για μένα και για την οικογένειά μου αποτελούσε εκείνη την οπτική ότι αποτελεί τον κοινωνικό ανελκυστήρα προκειμένου να επιτύχει ο καθένας από εμάς τα όνειρά του και τους στόχους του. Ως Υφυπουργός Κοινωνικής Συνοχής και Οικογένειας, ως Υφυπουργός αρμόδια για θέματα ισότητας, για θέματα ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων και όχι μόνο αντιμετώπιση ενδοοικογενειακής βίας και της έμφυλης βίας, το τελευταίο χρονικό διάστημα εστιάζουμε ιδιαίτερα με την Υπουργό, την κυρία Ζαχαράκη, σε θέματα ενδυνάμωσης και ενίσχυσης της γυναικείας επιχειρηματικότητας. Σε ένα μήνα θα καταθέσουμε στην Βουλή την κύρωση της Ευρωπαϊκής Οδηγίας 2381, η οποία θα ενισχύσει, θα βελτιώσει την εκπροσώπηση των γυναικών σε εκτελεστικές διευθυντικές θέσεις που τόσο πολύ ανάγκη το έχουμε. Ανεβάζουμε το ποσοστό. Είμαστε από τα λίγα κράτη που προχωράμε με τόσο γρήγορο ρυθμό στην ενσωμάτωση αυτής της οδηγίας Οι μετρήσεις δείχνουν και τα στατιστικά και τα στοιχεία που έχουμε στη διάθεσή μας ότι τουλάχιστον από τον πρώτο χρόνο θα έχουμε 50 τουλάχιστον νέα διοικητικά στελέχη σε διευθυντικές θέσεις. Άρα λοιπόν μέσα σε όλη την υπόλοιπη προσπάθεια που γίνεται εννοείται από όλους τους εκπροσώπους, επιχειρηματίες, πανεπιστημιακούς, από την κοινωνία των πολιτών, από όλες τις γυναίκες οι οποίες βρίσκονται στην αιχμή του δώρατος, θα κάνουμε ακόμα ένα βήμα πιο δυνατό για να σπάσουμε τις γυάλινες οροφές. Αυτό σε συνδυασμό με το σήμα ισότητας που από την 1η Ιανουαρίου του 2025 θα την χάνει καθολικής εφαρμογής, επιβραβεύοντας όλες εκείνες τις επιχειρήσεις οι οποίες καλές πρακτικές, οι οποίες αφορούν την ισότητα των φύλων, ενσωματώνοντας τις πολιτικές, τις επιχειρηματικές ευκαιρίες, δυνατότητες, προκειμένου τα δύο φύλλα να μπορούν να έχουν ισότιμη εκπροσώπηση και όχι μόνο αντιμετώπιση, που ξεκινά προφανώς από την ισότητα στις αμοιβές, αλλά δεν σταματάει μόνο εκεί, αλλά και μέσα από ένα πλαίσιο γενικότερο στήριξης της επαγγελματικής ζωής, έτσι ώστε αυτή να συναρμονίζεται με την οικογενειακή ζωή. Βλέπετε, για παράδειγμα, νταντάδες της γειτονιάς, μια τελείως διαφορετική προσέγγιση που μπορεί κάποιος να πει πού αυτό συνδέεται με την γυναική επιχειρηματικότητα, και όμως οι γυναίκες σήμερα είναι εκείνες που σηκώνουν το μεγαλύτερο βάρος προκειμένου να φροντίσουν, να αναθρέψουν τα παιδιά τους, να έχουν μια συνεκτική δομή της οικογένειας, αλλά είναι και εκείνες οι οποίες φροντίζουν τους ηλικιωμένους γονείς και συγγενείς τους. Άρα λοιπόν το χρονικό διάστημα που τους μένει πραγματικά για να μπορούν να ασχοληθούν με τα δικά τους όνειρα και πολύ περισσότερο με την δική τους βελτίωση και επιχειρηματικότητα είναι πολύ δύσκολο και πολύ ελάχιστο. Συνεπώς, οι δικές μας πολιτικές κατευθύνονται προς αυτήν την στόχευση, να μπορέσουμε να βοηθήσουμε όλες τις γυναίκες να ισορροπήσουν και να μπορέσουν πραγματικά να έχουν τον χρόνο που χρειάζονται για να μεγαλουργήσουν. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την δυνατότητα που μου δώσατε να κάνω αυτή την παρέμβαση. Εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του Φόρουμ και κάποιος συνεργάτης μου θα μείνει πίσω για να παρακολουθήσει έτσι με πολύ ενδιαφέρον τα σχετικά συμπεράσματα και απόψεις που κατατίθενται. Να είστε καλά, καλή συνέχεια.
Να παραλάβετε και το βραβείο. Υπουργέ, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ναι, τώρα μόλις... Υπέροχα. Να είστε καλά, Υπουργέ. Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Mr. Moutios is a great journalist also, apart from presenter and moderator. So he kept some bullet points in order to inform our international audience for the minister's speech. Thank you, dear Minister. Thank you.
Right, I will just try to wrap up what the Deputy Minister said. Basically saying, noting that it's a great honor to be here and to such an influencing event. She actually mentioned the experience that you had, basically saying that the capacities and possibilities that we have as humans are the ones that we really need to bear in mind and use them in actually achieving our goals. That is to say, that it is important to believe in ourselves and understand what capacities we have, what abilities and skills we have. She has started from very, very low, right down at the bottom. And she understood from the early beginning that education is an investment in ourselves, trying to use that in order to raise ourselves further up in the society. She also mentioned that in the next in the next year, there will be the verification of the European mandate, which essentially dictates women being positioned in managerial posts. So this is a great thing to actually focus on. And she also said that the government is actually trying to raise the percentage of women taking managerial positions. So hopefully, next year, there will be 50 more women in managerial positions. And she also mentioned that there is going to be the sign of equality in companies, essentially saying that this is going to be used to show that there's a diverse policy of equality for women and men, and that will provide the companies with an additional, if you like, advantage to how they make use of women's and so on. She also mentioned the new scheme of babysitters in our neighborhoods, which is a program based on women that look after our kids by just getting some sort of salary. Women carry a burden. They need to look after the kids, they need to look after the elders, but they don't have enough time to look after themselves and make their dreams come true. So the message is, believe in yourselves and make your dreams come true, especially when you just try to invest in yourselves. Don't forget that you're women, but you also have powers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You're amazing. Of course, we have to believe in ourselves, but the institutions and the governments and the society has to help us. It's not only because I really want it, I will succeed. This is just a wish. Λοιπόν, let me carry on with you, Effie, Mrs. Tritopoulou. I don't want to pose any specific question. I would like your comment on what has been discussed already.
Well, thank you. I would like to start from something that the Minister said before, because I think that as women, we must believe in ourselves. This is the first point of starting leadership, business, etc. Because we don't have families like yours that support so much the kids, etc. We are raised up in an environment that may be not being so supportive, with a lot of stereotypes that, okay, you are a woman, etc., etc. Afterwards, we may have partners, men, that they don't want to be with very dynamic women. They are not supportive. So it is on us to believe in our capabilities, to believe that we can go ahead. And after belief, we must see what other things we have to do. We must rely on our skills, not only our diplomas and our knowledge. We must see the skills that we have as women and with our personality, individual personality. For example, the communication skills, other skills, to follow our instinct, to invest in ideas, in innovative ideas. And if we don't have a father with a factory, we must know that we must work hard, very hard, in order to succeed. And what else?
Let me ask you the question I wanted to ask you. It might be heard very childish or very stereotypical. However, would ever trust a woman to build a huge dam here in Greece? Like in the Outlander paradigma. I want to build a huge, let's say, bridge or a huge dam in Greece, and you are a great mechanical engineer. Would you be the head of the project or not? Honestly.
If it was on me, yes,
no,
of course.
If you would be chosen to do that.
This is another issue. Yes, if someone else should take this decision, I think it would be still difficult.
Why?
Because there is also stereotypes. As you can see, only 30% are still women, and this percent that's kept to be stable from 2006. And especially in the constructor sector, okay, men think and choose men to build such construction. But, okay, if it was on me or someone else, I think I will choose and I trust. And can I say something more in the previous? Because I just wanted to finish. Also, I would like to say that we may have obstacles in our professional life, but we shouldn't give up. There should be always be reactive and to have plan B, plan C, and never give up. And finally, we will succeed. Other women did, so we can do also.
Thank you, thank you. And let me give the floor for one more time to Professor Giannini. Yet. No, she's not here. Are you here, Professor? Join us. We still have time, Professor. Is everything okay?
Can I just say something? When you asked, I don't remember all your names right now. Your name?
Yeah, it's okay. Effie.
Immediately when you were asked, it was like, why not? You know, that's all. Why not? We're raised differently in America.
That's the difference.
We're raised differently. We're raised to do anything my brother could do, I can do.
Yes.
Okay.
Not here. Not yet.
Μόνο για να γελάσετε, I couldn't go out with a lot of guys. My brother could go out with a lot of women, but I couldn't go out with a lot of guys.
Λοιπόν, let me give the floor from there, from here, whatever you prefer. Eugenia Giannini, Associate Professor of Technical Law at National Technical University of Athens. Please. Από εκεί καλύτερα.
Εδώ το όνομά σας.
Δεν έχεις presentation. Έλατε εδώ. Θα τη δώσουμε εδώ. Όλα καλά.
Όλα καλά.
Είχε τροχαίο στο δρόμο.
Ναι, πήρε φωτιά με την τελικά.
Really?
Και ήμουν εγκλήψη.
Έπαθε κανείς τίποτα. Apologies for your delay. There was a car accident in the national highway, but I think now it's everything okay. Professor, the floor is yours for the next 7 minutes, and after each of you has, let's say, 1 minute. I owe you 1 minute more for a last comment. Okay.
So where is the presentation?
Okay, τώρα, μπήκε. Την ονομασία.
Excellencies WEF 2024.
Τέλεια. Λίγο πιο δυνατά. Τέλεια, εντάξει, όλα καλά.
Τι ώρα είναι τώρα? Είναι ακόμα morning.
Ναι. Τέλεια.
So we have the presentation?
Την έχουμε.
No. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have gentlemen also?
We do, of course.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the President and the organizational committee for this invitation, for this event. An event dedicated to the female entrepreneurship. So, entrepreneurship cannot be conceivable without the notion and the concept of social responsibility. So, today I'm here not in my capacity as a lawyer and professor, but as my capacity as president of the Excellencies, an NPO that has been established for a specific purpose and scope. The story is long. I grew up in an Aegean island. And many years ago, I witnessed Naxos. And many years ago, I witnessed the struggle of numerous high school graduates unable to pursue their studies at the Greek universities. This is due to the Greek insularity, a phenomenon that is unique and is not encountered in other countries, particularly in the European countries, so we don't have an experience how to manage all this. And the question was the following: how entrepreneurship could help address this challenge? So at the time, the idea was the following: how to promote and to develop a culture supporting the high school graduates from remote islands in order to ensure for them studies undistracted from any other obstacle that their origin, the islands, could pose. So
the idea of establishing an entity aimed to the social intervention was born. Excellencies was aimed and would like to ensure conditions for these young students in order to achieve academic excellence and growth and job opportunities. But the scholarships, the financial support was not the only problem. We would like to ensure and to provide to these students also two other pillars like mentorship and internship. So this student to build a CV that could be the right CV that could fit to the market they would like to develop their career. So we did. And the question is how we could raise the social awareness. Actually, the co-founders of this entity, Excellencies, we share a common passion, that is swimming. So since 2016, we have crossed the most challenging straits of the world, like English Channel, like Alcatraz, from Alcatraz to San Francisco, like Bosporus Strait, and also the most challenging straits of the Greek seas, the Aegean and the Ionian seas, like Aistratis Limnos, like Othoni Kerkyra, like Ro Castellorizo, like Port of Naxos.
Swimming.
Yes, on relay.
Great.
And every year, we dedicate an annual swim of approximately 40 kilometers to these students, so to support them in their studies. So we have three axes: sponsorship, mentorship, and internship. And what are the results? Let's see some figures in my presentation.
Το μεγάλο εκεί ή αυτό εδώ, το στρογγυλό.
Το μεγάλο, ναι.
So here you can have a taste what are the enterprises that participate as sponsors to our program. Also, representatives from these enterprises play the role of mentors. So the students can have a mentorship from enterprises that could help them afterwards to find a position in the market they prefer. Here we have the map of Greece, and you can see what are the islands that are supported. Actually, in the program, we have included only the islands that have population less than 2,000 people. So all these islands that the job opportunities that the student may have are almost zero. So all these students coming from these islands are supported by the program. Here we have the map of the Europe. Alcatraz is missing, so you can see the English Channel because it's the map of our swimmings. And we have Bosporus crossing, Aistratis, Limnos, etc. And little by little, I think that we will...
You swim also?
Yes, of course. And here I am in the photo.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, in the English Channel crossing. So totally, all the team, all the swimming team, has already swum approximately 8,000 kilometers for training. And you have to add also the races that are, as I said, approximately of 40 kilometers every time. So here is a photo from the Academy of Athens, because this entity was destined to be awarded, recognized and awarded by the Academy of Athens last December of 2023. This was my small presentation, and I hope that I kept the time. And I would like to emphasize how entrepreneurship could strengthen the society and the social cohesion through the social responsibility. So we have to keep in mind that this is a part of our activities that we should already develop, and to respect the social need from us to support people that coming from remote islands or from remote villages. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much,
for being
dear
delayed.
Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. And this was an excellent paradigm on what is taking place in Greece and how different the circumstances are. Professor, I'll give you the floor for, okay, we have 10 minutes. You have 2 minutes. Okay. I think up to 2 minutes to each of you, just, for some concluding remarks. The floor is yours.
Not exactly concluding remarks. I have 2 remarks. The first one, generated by the discussion, is that according to my opinion, the problem still in Greece is not so much on the institutional level, but on the social level. Both men and women are subdued still in stereotypes. Women, on one hand, although they are legally and regulatorily accepted in every kind of institution, in every kind of scale of leadership, etc., many times they don't use the chances they have. They prefer a more moderate career. Many times I have seen it in the university where I have served now 40 years. When I started, I was one of the very few women in the academic environment, but I was very lucky because a man was different. I had a professor, a man professor, of course, much more aged than me in that time, who looked at me as if I was his own daughter.
So he believed in you.
He believed in me, he loved me, he pushed me. I still remember, 40 years now, that he was telling me all the time, do not lose your time as an assistant, prepare your thesis for a doctorship. You are not less good than your male colleagues. And this went on through all my career.
And the second remark?
And the second remark is what both the 2 ladies from the States have mentioned, and also Eugenia Giannini a little. It's this system of mentorship and mentoring. Our society, as far as I know, at least in my surroundings, has very few to do with mentoring. I would like to ask you how this system of mentoring works, not in psychological aid, but mentoring in entrepreneurship, etc.
Yes, just now not to try to open discussion, because we said 1 minute and a half for a conclusion. You answer us your last remark, please.
No, well, for the mentorship, on Project Connect has mentorship program. We connect with women in shipping also, and the young students on the city platform, they request a meeting with a mentor. So, and what happens there is the young person is asking questions about the shipping industry and how he or she can use our network, and it's really specific. And of course, experiences. Each lady or male shipping professional is giving information to that young person, and it's helpful.
Great, Mrs. Giannini, Professor Giannini.
Yeah, I will answer with a nice story, which is true. In the first year of the program, we didn't have money, but to sponsor only 8 students. In the 9th position was a guy, Yannis, from Fournos. He was very poor, but unfortunately his academic performance was not so good, so to be at the 8th position. I was very, I was not happy with this because I would like to embrace this, student. Suddenly, he loses his father 1 month before we would take the decision what will be, who is going to be our scholars. So he took, in our scorecard, he took some scores, some scores, so he finally, he was at the, he took the 8th position. What happened before, after? We didn't have scholars for him. So I asked from the CEO of one of the biggest shipping companies in Greece to adopt this, this student from Furnus. And he said yes. And he said immediately yes. So the result is the following. Now he's working for this shipping company. He took all the internships they were offered to him every year of his studies because he wants to study as a captain, so to go in a school for captains. And finally, he is the 3rd son of this CEO. I don't like to refer his name, but finally, this man said me, Yannis is my 3rd son, and I am very happy to have this, to have Yannis in family. So this is mentorship. And Yannis admitted that this adoption has had exponential results to his family because now he's able to support his siblings to study and to support his mother, who is living at Furnus, and there the conditions now are not ideal. So you understand what is mentoring and how mentoring works in our entity in Excellencies.
Great, thank you. Effie, your last word.
Well, I would like at the end to highlight that it is very significant to promote, to present best practices and women that manage. And well, we have a lot of significant women here, but let me say something for Professor Moropoulou. Professor Moropoulou was the first woman that managed to upgrade at the level of professor at the National Technical University of Athens. Tonya, we follow you, and thank you for all this support and organizing this conference.
And also Mrs. Moropoulou for Greece is, it's, let's say, an historical person. She has a profound history also in activism, and she had fought for her ideas, and this is a very important person, an important woman. Let's finish. Laurie, your last word, and after to give the floor to Mrs. Moropoulou.
Just really quick, I wanted to add, before my closing remarks, I wanted to add that mentorship is a state of lifestyle, it's a mindset, it's a state of being. It is not a title, and it is not a program. There are a lot of wonderful mentorship programs out there, but as a leader, wherever you are in the world, whatever your capacity, whatever your resources, you always have the opportunity to be a mentor in anything to anyone at any time. So that's one thing I wanted to add to that topic. The other thing I wanted to just really quick implore all of you to really think about is when you're thinking about where you are and what you need to do to take that next step to push forward, I want you to think about your resources. So in addition to being a media branding and marketing expert, I actually teach a lot about legacy and what legacy truly is and what it is not, and the steps that it takes to build a true global legacy that goes beyond you. And in that process, I teach about how to level up your resources, meaning there's internal resources, there's external resources. We all have so many more resources than we probably even realize. So to really understand what that looks like for you, and maybe that is a mentor, maybe that is a coach, maybe that is a class, maybe that's your own mindset work. Whatever it is, maybe females need to have more financial literacy or more economic, understanding and awareness. Whatever that is going to push you forward in the direction that you were created to go, whatever that means, to not let anything stop you, but to take that action and filling in those gaps with leveling up whatever resources you need to make it happen.
Thank you. Ωραία. Αθηνά, θέλεις για 30 δεύτερα όμως. Just for 30 seconds. Because it's 12 already.
On mentorship, I incorporate whatever was already mentioned, but I want to make a last remark. Mentorship is part of the company's culture. So this is for all young women that I see in the back. Don't choose a company, choose a mentor. This is what will take your career forward. It's very important. If there is not mentorship, if it's not in the mindset of the company, you can't act it by yourself.
Great. Professor Moropoulou.
Thank you for the excellent examples. Thank you for the excellent examples of women leadership, either at the personal level or at the level of entrepreneurship at a firm or at an institutional level.
Και γυρίστε λίγο για να καταγράφετε και το... Δεν έρχεστε πάνω να το πείτε καλύτερα.
Όχι, όχι.
Εντάξει, απλά γυρίστε λίγο να σας
However, what is important? What is important, you noticed, Athina Hadjipetru noticed that women are having leadership in firms of low tech because they are not interested in high profit revenues. Efi Tritopoulou from Engineering Women Association noticed that women are taking their positions in innovative startups, in firms concerned with environmental and sustainable planning of development, which is producing high revenue apart from decarbonization. So what is important from these two paradox, I could say, acknowledgements, is the fact that women in leadership do diversify the entrepreneurial performance. And from these two different ends are developing a new scene of entrepreneurial work. So that means perspective induced by women is diversified, but is winning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your presence. It was an amazing panel. I really learned so many things. I admire you. It was a great honor for me being with you today. I have to leave because I have to present a news bulletin. Thank you so much. And I give again the floor to Yannis.
Maria, just before you go, we actually have to present the memorabilia to the ladies here. Yes. Their insights have been fantastic, and for that reason, I'm going to invite Evangelia Samueli. She is the WEF Steering Committee Coordinator and WICCI GR Secretary General. So I would like to invite you here, and any of the ladies here, you will please go downstairs, receive your memorabilia, take some photos, starting with Ms. Nicole Chu. Well, before we move on, I've got good news for you. I think it's a good time to actually go for a short coffee break. And then we will commence with a very interesting conversation here, a very interesting panel discussion. I would just like to thank you all for being here today. And I'm looking forward to seeing you here next in about 20 minutes or so. So please go outside, socialize, speak to each other, and then back here at 12:30. Thank you. We are about to commence the next panel discussion. Before we do so, we're just going to watch a little promotional video about the Women's Economic Forum. I'm just repeating that this is the first one taking place in Greece, and we're looking forward to the next ones. So if you please play the video. Women's Economic Forum. I'm delighted to introduce the next panel discussion, and it is now to give time to give the floor to Zefi Dimadama, member of Global Women Network, Leading Women for Oceans, and former Secretary General for Equality and Human Rights, who will be the panel moderator. Ms. Dimadama, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy, and it's my honor to be here with you today, with all these great personalities. And straight away, I will give the floor, first of all, to our minister, Ms. Litrivi, my dearest Ioanna. She's a very active woman and friend, to give us a first introduction for education and training and how we will have roles for women to be in the leader position. So please, Ms. Minister, take the floor.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you very much. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here today at the Women Economic Forum in Athens. The theme of this year's forum, Women Leading Economic Growth and Sustainable Development, is not just timely, it is essential to our present and our future. As the world navigates complex economic, environmental, and social challenges, we know that sustainable solutions require diverse perspectives and innovative leadership. And women are at the forefront of leading that change. The topic of our session today, education and training, empowering and preparing women for leadership roles, speaks the truth. Education and training are the foundation of empowerment. Education and training hold the key to unlocking the vast potential that women around the world possess. Education is it's much more than transmission and the acquisition of knowledge. It is the cultivation of confidence, the cultivation of resilience and ambition. It provides the tools and skills necessary for women to break through barriers and take their rightful place in leadership, whether in the boardroom, in the classroom, or in policy-making spaces. It is the pathway to greater gender equality, diverse perspectives in decision-making, and ultimately, a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. But what does it truly mean to empower women through education? And how can we ensure that women are prepared to lead it in the rapidly changing world of 21st century? Sorry for this. At its core, empowerment through education means providing women with the skills, the knowledge, and opportunities necessary to realize their potential. It means breaking down the traditional barriers that have kept women out of leadership position, particularly in sectors where they remain underrepresented, such as technology, science, engineering, and finance. It means creating pathways for women to not only participate, but to excel, to lead, and to shape the future of our economies and societies. As Deputy Minister of Education and a political scientist in the field of education and training policies, I have had the privilege to witnessing firsthand the transformative power of education. However, while significant progress has been made, there is still much work to be done. Women continue to face systemic challenges, structural inequalities, gender stereotypes, and limited access to certain opportunities, especially in STEM fields and leadership positions. First, we must ensure that education is accessible to all women, regardless of their socioeconomic background. In too many parts of the world, girls and women still face significant obstacles to accessing education, be it poverty, cultural expectations, or geographical isolation. Ensuring access to education for all women is not only a matter of human rights, but also an economic imperative. According to UNESCO, if every girl completed secondary education, the global poverty rate could be reduced by half. Imagine the impact of millions of empowered women, educated and equipped to lead change in their community and nations. Equally important is ensuring that education is inclusive. We need to create environments where all women feel seen, feel heard, and valued, where their unique perspectives and experiences are acknowledged and celebrated. Diversity must be at the heart of our educational institutions, as it is in diversity that true innovation flourishes. In many countries, however, gender biases still permeate the education system. Girls are often discouraged from pursuing studies in certain fields, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM disciplines. This does not only limit their future career opportunities, but also deprives the world of the valuable insights that women bring to these industries. To combat this, we must actively promote STEM education for girls and women, while also dismantling the stereotypes that suggest these fields are as male-dominated or male-oriented. In Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports, we are taking steps to ensure that girls and women have greater access to STEM education by providing scholarships, mentorship programs, and partnerships with industries that are eager to diversify their talent pool. Beyond formal education, we must also embrace reskilling and upskilling techniques, the concept of lifelong learning. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace, and the skills that are in demand today may not be the same tomorrow. Technological achievements, automation, and the green transition will reshape industries and economies over the coming decades. Women must be prepared not only to adapt to these changes, but to lead them. To ensure this, we must offer continuous education and training opportunities, particularly for women who are re-entering the workforce after a career break or transitioning to new fields. As I conclude, let me stress this out once more. The empowerment of women is not just a goal. It is the key to our collective future. The challenges that our world faces, climate change, poverty, inequality, cannot be solved without the full participation and leadership of women. And it is education that will empower women to meet these challenges head-on. In the Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports, we are committed to building an education system that empowers women to lead, innovate, and create sustainable futures. We will continue to invest in programs that equip women with the skills and confidence to break through barriers and take their rightful place as leaders in every sector of society. But this is not the work of one country or one government alone. It requires global cooperation, shared knowledge, and a collective commitment to gender equality. Events like these that we are attending today, like the Women Economic Forum, provide a vital platform of us to exchange ideas, share best practices, and strengthen our resolve. Together, we can build a future where women are empowered not just to participate in the global economy, but to shape it, where they lead with vision, with courage, and with purpose. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Minister, for your inspiring speech. And we have a very interesting and exceptional personalities with us today. It's really crucial to ask. Okay, so we have a small break. We will give an award to Ms. Litrivi. Our minister has to go to the parliament, so she has to take this. Yes, please. So let's go on with an excellent panel that we have with us and personalities that were going to inform us, to tell us some of their experience of what we say breaking the glass ceiling. And this is something that we need to talk a lot about. And as a professor also, we know that it's not so easy. We started with Miss Maria Cuccellini, a professor. She's not here with us. And we have her contribution. So we'll start. Miss Cuccellini is Professor Emeritus of the Department of Education Science at the University of Cyprus and President of the Cyprus Agency for Quality Assurance and Accreditation in Higher Education. So we're ready to hearing her contribution.
It is my pleasure to participate in the forum, thanks to Professor Moropoulou. Unfortunately, due to unpredictable difficulties, it is not possible to participate in person and to meet the exceptional colleagues and decision makers. I hope I do it in another occasion. The aim of the presentation is twofold. Firstly, to explore difficulties of equality in leadership and to search for a key level for addressing leadership with a gender perspective. The issue of equality in leadership is repeated for years, indicating the difficulty of change due to multidimensional aspects of inequality, which reappear with a new face. The concept of equality as an eminently socioeconomic and educational concept changes along with the conditions prevailing in these fields. Thus, searching today, in the era of artificial intelligence, to answer the question of how we can address leadership with a gender perspective, we must consider key issues of society that redefine gender inequality. Uncovering inequalities can provide orientation to develop equal opportunities for women's persisting underrepresentation in leading positions across sectors. Firstly, I would like to highlight the effects of the interlocking system of crisis in the female rights and present in the society. The interconnected system of an ongoing crisis, for example, economic, environmental, political, educational, have been intensified through temporary wars and conflicts, climate change, pandemics, and a deep dispute of the international institutions for the protection of human rights, along with the helpless and rather incapable political leadership today to face the situation. Under this scene, women's leadership is becoming an increasingly demanding task. As Mayevich points out, it does not matter what kind of powers history produces. In contrary, what matters is the naturalization of male's power through history, and that the advantage of power has a male face regardless of whether the women's position and the modes of subordination are differentiated or changed. Factors and barriers to women leadership across sectors, we should admit that becoming a leader involves much more than being put in a leadership role. It involves policies and practices that communicate a gap between how women are seen and the qualities and experiences people tend to associate with leaders. People usually is modeling leadership on male characteristics, and in final analysis, norms shape the way a leader should behave. Known Judith Butler speaks about gender performativity. She says that gender is a constructed identity, a performative accomplishment which the modern social audience, including the actors themselves, come to believe and perform in the model of belief. The cartoon here is more than elegant. The girl is seeking for a job, and the male director says, "Sorry, you are simply not the right man for the job." The concept of gender must be changed and admit variations that are not fitted into norms. The cartoon shows a woman here holding a child's hand standing on a sidewalk at the entrance to a building. The entrance is shaped like a male silhouette. The qualities of a leader, as well as the pathways to achieve leadership roles, are still largely based on a dated male model. Norms, stereotypes, and male model in leadership leave women in the shadow. Glass ceiling remain unbroken. Insensible gender biases are the great barrier to women's career advancement. How can we trouble the limits? Thinking gender differently is a liberatory action that troubles the limits of gender and benefits women in leadership. Gender is not a constant, stable, pre-given concept, but on the contrary, it is permanently constructed and reconstructed. Can we resist subjectification of women? Intersectionality has been defined as the situation of traits which, when added, increase the negative effects on the social and political position of women and men, and in general, those who are most oppressed in the society. I reverse the meaning and the effects of intersectionality in this slide, aiming at introducing factors and situations that, when added, will enhance women's power and women in leadership. Men are not less educated than men, but men possess the leadership positions, as She Figure 2021 shows, at least at the university level, indicated that only 14% of rectors in 46 European universities were women. Women should avoid design segregation as well in education in male and female sectors, which is a construction based on preferences and not on abilities. They also need to study gender, its performativity, and its social construction in order to get self-awareness and to demand for leadership positions. Quotas. Ensuring gender balance through the introduction of gender quotas. The European Institute for Gender Equality defines a gender quota as a positive measurement instrument that establishes a defined proportion, percentage, or number of places to be filled by or allocated to women and or men generally under certain rules or criteria. Very important factor for women in leadership is the representational intersectionality, which advocates for the creation of imagery that is supporting of women in leadership roles. Representational intersectionality means supporting women in leadership positions in media representation. As it is well known, gender is a system of power, in that it privileges some men and disadvantages most women. The media representation multiplies the negative or positive results on males and females. Resisting oppression. Speaking from a critical standpoint, colleagues point out that domination always involves the objectification of the dominated. All forms of oppression imply the devaluation of the subjectivity of the oppressed. Self-valuation and self-definition are two ways of resisting oppression, and claims the practice of self-awareness helps to preserve the self-esteem of the group that is being oppressed, while allowing, at the same time, to avoid any dehumanizing outside influence. Finally, we must speak about networking. Women research found that women have been less frequent networkers than men. They tend to be reluctant to mix business and pleasure, but we know very well, according to the research in the field, that the big men decisions are taken in a free time when the one asks for the support of the other. Women research indicates that women are less likely to use their range in personal connections for professional advancement. Thus, for finding more women in leadership positions, my advice is to point out the factors that can support their advancement, and also to help women to get self-awareness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, so we go on now. I'm going through, and we have the Dean of the School of Rural and Surveying Engineer, Geoinformation Engineering, attend to you at the Polytechnio, Metsovio Polytechnio, Ms. Tsakiri Maria. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As our colleague said here, my name is Maria Tsakiri. I'm a professor at the School of Rural Surveying and Geoinformatics Engineering, and I recently started my role as a dean of the school. It's a pleasure to come here, to be here with you. I'd like to share some experiences from my university and also some experiences from abroad, just to show the differences that exist between different academic environments. And I think our previous speakers said that university is the pool of the next leaders. So we really have to put a lot of effort on that environment. So let's begin this important trip from trying to cultivate the leadership from our female students to our staff members. As I am a technical person, I'd like to show you some statistics about what's happening in my university. Here you can see the number of staff, academics. You can see that the majority is male. The blue pillars are male. The lower numbers are in departments like naval engineering. There is only one female staff member. In mechanical engineering, there are single numbers. Architecture, as you expect, there are higher numbers. Chemical engineering, they've got few more women. Surveying engineering, where I come from, and then after that we see a big drop. And this is a problem, okay? I mean, how we're going to expect leadership positions from women that don't exist, okay? So we have to do something about that. just to also show you some numbers again, from female academics is the graph below. Very few are professors. Okay, there are associate professors, there are assistant professors, a couple of lectures because of the previous law. So again, we have some discrepancies on that. Okay, what is happening and what do we do wrong here? Some more numbers again in female leadership in NTUA. There are 4 deans currently in 4 schools, so it's not so bad. It's about 50%. We are 9 schools at the university, so it's not so bad there. There is none in the chancellor, no chancellor or vice chancellor at the moment. Only Professor Moropoulou was the first and only vice chancellor at our university, and we congratulate her for that. And ever since, we haven't had any. So no women chancellor, this is something we have to keep in mind. None in the governing council. Okay, this is again a problem. Why? What is happening? And we don't have any women in the governing council of NTUA, the largest technical university of Greece. NTUA has started having a gender equity committee. There are very slow steps on that avenue, but still there is a lot of road to go forward. In my school, let's see some numbers again, because this is quite important. The pool of females, if it's not adequate, we don't expect to have also staff females, okay? So you can see for the last 3 years, male students over-represent the student body. The female students are pretty much equal the last 3 years. It's quite interesting to see, though, that in postgraduate level, female students are slightly higher than males. But when it comes into PhDs, again, the females drop. Why is happening? Why is that? Do they prefer to go for jobs? Is it the age where they start thinking about family commitment? What is happening? I mean, I'm a technical person, I cannot really translate that, I need your help from social sciences to explore on this. But this is what I'm referring to. Based on the previous graphs, we can see that there's a disparity. The disparity starts early. Okay, we don't have enough female students entering the university. This is the problem. Okay, and that limits the pipeline of women that will go into the advanced courses afterwards. Now, the doctoral programs really show a wider gap. This is concerning, okay, because the future of the female leaderships is in that area, the doctoral programs. So why we don't have so many? Nowadays, we have grants, we have scholarships. I wouldn't say that this is lacking, okay? In the previous years, there was a problem, sure, but not anymore. There are opportunities for female students to pursue doctoral studies. Okay, the other problems perhaps is that they are quite long. You know, you require 4 to 6 years at least to complete a PhD program. So this is something that perhaps it is a worrying about women. Senior academic positions, again, like chancellors, vice chancellors, as I said, are predominantly held by men. This is and this is a problem, okay, because women, we cannot shape institutional policy. This is very important, okay? We leave the men to form the culture of the university, and we have to do something about that, okay? Forgive me, but I'm talking about a technical university. Perhaps in other universities that there are more women in literature or in other studies, but I would say that pretty much this is the problem in Greece, okay? So, what are the barriers for female leadership in academia? Rarely, Greece offers these mentorship programs in academia that we heard before in the previous panel. It's a key point, mentorship, okay? Let's face it. This will enhance leadership skills. Gender biases are also, and cultural expectations, okay? The problem is that there is a perception that men are better suited for leadership. Why is that? Okay, they've got perhaps more time. Well, they shouldn't have more time. They are equally responsible for their family issues. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, so yes, cultural expectations put a pressure into women to prioritize family responsibilities, and it shouldn't happen that. Okay, and I'll show you some examples later on. Challenges in balancing these work-life responsibilities, okay? Yes, women, we can feel the burnout of that. I've got 2 boys, teenagers, I've got a husband, I have to feed them, they expect me to be at home when they come back from school. There is a burnout, yes, I have to sacrifice a few things for my career. For example, I wasn't going on conferences till they were 12 years old, my boys, okay? Because I felt guilty, but I shouldn't have felt guilty on that. Okay, but this is what I was brought up with, this culture that women are responsible for their families. Yes, of course. I'll show you some successful approaches on female academic empowerment. I just chose some good examples. Scandinavia is a very good example that they offer these facilities to female leadership in academia. For example, in Sweden, they offer pairs, early career female researchers to pair up with a professor. So this program helps to build their confidence, they do a valuable network, they give opportunities for advancements. There are some also work-life balance policies. In Norway, for example, they have these family strategies, and they allow both parents to take leave to bring up their children. This is very important. Okay, here in Greece, we say either the man or the woman, but children need both the parents, okay, not one at a time. This is very important key. And leadership training, okay, in universities, for example, in Denmark, they focus on confidence and building these essential skills. It might be soft skills, but they're essential for females to feel confident and go up and talk like we are here, okay, this is very important. Or negotiate. It's very important to start to build up these negotiation skills, conflict resolution. There are various soft skills that we have to talk about. Australia, this is another very good example. I spent a few years in Australia. I'm a product of positive discrimination. Yes, if I wasn't positively discriminated in Australia, I wouldn't be a dean today in Greece. This is something that I have to talk about that. Because many Australian universities put a quota and they say that for example, Sydney University, they say that 40% of female representation is important in the leadership position, okay? It may sound, I don't know, strange to men, but this is the way we have to go, okay? And then the culture is building up slowly before we start getting accepted in equal terms. This is the thing. University of Queensland, for example, they reduce barriers and therefore they try to exclude prejudices and stereotypes. This is called unconscious bias, by the way. And perhaps social scientists can talk about that more. Sorry about that. Oops, I didn't want that. Sorry. Where was I? Yes, okay. Visibility and role models. Australia is very good at that. They use very key roles staff, and they give presentations everywhere in academia, okay? And they inspire female students. This is something that perhaps we can use in Greek universities. And finally, funding and research opportunities. There are dedicated grants for women. Okay. For example, in Melbourne or Australian Research Council, they use dedicated funding tailored for women research to promote their research. Because let's face it, women have got more difficulties. They have to go back at home to get a family ongoing on that. So there is some tailoring on that. And perhaps these are some paradigms that we can use nicely in Greece. So I can see two types of trying to promote the development for leadership here. One, to focus on the early development, on our female students, and then to develop the competencies to the staff, the existing staff members in the universities. For example, many panelists said that about mentorship. Okay, we need to get paradigms from other universities, from abroad, to build confidence and receive personalized advice. We started doing that in our school, not successfully yet, I have to say, but there are few and more step by step, that's true. Now, skill development workshops. Okay, as I said before, we have to help our female students build a strong skill set that will prepare them for future leadership roles. And how can we do that? Perhaps one way is to let them engaged in extracurriculum clubs and activities in the university, within the university. Okay, even if it's a society, even if it's a student club, something like that, where they can get experience, they can talk publicly, they can build a network of peers and mentors. Coming to our staff members, okay, we have to build them confidence. They have to feel that they can be equally well in leadership positions. And I'll tell you an example which really made my day when I heard it. One colleague of mine, female, not male, she told me, how do you feel with your new role as a dean? Are you nervous? Are you afraid? I said, no, I'm not. And men were very, very more positive about this. Okay, this is something that us women, we say to other women, well, you're not afraid. She actually told me, are you taking pills? Because I said, you know, I'm not nervous or anything. I said, no, I run every day 10 kilometers. Every night, every evening, that's my pill. I run 10 kilometers. This is my pill. Okay, so, and just to wrap up very quickly, some extracurriculum leadership roles we need to try and promote and build a network of peers and mentors to our staff members. So, creating an institutional support is very important in academia. We need to have structured pathways for women to progress in their careers. In Greece, we have a structured pathway in the terms that a Greek staff member and academic knows that, yes, he will apply for the next position and so on, but we don't have access to any mentoring, any training, okay? This is something that, an opportunity for professional development, this is something that is lacking, and many colleagues here, they've mentioned that. We have to try and implement family-oriented policies. I think this is childcare support. Us, the biggest technical university in Greece, they don't have any child care support. Okay, we cannot leave our children anywhere. Maybe in summer we have a bit of a camp, but I think it's so bad organized that I wouldn't leave my child there, I have to say that. Regular gender audits, this is something that is quite interesting. Okay, we have to achieve gender equity, identify areas of improvement, and try and to have an inclusive culture. This is something that we need to address. And just to wrap up, yes, empowering female students and academics is not fairness only. We heard that. It's not fairness. It's bringing fresh ideas. It's bringing excellence to our institutions. So we have to fight for that, okay? Women should have the same opportunity to succeed in academia. It's not happening yet, I think, in my area. So just to close here is empowerment through action is not just a goal for the future. It's something that we all need to work for a better and fairer academic community for everyone. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, Ms. Tsakiri, I think that many times I feel the same with you and many of our colleagues here, women, this guilty when we leave for a conference, this guilty that we have inside that never my husband has. No one asked him, why are you leaving and go there? For me, it was the first question. And what about your boy? Who will keep it? How we can manage? but not my husband. So, okay. Thank you for your contribution. Now we have Ms. Christiana Pirasmaki, MBA Communication and Corporate Relation Consultant, Certified Adult Education, Vice President of the EcoCity Board. Please, take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Been here since this morning. Comes to me a few ideas and few memories of some decades before, 3, if I remember well. There was a very good friend and colleague of mine. When she was awarded as a marketing director and public relations director in Austrian Airlines, she was very happy. She went to the mother, announcing it. The mother was astonished. She was very happy also. And she asked, "Very good, my girl, but how happened? They didn't have any available men for this job?" So that was happening 30 years ago. I'm happy that this is not happening to that extent still now, because at least now we are talking about it. We are conferencing about it, and we are dealing with it. I would like to give, in this exceptional audience, an example of what we do in EcoCity. EcoCity is a non-profit organization. How I push this here? Yeah. No? I have 2 left hands in technology, as you realize. Okay. Fine. Excellent. So, EcoCity is a no-profit organization, operates on a voluntary basis on national and international level, and focuses mainly on an urban environment. It was founded in Athens back in 2004, and actually keeps all his actions around, as I said, national and European level. What is important to that is that we run programs that they have the structure of a campaign. We don't deal with once-off issues or activities. We need to have a continuity and consistency on this. So one of these programs is the program of eco-mobility, which has also the support of our members. We are members of 5 international networks, and we also run programs in Greece and under a European finance support, but still we always, in non-profit organizations, we need support for funding in order to explore what we do. I think that by the end of this presentation, I will try to keep it minimized and as much as consistent as possible. You will realize that there is a very optimistic message. In the program of eco-mobility, we call it eco-mobility, as the word says, is the sustainable mobility issues that we face in urban environments, but we need to look after their environmental trace, περιβαλλοντικό αποτύπωμα, as we say. So actually this is designed for the 3rd grade of gymnasiums, and it runs since 2004. We are 20 years on the field, and this program is awarded by the Ministry of Education. What we actually cultivate in this program are the personal and professional, the future professional skills that the participants develop. As a matter of fact, leaders of today's are the master who balance in between the conditions, the external conditions, and the turbulent environment. This is very, very much experienced by students of today. So what we actually try to do is to cultivate and develop educational and environmental values, volunteerism, so that is why the participation is on a voluntary basis, and also to show them that if they lead the change, they can bring multiple benefits to the society. As a matter of fact, this program is reaching the 7 out of the 17 SDGs of the UN. It's quite impressive that the climate change, the cities, the urban way of living, equality, the right for the education, and some others are really not only reached, but dealing with in this program. Throughout the 20 years, we had more than 4,000 students working on it, more than 350 cities or schools participating, and more than 40,000 citizens getting involved, and school societies getting involved in that. It's very important, I think that, thanks Mema Zapadi, who was preparing this presentation for me, but I was not familiar with the effects she put in it. So, we tried to bring in attention what was happening and what is happening in these groups of students and their teachers that they are participating in this program. As I said, the program is voluntary. So we are dealing with students also, which are 14 to 15 years old, and the age of their schoolmasters or teachers are in between the 25 to 40 years old mainly. We had a decline after COVID era, and we tried to look after the data that we had available pre and post. So 3 years pre and 3 years after COVID time, we see that the numbers of the participation, ladies who are participating, girls, young girls who are participating in this program, they reach almost 70%. I mean, the groups of 8 persons that they are, in these groups that they are working, 80% are girls. We have groups that they are only girls among all schools. The same thing is happening for their teachers. No matter 70% is coming, and sometimes more than that, is coming for their teachers. Although after COVID era, the total number of participation was declining. We still try to enhance that, but this glass teaching room, the glass teaching room, you know, it had an effect. So we try to bring them back in the experience and the everyday work. So even that the numbers were declining, we have half almost of participation, still the proportions are the same. Please take a moment to glance on that. We know that men have a different mindset, that they're different than women. Of course, women are different than men. how different could be. No, this is how the total is formulating. But the women, the way women are thinking, the way women are acting is multi-complex, is multi-different, is multilateral, is put next to it no word you want, any word you want, you're gonna make it. So what we actually need to focus is on the quality, how the view, how the others, how the society, how the groups, how the family is looking after the girls, the women. So equality is what we need in the perception of the society mainly, not the party. Knowledge and skills, which actually are coming from a comobility in the groups that they are working in, is a strategic mindset. They develop strategic mindset, and this is done because they are assessed how they reach the excellency. Sustainability and resilience of the work is there because they are judged by the local authorities how these proposals, they need to change their city, and what they propose, how this is perceived. So they create public dialogues with the local authorities, and they have to persuade them that this work and this proposal is there for good, and it's realistic. Team building, of course, in order to come to an end, to present something that all together they have built up, they have to give time and they have to give space to their colleagues, to their co-students. So they are trained for more than 3 or 4 months. They are working on it, and they are getting these new skills, but actually they are not getting it in the normal educational style or the formal educational style that we run. And this team building is also an assessment criteria because at the end, this is a contest, sorry, I forgot to say, I mean, mobility is a contest as a matter of fact. And what we bring as an end, they are struggling to go in Brussels because there is a European MP that is inviting them, the excellent team that is giving the best work out of what they're looking after. They're getting this as a prize. So also networking and communication and interaction with the local society is something that they have to deal with. Ecomobility participants, they really bring a change. They lead a change in their city. They are young students, 14, 15 years old, mainly girls, that they stand up after 4 months of work and they give a presentation of their proposals, how their city they love to look like. And they create a dialogue, and they have questions and answers from representatives of the city, of the local society, and of the authorities. And sometimes they argue with them. And they are so nice to see them, to look at them, that they are there, standing up and fighting for what they want. In a few years, most of them, we met them as elected members in the city's councils. And a little bit, a few years after, we met them in other leading positions. So if we really need to do something, we have to support the earliest ages, the earliest times in our educational methodologies. And to give you an example, these are a few cities in Greece that they have transformed their, the way the citizens live. I mean, they create pedestrians, they reform the center of the city, they keep the cars out of the center of the city and they bring changes, they bring cycle paths in the center of the city, etc. And these have become a reality because the students of ecomobility asked for and worked for it. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. And please think that all these changes and leadership starts from earlier, not from university styles, which is very, very important to be there and get the educational tools and get everything that we need from education. But the skills and the eagerness and the will starts from before that. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. And now I will give the floor to Ms. Dimitra Jourmakleotou, the President to the Board of Direction of Heraklion International Airport, Crete, Associate Professor at the Democritus University of Thrace. Please.
Good afternoon. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a world where gender equality is still a work in progress, breaking barriers and empowering women to take the lead is more important than ever. The next generation of women leaders holds tremendous potential for driving change and shaping a future where equality and diversity are at the forefront of decision-making. Today's world is facing numerous fundamental changes, is transforming and accelerating under the impetus of greater urbanization and mobility, growing demand for energy, water, and food, increasing production, and the need for new technologies to improve people's work and life. The issues we confront will only get bigger. Therefore, we cannot afford to leave half our resources, half our talent, and half our ideas untapped. Our future depends on a fundamentally different worldview. The values, voices, and contribution of women can make a world of difference. The fourth Sustainable Development Goal considers education to be a priority for sustainable development, driving inclusive and equitable opportunity for all. In this sense, education plays a critical role in assuring gender equality, particularly to help women attain managerial and leadership positions. Moreover, the European Commission considers gender equality to be one of the fundamental values of the European Union and promoting active policies to maximize female talent and achieve full participation and equal opportunities for leadership positions at all levels of political and economic decision-making for women. Several studies have shown that closing the gender gap could double global growth and boost GDP by over 20%. Education plays a fundamental role in the empowerment of women. It serves as a catalyst for personal, social, and economic development, enabling women to challenge gender norms, assert their rights, and actively participate in various spheres of life. It brings productivity, efficiency, and better socioeconomic development. Education is central to the process of empowerment. Education in the context of environment is a weapon of great potency as it provides exposure and access to new ideas and way of thinking and trigger a demand for change. In the absence of education that is relevant to existing knowledge and real needs, women are unable to get access to formal sector jobs, make career advancement, participate in decision-making at all levels, and be represented in government and gain political influence. Educated women are better equipped to extract the most benefits from available services and existing opportunities and to create alternative opportunities, roles, and support structures. Education increases women's awareness and leads to their overall development, thereby helping the nation to prosper. It brings greater social mobility, which is capable of bringing an inclusive growth. The process of education helps women to conduct their lives in line with their social transformation. It enables women to increase power to act. It also helps in promoting a critical understanding of the environment. It strengthens its resilience to adversity without pondering over its setbacks. Education plays a crucial role in fostering women's leadership by providing them with the knowledge, skills, tools, capabilities, and confidence they need to succeed. By promoting gender equality in education and encouraging girls to pursue subjects traditionally dominated by men, we can break down stereotypes and empower young women to pursue leadership roles in any field they choose. A strong commitment to developing leadership education for women could create a crucial scenario to break down the current barriers females face in obtaining management positions. On the other hand, training can empower women to become more visible, gain confidence, to voice their opinion, speak up more often, share their ideas, and ask for more opportunities, more responsibilities, and challenging assignments. With training, women can be inspired to think bigger, become more assertive, bolder, reject biases, and press on. The training can change their approach to apply for senior positions by equipping them with the employability skills that strengthen their competitiveness. While women's lack of training in leadership abilities, skills, tools, and self-esteem creates barriers for females to gain leadership positions. Empowering the next generation of women leaders is not just a goal, it is a necessity for building a more inclusive and equitable society. By breaking down barriers and providing women with the tools and opportunities and support they need, we can create a future where women's voices are not only heard, but valued and respected. When women are in position of power, they can influence policies and practices that promote gender equality and create more opportunities for the other women to succeed. This ripple effect can have a profound impact on future generations, breaking the cycle of inequality and paving the way for a more equal society. However, leadership empowerment for women or achieving gender equality in leadership will require continued efforts from individuals, organizations, and society as a whole. It is crucial to challenge gender biases, create inclusive and diverse workplaces, and provide mentorship and networking opportunities for aspiring women leaders. In conclusion, female stereotypes, along with the lack of self-confidence in applying for leadership positions and the non-existence of specific training on leadership, require concrete action within public administration, places of employment, academic institutions, and with women themselves. Action supported in education could create females' own capital, result in promotion, and help them communicate their values for their organization, for their family, and for the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have so interesting contributions with so many ideas, so we need days to discuss about this, but we need to go on now. I will give the floor to Ms. Stella Kokolis, teacher, if I say the right name, teacher of high school and college, founder and co-founder of many Greece, American, and national organizations. Please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to write history. History of explaining the achievements of women in civilized world. And I'm very impressed and honored that we have so many speakers from all over the world to talk about the leadership values, education, success. As an educator, I'm always critical, and sometimes I want something else, more. This is education. I want to see what the education of women, of those great speakers, can do to really educate the less fortunate, the women who live in a different world. They have values, but they deprived from the opportunity, the ability, and of education to break the glass ceiling and to become in a modern society. It's a pity. It's really sadness. All of us should join hands, starting with the Αρχόντισσα, βασίλισσα της Διασποράς, την κυρία Σοφιανού, μαζί με όλο το group, with her group, and with Dr. Chrysoulakis, who visited women around the world in 5 years, representing Greece, what it's all about, the Greek government. Today, with all these beautiful, educated leaders of women of the world, take a branch of olive tree and join hands to civilize the world, all the world, not the civilized and the Western, some other really beautiful as the world of India, beautiful culture. And education is very valuable there, and they do educate. But go to other countries of the world, and see what's going on. You will feel sorry. It was really a pleasure to be in this beautiful gathering today. I left Greece, my beautiful country, the homeland. I was born in a beautiful island of Andros. I migrated to Athens when I was very young because the distances at the time were big. Today, in 2 hours from Athens, I go to Andros. Those days, I had to leave Andros at night to go to Athens the next day. What do I mean by that? I'm very happy, very honored to live today in another Greece, and in a modern Greece, civilized Greece. But of course, the Greek civilization derived from a magnet, from a civilization that taught the world at the time, today, in the future, and furthermore. We educated the world at the time, especially if you look at the history, even the Western world. it's a very, very big honor after so many years to come in front to a forum that it was unknown during my time. The women were not depressed, they were not civilized, but they had different norms for the society. The women should stay home during my time. Only in education they were successful. Who could imagine, especially my mother's years, or my mother maybe because she came from another country, she was Greek. My grandmother who came from Egypt, she came and she was a teacher. Well, she came to Greece as a teacher. She was considered modern, very modern, εξελιγμένη. Σήμερα είμαστε όλοι εξελιγμένοι. Where to start? I don't know where to start because I'm so honored, so impressed that Greece is part of the world today, is one. If I come to Greece today after 59 years, it's not different from great country of America. It's the same. Exactly the same. The markets, the supermarkets, who knew at my time? But anyway, this is how world is and should be. Another thing that I would like to criticize a little bit, as an educator for 59 years, I still teach, although my age really doesn't see many of my age to teach. I go and I teach the students, the new teachers, to really be fortified from the classical education. I would like to share these thoughts with you. And of course, being Greek and believing in the aspects of education, the usefulness of the Hellenic cultural education, philosophical education, I would like to quote some sayings, some names that really gave opening to the new world of education. From their work, many, many years ago, they gave effort to educate the world through our own education, the classical education. If we remember in history, many women broke the glass ceiling in the ancient Greece. We had deities, women deities, they were worshipping the deities. That was a form of accepting the woman. Today, we have really progress in every sector of life. We have astronomers. If we go back in ancient Greece, Sappho, Aspasia of Miletus, philosophers. Η Ασπασία είναι πολύ γνωστή που ήταν δίπλα από τον Περικλή, and they say that offer the knowledge and the help for the democracy. Ασπασία ήταν ετέρα, αλλά έδειξε στις γυναίκες της εποχής αυτής, to the women of the time, that were not less than the masculine race. We are equal, if not better, because the sense, the ability της γυναίκας είναι λιγάκι πιο μεγάλη και από τον άντρα ακόμα. Και όπως λένε, πες μου σε αυτόν τον successful άντρα ποια είναι δίπλα, είναι γυναίκα δίπλα. Ας τα πιστεύουμε αυτά και ας πιέζουν πολλές φορές τη δύναμη και την αξία της γυναίκας. In the 5th century, λοιπόν, the women escaped from the limitations of ignorance thanks to the education. Of course, education is the meaning, is the power for creating civilized societies, modern societies, if we say today. Often όμως είναι restricted from that opportunity, as I said before. And only the education can bring them to the point, to the ability to compete and to go beyond. If you want, many centuries later from the time I was talking, η Καλλιόπη Παρέν ήταν an educator, publisher, journalist, and έδωσε the first movement of feminists in this country and in Europe. She laid the foundations for many future women's rights, though her newspaper, Εφημερίδα των Κυριών, Journal of Ladies, which she launched March 8, 1877, and lasted for 30 years. She empowered many, many generations of women through her writings, as well as through her teaching at the various schools. Such, she established the Sunday School of Poor Women and Girls in 1890, the Asylum of St. Catherine in 1895, and the Asylum of the Infirm, 1896, the Patriotic Association, and the Union in Favor of Women's Liberation, while after a conference in Paris in 1896, the Union of Greek Women was established under the parents' presidency. Thanks to her tireless efforts, Καλλιόπη Παρέν kept fostering women to intellectually engaged in the common affairs, doing away from materialistic pursuits, teaching arete, virtue, follow her passions for preservation of Greek customs and traditions. She created the Lyceum of Greek Women in 1911, which began during the Balkan War to record, teach, and present traditional Greek dances, while her school's work and actions are known as this day, having many members in Greece and abroad. Today, we must look back to this example of women to understand how education can uplift women, allowing them to reclaim their rightful place in society. Let us draw lessons from the Hellenic ideals that inspired all these women. There is a freedom of speech, democracy, the power of the people, arete, virtue, παράδοση, tradition, intellectual curiosity, and creativity. Just some of the Hellenic ideals guided our predecessors that will guide many generations to come. These ideals could enormously benefit implemented in some parts of the globe where women, as I was saying before, are still subject to severe limitations. Let's join together, remembering the Hellenic ideals from our culture that we can use as basic elements structuring a different kind of education to educate the world, to educate the women in the world that they are less fortunate. Ας θυμηθούμε τις αξίες τις ελληνικές, την παιδεία. Ποια είναι η Ελλάδα? Η Ελλάδα είναι η πηγή του φωτός, η πηγή της ελευθερίας, της ισότητος, η πηγή των ιδεών, των φιλοσόφων, η βάση της δημοκρατίας, η βάση της ελευθερίας των λαών, η ελληνική γλώσσα, η γλώσσα των αγγέλων που πραγματικά βοηθάει να μορφώσει στον κόσμο. Ας κλείσουμε μέσα μας την Ολυμπιακή ιδέα του ωραίου, του μεγάλου και του αληθινού. Ας κλείσουμε μέσα μας την Ελλάδα, αυτή την Ελλάδα που ζήλεψε όλος ο κόσμος και μορφώνεται πάνω στις αξίες τις ελληνικές. Ας ενώσουμε σήμερα τα χέρια με κλάδους ελιάς που σημαίνει νίκη, σημαίνει αποφασιστικότητα, σημαίνει μέλλον. Ας ευχηθούμε ότι θα γίνει αυτό και όλες εδώ οι leaders της οικουμένης, the leaders of universe, to help do their work. Ζήτω η Ελλάδα μας. Ζήτω ο πολιτισμός μας. Ζήτω η κυρία Σοφιανού που ανοίγει το δρόμο και ο κύριος Χρυσουλάκης που μας ακολουθεί. Ζήτω, σας αγαπώ όλους.
Thank you so much. Because we have to respect the time, I'm going further. Ms. Silvana Chrysakopoulou, Associate Professor of the Department of Philology at the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Ioannina. Please. Oh, you are already here. Please. Running, yeah? Yes, I do. Okay. Here is I'm very honored to... could you please project the painting I told you? Yes, thank you. I'm very honored to be here among you, and especially among these grand dames, and especially Professor Moropoulou, who happens to be a chancellor in our university, and not only in the University of the Polytechnic School. So and it is thanks to her that I can give this talk. And I do not mean by that only thanks to the fact that she is a chancellor in our university, but it is thanks to her that 50 years ago, thanks to her heralding, literally heralding democracy at the Polytechnic School of Athens, that democracy was restituted. And we owe her a big thanks. I'm not only honored, I am moved. And I shiver now that I'm telling you that. I come from Athens. I teach in Ioannina, close to the Oracle of Dodona, in Epirus, where Olympias, the mother of Alexander the Great, was born. But I will now talk about another woman of the most important Greek, according to all standards, Socrates, the most important in the literary sense of the word. And I will describe him as his mother's son. Behind a great man stands an even greater woman, to rephrase the well-known proverb,
which would certainly stand for Socrates, according to his own report in Plato's Theaetetus, when the young mathematician falls into a state of aporia, a state which is later described like the beginning of philosophy. At this point of complete intellectual despair, when the ingenious youth collapses under the spell of Socrates' elenchus, Socrates exclaims to him, "Don't worry, my son, you're pregnant." To which paradoxical statement he then adds, "Have you then not heard that I am the son of a noble and burly midwife, Fenarete? I possess this art. Just take into consideration the whole business of the midwives, and you will understand more easily what I mean. For you know, I suppose, that no one of them attends other women while she is still capable of conceiving and bearing, but only those who have become too old to bear. This is exactly what priestess Diotima instructs to Socrates in the most celebrated Platonic dialogue, namely the Symposium, when she posits pregnancy as a general human state, not only in the body, but also in the soul. I quote, "All humans are pregnant, Socrates, both in body and in soul. On reaching a certain age, our nature yearns to beget. However, had it not been for the celebrated passage in the Theaetetus about Socrates' Maieutic, where he presents himself to the young mathematician as a midwife for youths, there would be no direct way to follow this leap of syllogism in the Symposium. In both Platonic dialogues, begetting or not begetting, either in the body or in the soul, is relevant to the right age, and surprisingly enough, not to the right sex. Socrates' mother as a midwife is incapable of bearing children anymore, and thus she is in a position to perform the profession of the midwife. Theaetetus, in the eponymous dialogue, is clearly presented as young Socrates in the Symposium, and thus in the age of begetting, unlike Socrates, who is like his mother, not only in regard to her profession, but also in regard to her age. That is to say, a middle-aged midwife unable to beget. To change the initial proverb of my talk, we know of two women who have been important for Socrates. Diotima, the priestess from Arcadia, Mantinia, we go to Arcadia as well, not only to Athens and to Dodona, and of course his own mother, the midwife, called Fenarete, that is to say, the one who brings forth virtue or excellency, a term which has always been the goal of all contests born in Hellenic soul, as it is the case with the Olympic Games. Besides, in Socrates' own words, philosophy is nothing but a game, and more particularly, a game where he trains youths, their favorite, so to say, training. However, in Socrates' word, the only way to train youths into philosophy is midwifery, an art and profession that he has inherited from his own mother. Moreover, the same art is supposed to have been practiced by the most important woman in Socratic teaching, namely Diotima. So, in this short talk, I will try to explain this relation between the two feminine figures in Socrates' teaching and midwifery in order to explain, in the end, this very well-known painting to all of you, Botticelli's Primavera, and you will see how they will come together. Many scholars wonder whether Diotima was a real person or a Socratic fiction. However, Socrates gives us a very important biographical detail, namely that she was invited to Athens in order to purify the city from the plague, COVID of the time. Yes, around 440 at the latest, when he was about 30 years old, which corresponds more or less to Agathon's age when he hosted the Symposium, this big party in 416, where Socrates presents her as a wise, sage woman in many respects, and more in particular, as his first and only teacher on matters of eros. At first glance, Such a statement seems like a clandestine to Socrates' comic agenda, as since the very beginning of the symposium, Socrates presents himself along with Aristophanes, the comic poet, as a knower in matters of Aphrodite, Venus. However, the lesson Diotima teaches to Socrates does not only consist in placing Eros between gods and men in her capacity as a mediator between them, but more surprisingly in associating Eros to the human condition, so to say, which is supposed to be pregnancy. The age difference between Socrates and Theaetetus in the eponymous dialogue is probably the same as between Socrates and Agathon in the Symposium, an age difference which goes back to Socrates' age difference with his mother. However, there is an opposition in appearance between Theaetetus, who is as ugly as Socrates, and that's why he's very sympathetic, and Agathon, who is described as exceptionally beautiful. This tension is resolved at the end of the Symposium, when the most handsome Athenian, Alcibiades, compares Socrates to small statues of ugly Silenoi one may find in Athens workshops in the Agora. Besides, Socrates' father, Sophroniscus, was a sculptor. Indeed, those same small statues are presented as exceptionally beautiful inside because they contain images of gods, who are by definition most beautiful. In this sense, those ugly statues from outside could be an illustration of the state of pregnancy as they contain images of beauty. This element of high importance in order to understand Socrates' maieutic in respect to what Diotima suggests in her words is that begetting in beauty is the only way to beget, and it is considered to be a divine action. In her own words, this cannot do upon an ugly person, but only on the beautiful. The conjunction of man and woman is a begetting for both. So we use the word tiktein for both men and women, not just for women. Once again, Diotima equalizes both sexes when it comes to pregnancy, but from the women's viewpoint. In the Theaetetus, Socrates establishes another clear distinction between youths, and this is very important for the way we educate them. The ones who consider themselves pregnant while they are not, and the others, like Theaetetus, who are indeed pregnant but fail to realize it before being diagnosed by Socrates. In the same context, Socrates also declares that his daimonion does not let him accept youths who are not really pregnant, as there is nothing to deliver, while in the Symposium, Diotima's definition of Eros as a demon in between gods and men can only be performed by a daimonious person, a direct reference to Socrates and probably to his daimonion, thanks to whom he proved to be capable in matters of Eros, deinos ta erotica. Similarly, when Socrates describes the midwife's profession in the Theaetetus, he claims that only midwives can tell a successful pregnancy from a pregnancy which is doomed to fail. And in the second case, they use drugs and incantations in order to cause abortion. Those practices are no other than those used by Diotima in order to prevent the plague from infecting the body of the city. To conclude, Diotima in the Symposium is presented by Socrates as a sage woman, sage femme, in the most literal sense of the word, a midwife who brings to light true knowledge, as Socrates does in the Theaetetus in respect to the eponymous youth. However, in order to bring to light the offspring of truth, Socrates has to get rid of what is unsustainable and unnecessary. This can only be performed in his capacity as a mediator, a midwife, a mea, as we say in Greek. Mea also being the name of Hermes' mother. There he is, Hermes. Hermes' mother, who was the divine messenger of gods to men. This is why priestess Diotima places herself between men and women, and more importantly, between men and gods, exactly like Eros and Hermes, whom she serves as the demon par excellence between mortals and immortals. Eros' function of mediation between men and gods is performed through the act of begetting, which immortalizes mortals by perpetuating their species. However, right age is not the only prerequisite in order to beget, as Socrates suggests in the Theaetetus digression, but more importantly, beauty. Only in beauty can one receive and beget, while in ugliness, begetting is impossible. Now, what is this beauty about? Socrates in the Theaetetus says that his profession is under the protection of goddess Artemis. They say the cause is Artemis because she, a childless goddess, has had childbirth allotted to her as her special province. Diotima, on the other hand, says that a divine affair, this engendering and bringing to birth, is only presided by the three graces: Fate, the Lady of Travaille, and Beauty. Those are the divinities, companions in childbirth. You see that the Primavera is pregnant in the middle. So they are no others than Artemis's companions, if not Artemis herself, who is called Calliste. This is her most important name, the most beautiful. So, a late Neoplatonic illustration of the constellation described by Plato may be found in this enigmatic Primavera, painting by Botticelli, where the central figure of pregnant Primavera is presided by the three graces, by Hermes, Maya's son, on the one side, who points to heavens, exactly as Plato does in the celebrated painting in the School of Athens by Raffaello, whereas on the other side, the double of Primavera, who is supposed to be Aphrodite, we're not sure, carries a crown of flowers next to Orytheia. Orytheia is kidnapped by Boreas, and this is another Platonic myth in another Platonic dialogue, which takes place by the river Ilissos, the Phaedrus, and which is complementary to the symposium. Thank you very much.
So, as a moderator, I have to say that we have about 20 minutes, Ms. Samueli. 20 minutes, yes? Okay. So, I will go on with Ms. Magdalini Krokida, Professor of NTU A, Board Member of KDVIM at the Lifelong Learning Center, Polytechnic. Please take the floor. Thank you.
So I'm Magdalini Krokida. I'm a professor at the National Technical University of Athens. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's my great pleasure to be here with you today. So I would first wanted to thank Vice President Tonia Moropoulou for inviting me here to this important event. My contribution will be a short talk focusing on the significance of education in enhancing the capabilities of women and help them to develop the necessary skills for playing leadership roles. As we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the gender equality has been for long the issue of discussions and arguments in our societies. Although in 2017 the equality of sexes became the 5th among 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, there is still a long way to go. Moreover, the United Nations Population Fund, the Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency of the United Nations states that despite many international agreements affirming their human rights, women are still much more likely than men to be poor and illiterate. They have less access to property ownership, credit, training, and employment. This partly stems from the archaic stereotypes of women being labeled as child bearers and homemakers rather than breadwinners of the family. They are far less likely than men to be politically active and far more likely to be victims of domestic violence, which is latest being a tragic syndrome of our society too. Although many attempts are currently in progress and several programs relevant to gender equality are in progress, both at the national and international scale, it's obvious that women themselves can empower their position and roles through the education and training. A serious and well-organized involvement of women in these activities may strengthen economies and reduce inequality. It contributes to more stable, resilient societies that gives all the people the opportunity to fulfill their potential. More specifically, the education for leaderships is a concept with increased significance, since the related educational programs can help women to promote their personal and professional development and, moreover, become confident for successful careers in leadership positions. This undoubtedly results in greater gender equality and diverse perspectives in decision-making processes due to the inspiration provided by such achievement, but also by the performance of women managers. The education of leaderships can help a woman to develop their personal plan based on key themes of self-acceptance, self-management, and self-development. It can provide her tools, frameworks, and practices to help her navigate workplace challenges and to further their ability to lead, negotiate, and influence with impact. In addition, to appropriate education might give a self-reflective understanding and acceptance of women's unique leadership style and strengths. Finally, it contributes to, in terms of providing the opportunity of joining a huge network of other professionals attempting to drive gender balance in leadership positions. Our role as academic teacher is strongly related to those scopes and objectives, especially in the field of engineering, which is traditionally a domain for men. I have the pleasure to testify that in my lab and my school, women play an important role being in the front of our research activities with excellent performance and often better than that of men. I believe that this unbiased fact is the result of education and practical training assisted by the suitable mentoring followed by the teaching staff of my school. Moreover, we have the pleasure to see our female students to obtain distinguished positions and display a lot of self-confidence and knowledge as they use the tools, resources, and learning from this course of education. It's obvious that this effect is very critical to us, confirming the efficient and successful planning of our education programs and further being a generous return to our efforts. Once again, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity to share with you my ideas, and I will speak a little in Greek. Νιώθω πολύ, ίσονος σημασίας μπροστά στους κολοσσούς των γυναικών που βλέπω δίπλα μου. Σας ευχαριστούμε την παλιότερη γενιά που κάνατε πολλαπλή προσπάθεια από εμάς. Τα οφείλουμε όλα σε εσάς. και ελπίζω να δώσουμε τη σκητάλη στις επόμενες γενιές. Χαίρομαι να βλέπω τις επόμενες γενιές να ακολουθούν. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Σας τα οφείλουμε όλα.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Tonia Rahova, a great friend, representative of the Greek Ministry of Education in the European Commission Expert Group on the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage, former president of the General Council for Libraries of the Greek Ministry of Education. Dear Tonia.
Dear Zephi, thank you so much. Well, I have the uneasy role to be the last before lunch, which is a little bit tricky, and the only thing that I can do is to speak very shortly after these amazing women that we have heard of, and I would like to warmly thank, first of all of them for their contribution in this panel. But, of course, my biggest thanks is to the organizers of this Women Economic Forum, to Mr. Chrysoulakis, and of course to my dear and admirable friend. We have the same name, but not the same power, because Tonia Mouropoulou is one of the most significant women, I think, in Greece, and whom of us they have followed the work that she has done, especially in Jerusalem. We are very proud of her. So I think a big applause to Tonia. And of course, it's the first, I think it's the first time, especially in the last years, that I have been in a conference with such an amazing time management. So this biggest thing, thanks, I think, to all of us. Well, I come from the humanities, but I'm living with a man who comes from NTUA, which means I am used to talk with statistics, and I'm used to love statistics myself. So I will take a couple of your minutes to talk with statistics. First of all, the last years, the percentage of women in significant leadership roles has marginally increased. Starting from 16.7 in 2015, we reached in 18.6 in 2023, with a slight drop down to 18.2 in 2023. According to the last issue of Forbes, with the top 100 CEOs in the world, unfortunately, only 9, they are women. And globally, only the 5.4% of the most well-paid, highest-paid CEOs in the world, they are women. And we find the highest percentage in a European country, in Scandinavia, and this is Norway, with the percentage rising up to 13.8% of women in CEOs. Coming to politics, the picture is not really great. We have only 15 countries out of 193 countries in the UN where the percentage of in the members of cabinet of women, they are 50.3, which means that women are slightly more than men as members of the cabinet. And talking about numbers, only in 30 countries, the heads of state and the head of government, they are women. In all other countries, they are men. So what we have usually raised up to listen to, like we live in a man's world, well, this is real? Yes, but also no. Things are getting better. Why? I have heard of many significant meanings and words like stereotypes, like the women's power and the women's empowerment. I will add one more, and this is synergy. We are used to work the women individually in our sector, each one of us, in order to make progress and to struggle to make progress and to struggle to be successful. Because we have to prove that we are capable. We have to prove that we are competent. We have to prove that we are deserved to be well paid, to have a leadership roles, and to be also good wives and mothers. In the UN, I think one speaker has mentioned about the sustainability goals. There are two goals that I think they are quite relevant to the topic that we are discussing on. And this is sustainability goal 4 and sustainability goal 5. And let me only just read you a very short sentence of these sustainability goals. About sustainability goal 4, talking about education, UN talks about the goal to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And I'm coming back to numbers. In this world that we all live, 781 million people, they are illiterate. Do you know how many women there are among them? They are more than 2/3. 489 million women in the world, they're really illiterate. So we have a duty, all of us, to struggle and to fight for equitable opportunities for all the women and all the people in order to have education and to have equal opportunities in order to be well-educated and well-trained. On the other hand, talking about postgraduate diplomas, except from the technical sciences, we find something that it is really remarkable. The 53.5% of postdocs, they are acquainted and achieved by women. And we must never forget that the person who first gained the Nobel Prize twice in 1903 and 1911 was Marie Curie, was not a man. And for this we should all be very proud of. Finishing my short speech, I would like to urge all of us to work together, because this is the most significant thing to do, is to unite our powers through cultural diplomacy. Mr. Christoulakis has done an amazing job in this sector, and I think this is the way to bridge the gaps, and this is the way the women to work together in order to achieve our rights in this world, which is not so beautiful, but it's also extremely remarkable. Thank you so much.
So I think we'll be on time, yes. Thank you so much, all of you, that we are here with us. I'd like especially to thank Ms. Sofianou, Ms. Sarora, Ms. Dimopoulou, that is here with us. Of course, Ms. Moropoulou, that is one of women that they have given us a long, inspiring. Ms. Samoili for her support of all these things, and of course, Ms. Christoulakis, a man. And I'd like next time, because I'm sure that we will have this forum every year, this is really important to exchange our views and intercorrect the different people, different approaches. As a Secretary General for Equality, the previous one, we need to work all together. And thanks a lot, and I'd like to say that we have a lot of things to discuss. We have a lot of barriers to go on and to leave us back, but we are really strong. Women, we are really strong, and we have this magic handsome maybe, but we are here together to go on. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, Yannis, once more. Now we have the awards. We have the awards. Okay. Ah, ωραία, bravo.
Well, all I can say is that it has been a really enlightening discussion, and we would like to thank you very much, each and every one of you. But it is now time to invite Ms. Fofi Dimopoulou, who is the president of the WEF Steering Committee and WICCI GR president, as well as an entrepreneur, just to hand in the memorabilia. So each one of you, please walk downstairs. You will be receiving the memorabilia, and then you will have a family photo. Thank you. Allow me to say, please stay with us because we have some really interesting panel discussions to follow. So please do get back after the break, if there's going to be well, there won't be a break, but I'm just saying, please do stay with us. Δεν είναι δανεικό, το παίρνετε κανονικά. Ωραία. Ελάτε. Παρακαλώ εδώ μαζί σας. Now, I know that this is a very touching moment, and we really need to move on with the next panel discussion. But before we do that, I think it's time to break for lunch, and then we'll get back here straight after that, because there are some really interesting participants in the panel discussion. So, enjoy your lunch. Very interesting panel discussion. I would just like to invite Ms. Vicky Karadjaferi, who will be moderating this panel discussion. And obviously, I would also like to invite all those who are outside to join us here, because we just need to keep abreast of the schedule. So, Ms. Karadjaferi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. We are going to discuss about women for health and social care, because women have been at the forefront of health and social care since forever. Through their compassionate leadership and expertise, they take good care of their families, and they also contribute to their communities as well. Their involvement in health social care is crucial for advancing health equity and shaping effective health policies that prioritize diverse community needs. But at the same time, they have to face every single day a lot of challenges that have to do with social norms and unequal relationships between them and men. So we are going to have a discussion about all these interesting subjects. I have some of the most expertise panelists, perfect women, all of them, and we are going to have a very nice conversation. And later on, we are going to have the opportunity to ask some questions of the audience as well. So let me introduce you the ladies. First of all, Anna Battistatou, Rector of the University of Ioannina. Penelope Manoussou, Professor at the Imperial College of London. Theodora Psaltopoulou, Professor at the Medical School of UOA. Amanda Psiri, Professor at the Medical School of UOA, Chair of the European Society of Medical Oncology. Konstantina Nikita, Professor at the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Metsovio Polytechnio. Vicky Klimi, co-founder and CEO Grandmama, and Ioanna Tsiaousi, obstetrician gynecologist, president and co-founder of the Pan-Hellenic initiation Women's Health First. So I'm going to call now for Mrs. Anna Battistatou. The stage is yours.
Great. Good afternoon. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here, mostly an honor, and I hope I can stand up to your expectations. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I thank the organizing committees, particularly the head of the International Advisory Committee, Professor Tonia Moropoulou, who is also a member of the governing council of our university, University of Ioannina. I have a few minutes, and I was asked to talk to you, to discuss with you women for health and social care. I do it like this? Yes, okay. You can see how diverse and multi-layered the health care ecosystem is. For example, patients that are in the center are also citizens and consumers. At the heart of this scheme are the patients, who are humans, and also mostly patients that have vulnerabilities or are underrepresented. When we think that women are here, when I was asked to give this talk, I thought that I would focus on women as healthcare workers, as healthcare receivers, or as carers. But this was wrong. It was another stereotype. We have to go beyond stereotypes. Women play important roles. Can I have a pointer here? Yeah, it shows. So women have important roles in all this. I will not do it. You can see it because it's not easy. In all this health and social care, in companies, in policymakers, education and research, funders and third sector. Everywhere, in every stakeholder, women are there. And women's role in advancing healthcare attributes can be mediated through all these roles, not only as doctors, patients, or carers. And that's what I'm going to show you today. Healthcare outpaces other industries in the representation, hiring, and advancement of women. So you might think that these are good news, okay? These are good news, but at the same time, these are bad news, because as you can see, there are only 32% of women are in the higher end of the hierarchy. 32% of women is not good news in a sector where women are supposed to do very well. So it's quite low. Not only that, but if you see more carefully on the last bar, you can see there is also bias within bias. So it is different for white women and women of color. So these are not very good news. We have to do something about it. There is health inequity for women and girls. There is no health equity for women and girls. Women make up nearly 60% of the paid workforce in the US and 65% of the unpaid workforce. For example, they are caregivers for children and other family members. By age 65, women can expect to spend 30% of their remaining years with a disability, compared to 19% of men. When I read this, this was a surprise. I didn't like it at all. And only 4% of all biopharma R&D spending goes towards female-centric issues, leading to a lack of understanding of women's health issues. So there's a problem. What are the roots of this? As you can see, they are all social issues. Unequal power relationships between men and women, social norms that decrease education and paid employment opportunities, an exclusive focus on women's reproductive roles, potential or actual experience of physical, sexual, and emotional violence. Also, the last one, in the work environment, as many of us may have experienced or felt it. In situations of crisis, inequality increases. This is what we were taught from COVID-19. Some key facts and figures that are really shocking. 47 million women and girls went to extreme poverty. 29% of women have done more childcare per week than men. And also, nearly 1 in 2 women reported that they or someone they know have experienced violence. All this during a situation of a pandemic. We have to learn from this because crises are going to come again. Within all this inequality, women still claim their primary role in decision-making in healthcare. So you can see here that women make 80% of household healthcare spending decisions in the United States. And the last part is women as caregivers. This is from a county in California. So these are not so surprising if you think about our environments, but they're not facts that we really like. 75% of caregivers in the United States are women. The average age of female caregivers is 49, young women. The majority of female caregivers are also working full-time outside of the home, and also 37% of female caregivers are part of this sandwich generation, caring for both the aging parent and their children. We are talking about STEM today. In this STEM that you all know, in the last years, a final M has been added, the second M that is bold in the STEM, which stands for medicine. What are the cornerstones? Accountability and partnership. This is what is in the literature. For the last 2 slides, I'm going to share with you some personal thoughts and experiences that I had. I'm a doctor and pathologist. I'm working in the hospital. I'm also a rector in an academic leadership position at the University of Ioannina. So I myself have faced implicit biases discriminated against women, misconceptions and stereotyping being practiced and reproduced, sometimes or many times with people being unaware of the injustices and the imbalances they perpetuate. My friends didn't even realize what they were saying to me. I have seen that fragmentation and lack of collaborated networks do not help to challenge these practices and overcome these barriers. Dismissive attitudes, and I have seen plenty, are addressed by actively restructuring processes, by taking the time to identify and uncover the inherent barriers, by implementing and inspiring novel professional culture and embracing more inclusive procedures. We have to be the models. We have to showcase a different kind of leadership that is based on openness, positive change, nurturing, understanding, empathy, integrity, and humility. It's a difficult process that requires a lot of determination and resilience to be implemented. How do we do that? This is my final slide. I have some take-home tips. You have all experienced and done this. I've thought of some, the 5 more important for me. Dedication to a clear vision. Setting early the modus operandi and being committed to it. Undertaking responsibility and embracing accountability. Leading by example. Entrust invaluable colleagues and staff members, create successful synergies, and leverage diverse skills towards common goals. I think really, I completely agree with AAAS that the cornerstone is accountability and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Batistatou. And now I'm calling for Theodora Psaltopoulou, professor at the Medical School of UOA.
I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart Professor Antonia Moropoulou for the wonderful organization and for bringing and connecting all of us here. We have just heard the inspiring keynote lecture of Professor Batistatou, Anna Batistatou, and I couldn't agree more. I do have some slides. How could we open the slides? Here. Just a moment. My technology skills are not. Okay, that's it. Yes. So what about the relation of healthcare professionals and female gender? There is a gender gap. Yes, we all agree, as Professor Batistatou said, that there is a gender gap. And I found just some days before an exhaustive analysis of 104 countries all over the world about the gender equity in the health workforce. What do we have? We just have the same proportions as we just said. So there are more women, less men, but more women are mainly concentrated in the nursery and the midwife section, which is a positive point. A positive point is that when younger, we just see that in the younger ages, more and more females, they do gain access to the physician sector more than we did have access. So this is a positive point that in the medical schools and in the residencies, more and more women take a lot of specialities, internal medicine, surgery specialities, even among them. And this is the gender pay gap. So we do have a gender pay gap that could range from 10 to 30%. If we just analyze also for the hours, because usually women work less, and also for the occupation, the gender gap is less and less, but there is a gender gap concerning the total remuneration packages. Also, we do have the the statistics that say that, of course, the physicians in all European countries are paid more and more in the highest 10%. That compared to all wages. So if there are less women, women get paid less. This is another problem. And what we can see that although women form 70% of workers in the healthcare and social sector, there is no more, not a high representation in the higher paid health occupation. And we do have less full-time employment, mainly due to the family constraints. Gender gap from 10 to 30% could exist. And we do have a positive message to give that little by little we gain access to the whole healthcare section, even to the most difficult specialities. So there is, and this is a PowerPoint from the Council of Europe, where women should be decision makers, producers of knowledge, caregivers, producers, manufacturers, users and buyers of services, influencers, as we do have in this panel, providers of justice, providers of medical treatment. So we do have, and also a key member of the family. So we do have a lot of duties to accomplish, and we have to connect each other all together to have a better future. I just show this in order to say that even we do have we are healthcare providers. It could be that we face some health challenges ourselves, and so we should also take into account that we have to protect ourselves to prevent all the disease in order to be healthy for our families and for the service that we do. And also we do face menopause and other problems for some of us. So also all these things diverge or make some constraints, more constraints for our everyday work. And I just finished my PowerPoint saying, just giving some statistics where only 12% are female in the CEO healthcare section. Only the 23rd% are leaders in the World Health Assembly forums. Only the 3rd% of women are executive heads. Only also 30% are top in the 20 most public health schools and medical schools. 25% of women could be in the Ministry of Health as heads. Healthy workers, on the other hand, they are in the 70% of the total, and nurses could comprise the 90% of the whole. So a female medical doctor has to combine long hours of work, a stressful environment, night shift, sometimes as we were just told, harassment and violence. On the other hand, we do have a higher life expectancy compared to men. We do have some diseases, gender-specific diseases as breast cancer, cancer of the cervix, menopause, higher stress and depression rates, rheumatological diseases that we sometimes face. We do have low remuneration rates. And at last, the new generation, and as mother of 3 girls and 1 boy, we have the we have to try to raise the girls as the boys, and little by little, the positive message is that the female-to-male ratio is in favor of the first ones, little by little. When we are talking about the medical students and certain residencies, so we hope that in 10, 20 years from now, there won't be any barrier, any constraints, and everybody would be equal in respective of the gender in the healthcare sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Psaltopoulou, and I now invite Penelope Manoussou, professor at the Imperial College of London.
I have notes too. Yeah, perfect. Great. I would like to thank also the International Advisory Committee, the Steering Committee and Honorary Committee, Professor Moropoulou as well. I'm honored and humbled by this invitation. I will try to give you an overview of where we are now, and I'm going to focus on Great Britain because all my colleagues will tell you about the rest, and clinical academia. And I will briefly touch the gender pay gap in medicine, the Athena-Shawn scheme that we have in the UK, and the pendulum effect, which we all need to be aware of. So we have come a long way. Women have worked in medicine for 500 years, but the first graduate was in 1849 in the US and 1879 in Greece, so we did well. It took us 100 years, but in 1975, medical schools in the UK decided to commit to admitting equal numbers of girls and boys. And in 2007, girls surpassed boys on admissions. But the problem is far from resolved. There is a relatively recent report by Daphne Romney, and she's a colleague in the UK, from the British Medical Association, where she said that there are examples of the Miss Triggs phenomenon. I don't know if you're aware of it, and this is what this cartoon shows. And nowadays, we might be ignored in a meeting, or our suggestion might be good if it is repeated in different words by a male colleague. And I'm pretty sure you've all had that. So, as also of the most recent report, and we heard it earlier, only 32% of clinical academics in the UK are women, and only 20% of the professors in clinical academia are women. And though this is shocking, it didn't come as a surprise in the UK, and I'm pretty sure everywhere in the world. There are problems with sexual misconduct. And there's a quote here, and it's from 2021, and it's from Britain. And it says that surgery have a problem with sexual harassment, assault, and rape, 2021. It is an uncomfortable truth, but it is the truth. Fortunately, there has been some sterling work by the Royal College of Surgeons, and I think we're much better now, and I hope this is the same situation in other countries too. There are problems that are more difficult to explain, and you've heard about the gender pay gap, and the gender pay gap in medicine is one of the worst of all professions. The gender pay gap is the difference between hourly earnings of men and women expressed as a percentage of men's pay. And this is different from equal pay for equal work, which is enshrined in the law, so it's totally different. And you can see here that of the 100 highest paid NHS consultants in the UK, only 5 are women. And why is it important, the gender pay gap? Because it is a metric, it's a metric for inequity. And if we fix the gender pay gap, we reduce inequity. So the contributors to the gender pay gap are complicated, but it starts immediately after we graduate medical school. You can see there. And it gets worse as women have families and children. And it gets better close to retirement, which I'm not sure is very helpful. So there are recommendations from the independent review about the gender pay gap in medicine in the UK. And so some things are easier to fix than others. For example, make senior jobs more attractive to women, or increase transparency, or behavior and cultural changes. There are colleagues that suggest that if you provide proper childcare, you would, probably solve the problem. The other thing is increase awareness. And there's no better way for raising awareness than the Nobel Prize. And I don't know if you've heard of that. In 2023, Claudia Goldin was awarded the Nobel Prize. It was in economics, but it was for her research on women inequity and gender pay gap. And she had described that the last several decades, she described them as part of a quiet revolution in women's work life because of the access to higher education. But even these improvements highlight that we're far away from equality, and especially having to do with the gender pay gap. So I'm going to tell you about the Athena Zone, because I think it was a very important scheme. Athena Zone is a gender equality initiative in the UK, and it first started in 2005 trying to help a women's career in STEM. It encourages institutions to commit to improve gender equality. And how does it do that? So, here we are. So institutions that meet certain standards receive some awards, which are the Athena Zone Awards, which is bronze, silver, and gold. And why does it work? Because if your institution, if your university doesn't have any of these awards, you cannot apply for any funding. So NIHR will not give you any money. So you can imagine that it works for all UK universities. And now it went to Australia and Canada as well. So the other thing that's important is that the Athena Zone does not have a specific requirement for a set percentage for women in senior position, which is good, really. But it had to demonstrate significant efforts in promoting women, especially in senior positions. And so I would like to touch something now, the pendulum effect. So while the intention behind increasing women's representation in leadership is important, is to promote equity, we need to be very, very careful of that. Women appointed in leadership roles under pressure to enhance diversity may not be accepted by colleagues. And I don't know if you've seen that in your institutions. And this is where we end up with what is called double-bind dilemma. And it's where women are judged for both their gender and their qualifications. And it's not a nice place to be. So it is essential for all organizations to balance diversity efforts with support on women's development, and then women's in leadership position. So we need to make future women ready to be leaders. And to conclude, we women play an increasing role in medicine, and you can see that here. We need to embrace a new workforce culture. We need both men and women, and we women need to get it right so we won't get the pendulum effect. Thank you.
Ms. Samantha Psiri is a professor at the Medical School of UOA, chair of the European Society of Medical Oncology. Ms. Psiri, please.
I would like to thank the organizers and especially my friend Tonia Moropoulou for the kind invitation. This is truly a wonderful initiative. It's great to be in the same panel with Professor Battistatou, a role model for us, and I'm very happy that she's the rector of one of our universities in Greece. So I was going to talk about the gender pay gap and other issues that have already been addressed by the other speakers. I would not like to repeat the same topics. I'm going to present some of the initiatives of the European Society of Medical Oncology in terms of gender equity. So the European Society of Medical Oncology has developed the Women for Oncology Committee. In 2013, Martine Picard, ESMO president in 2012 and 2013, realized the underrepresentation of female oncologists in leadership positions. She developed the ESMO W4O initiative. It was her vision and intuition that led to the creation of this initiative. So the ESMO Women for Oncology Committee addresses the challenges female oncologists face when aiming for leadership positions during their careers. The key objectives of the committee include to monitor and sensitize the oncology community on the gender imbalance in leadership positions in oncology, to educate and train women oncologists, to support the creation of women leadership in oncology, and to provide resources and establish collaborations to support access to training and career development opportunities for female oncologists. So the committee is there since 2013, and we have made significant advances. One of our achievements is that in the programs, in the conference programs, at least 40% of the speaker roles and chair roles are assigned to women. However, we address every year, the developments towards the goal of gender equity, and the progress, unfortunately, is very slow. I believe that the change in culture has to occur at an early stage in life. So we have to teach our sons about, how the role of girls, of women in the society. We have to raise our girls to be independent and to have similar career goals and similar dreams with the boys, that there is no difference. I think that the gender imbalance and the gender equity is is a global problem. I remember from my training years at Yale, when I had, there was a professor. She was an old professor, female. She is now dead. She was the first woman professor at Yale, and they gave her tenure because they had to meet the quota for gender. There was a specific percentage that had to be filled for the university to get to continue to have the accreditation. There had to have a certain percentage of women professors. So she was given tenure, but then when other women were promoted to the professor level, they decided to demote her. So she went to the court and she won her case. So she gained her professor role. But I remember that she was so against women. So although she had suffered so much during her career from this, perceptions, she was not supportive of other women. So I think one problem also is not only men, but it's also how women treat other women, and this is also an important challenge that we face. Also, we have to highlight that there are men who believe in women, and I remember her saying that I am where I am because some men believe in me and help me to be who I am. So I think that the issues of gender imbalance and the fact that women are not are far behind in leadership position is very complicated and has deep roots that we have to analyze and try to address all these factors that contribute to the fact that although women represent the majority, for example, of medical students, then only a few of them attain leadership positions and become internationally recognized and advance their career. Also, the fact that women have to overload themselves with not only career but family, and it's normal that only women will have to deal with the housework and the kids and everything is another important issue. And I think from childhood, this perception has to change. This is what I had to say briefly, and thank you again for the invitation.
Now we are going to listen to Mrs. Konstantina Nikita, professor at the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Metsovio Polytechnio.
So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for this opportunity to join this wonderful panel today. When I received this invitation to join today's panel, I thought about what to contribute in this team of experts. So I thought that my contribution would be around the next day of AI-empowered, enhanced medicine and healthcare. So by training, I am a medical doctor and engineer, but I have worked throughout my careers at the interface of these sciences and trying to develop technologies addressing healthcare problems. Let me start
because apparently your teachers didn't get the memo that women's heart attacks don't manifest the way they do in men. They're not all chest clutching, vomiting, help, my arm is numb, boom, floor drop. Look, just give me a cardiac stress test, Dr. Maxwell.
Dr. Bailey, I can
just give her the damn stress test, Maxwell.
So you may recall this scene from Grey's Anatomy, which perfectly describes gender bias in our healthcare systems. Indeed, if you are female and you are 50% more likely to be misdiagnosed and therefore more likely to suffer serious outcomes from a heart attack just because you are female. The problem is clear, but what may be less apparent is how new technologies like artificial intelligence can either help fix these biases or, if we are not careful, deepen them. The two Nobel Prizes that were awarded this year for work foundational to AI are a testament to the increasing importance of AI in today's world and its transformative impact on almost every aspect of our lives. The healthcare industry is increasingly adopting AI to improve diagnostic, treatment decisions, and patient outcomes. However, AI is only as effective as the data we use to train it. And here is where the problem begins. Most of our healthcare data has a significant gender gap. For decades, medical research has disproportionately focused on male physiology, assuming that findings can be universally applied. But women are not simply smaller versions of men. Our bodies respond differently to medications, diseases, and treatments. And even when both sexes are included in clinical trials or lab experiments, researchers rarely break down results by sex or gender, leaving gaps in our understanding of how diseases manifest and can be treated in women. Now imagine an AI system trained predominantly on male patient data. That AI may become exceptionally good at diagnosing and treating men, but it will fail women. It's not difficult to see how this reinforces gender inequality in healthcare. Thus, if the data reflects past biases, the AI will replicate and even amplify them. And we are already seeing examples of this bias in AI. In heart disease, for instance, AI models replicate misdiagnoses highlighted in the Gray's Anatomy scene because the training data is male-centric. Similarly, pain management algorithms might underestimate women's pain, leading to inadequate treatment. These algorithms are essentially blind to gender-specific needs, and that is a problem we should address. If we develop AI systems that, with gender-sensitive approaches, we can actually use AI to uncover biases and close gaps in healthcare. For example, AI could help identify women that are at risk of being underdiagnosed or undertreated, and suggest adjustments to ensure equitable care. AI can also help personalize treatments. Women metabolize drugs differently than men, yet treatment protocols have historically been one-size-fits-all. AI can help change that, providing tailored treatments based on gender, among other factors, and improving outcomes for women. Of course, addressing gender bias in AI isn't just about tweaking algorithms. It requires a larger systemic shift, and that's where research funders play a crucial role. Organizations like the European Commission's Horizon Funding Program and the National Institutes of Health in the US have recognized the importance of incorporating sex and gender analysis into biomedical research. By making this requirement an eligibility criteria for funding research, they are helping to close the gender gap in healthcare data, paving the way for AI systems that can be trained on diverse data and can serve equally diverse populations. As chair of the European Research Council panel on life sciences, which focuses on advanced health technologies, I have worked to guide research evaluation in ways that address gender bias head-on. We have started implementing the EU policy by asking the right questions. Does the proposed research take gender into account? Will this AI tool work equally well for all patients regardless of gender? Ultimately, for AI to truly transform healthcare in a gender-sensitive way, it's not enough to simply have diverse, inclusive data. We also need equally diverse, inclusive teams designing the systems. This is crucial because the challenges go beyond AI itself. Structural gender biases pervade many areas of healthcare, as we already have heard, from how medical professionals are educated to how health policies are developed. These biases shape the very foundation of care delivery. That's why representation in AI development is essential, not only to address the technical aspects, but also to correct these deep-rooted inequalities and create solutions that work for everyone. After all, who designs the system directly influences how inclusive it is. So working at the intersection of medicine and engineering and machine learning for more than 2 decades, I have had the privilege of mentoring many talented young women, women who are going to shape the future of healthcare and technology. Through mentorship, I believe we can support the next generation of female scientists who will challenge the biases that exist in our technologies and our systems. However, mentorship and inclusion, while important, are not enough. We must advocate for women leaders. The female perspective is instrumental in policy making, institutional leadership, and senior contributor roles. Yet female representation in healthcare, as we have already heard, significantly declines as seniority increases from 71% at the entry level to as low as 40% at the C-suite level. Even though healthcare outpaces other industries in the representation, hiring, and advancement of women, the latest data reveal that healthcare is still delivered by women but led by men. When we look at the technology sector, the situation is even more concerning. Women's representation drops to 20% in C-suite positions, which is just more than half of the representation in entry-level positions, 37%. And in AI, these numbers are even lower, it's about 20%. These numbers underline how much progress is still needed. To efficiently address the nexus between emerging gender gaps and in technology and long-standing gender disparities in healthcare, we need a holistic ecosystem approach involving multi-sectoral stakeholders. We need to attract and retain more women in technology and healthcare leadership role, where they can start companies, conduct research, and invest in women's health. This will enable us to better address women's health issues and find the answers that will help women and their communities flourish. So women are key to driving this change. As both creators and users of AI in healthcare, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to ensure that these technologies are used to advance gender equality, not entrench existing disparities. We need to push for more inclusive data sets, better representation of women in research, and more women in leadership roles where they can drive these changes. Closing the women's health gap could add years to life and life to years. It could help avoid 24 million life years lost due to disability and potentially boost the global economy by $1 trillion USD annually by 2040, according to the World Economic Forum data. If properly harnessed, AI can be a powerful ally in closing the women's health gap, driving more equitable and effective healthcare solutions. These are not just statistics, they are a reminder of the real tangible benefits that come from addressing gender disparities in healthcare. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you for all being just on time so far. So I'm going to call for Mrs. Ioana Tsiaousi, obstetrician gynecologist, president and co-founder of the Pan-Hellenic Initiation Women's Health First.
Hello, everybody. On behalf of Women Health First, I will explain to you what is these three words. I would like to thank you for participation and welcome Women Economic Forum in Greece. So this is an initiation coming from women gynecologists in Greece, and it's something innovative because we are we have organized initiation within in a male specialty, because you know that men gynecologists in Greece is something like 80% in total. So 20% of gynecologists in Greece are women. But we decided to make something new and something very important for women's health. So women's health is an initiation, a scientific initiation founded by women gynecologists for women's health and female patients. It's not a feminist project because women's health is a matter that is important for everybody. It's not competitive against male because we collaborate with men gynecologists a lot of times in clinical practice, in the maternity hospital, in difficult cases. And it's not a copy because it was an innovative approach coming from a physician to the public. So I have to go back. So our mission is to empowering women meaning that we would like to provide them knowledge, and not only knowledge, but also power, in order every woman to can use the scientific data to address the modern needs. And in parallel, we are trying to reveal stereotypes, taboo, inequalities, and all unmet unmet medical needs in women's health. So, bottom line, we are trying to put women's health in a priority, as a priority for women, for society, for decision-making, for government. This is the foundation group. A part of me, it's Katerina Pakonstantinou, Katerina Delivelliotou, Nectaria Chalkia, Vasiliki Papagianni, Vivi Tsetsa, and Katravida Katerina. All of them are gynecologists, and the most of them are in Athens, but also in Thessaloniki and in other cities, in order to have a pan-Hellenic network from female gynecologists. This is the structure of the organization briefly. A part of the foundation group, we have a consultant board, and we are very happy to have this consultant board. Mrs. Pantopoulou is one of the members. It is consisted from 15 physicians, not only gynecologists, with big and very positive contribution in science, education, and clinical practice. We have also a very important ambassador board from women that are not physicians, but they have social contribution for women's health. Of course, women gynecologists, because this is the network of women gynecologists, and healthcare professional. In this group, we have also male physicians from all the specialties. Of course, the female public, the females, all women, are the audience of this initiative, because WHF addresses the female audience to listen, to educate, to aware, and involve them in a modern approach of women's health. We believe that WHF is a real medical and social need, and I will explain briefly some of the points has already been discussed in this panel. I will show you the big picture, let's say. If we go to the international scientific organization, like WHO Europe, like Royal College in UK and other organizations, we see that there is a new approach. There is a new approach defining the future of women's health. And what they say, this organization, they say that we have to support the women's health policies that set women at the center. They say that there is a need to limit prejudices, values, and practices that affect negatively the health of women and girls. They say that we have to study the impact of gender, society, economy, and culture in women's health. And we have also to improve the response of the health system to women's health. If we go to the literature, we see that there is an alarm. This alarm says that it's enough with this focus in reproductive health and maternity health, because we have underestimated other very important topics of women's health, like sexual health, like menopause, like HRT, like endometriosis, and a lot of them. Of course, they say that there is a problem because until 1990, women were excluded from clinical research. That means that a lot of topics of women's health are not well studied. They say also that until 2001, the male cell was considered as a fundamental cell and could fit for everybody. Now we know from 2001 that it's not like this. Every cell has a sex, even in the eye, even in all our body. So we have to study female cell, female women's health separate from male health. And if you see behind the better expectancy of women, we see that the free disability expectancy is lower in women, because women, it is estimated that they live approximately for 12 years with a disability. So the numbers are not as they seem in the beginning. And if we go to the social needs, we know today that there is a lot of pressure coming mostly from social media. This seeking for perfection in every level, these multiple roles with very strictly obligation, and this obligation, this role are a lot of times controversial. So we know that the new generation and the adolescent faces new challenges for fertility, new challenges for family, new types of family, gender identity, so many questions and much pressure coming to every girl and every young woman. And if we go beyond surface level, we see all these stereotypes, we see all these inequalities, we see all these unmet needs. And here, it is only to point out that stereotypes existing today also in women's health, in the menstrual period, in treatment of pain, in treatment of symptoms, in realizing symptoms in girls and women, that it's very difficult for men. So all this is the big picture. So we decided to make this initiation in order to reveal all this, in order to face all this, and to go to the public directly and educate them and involve them in this new approach. If we go, yes, this is a glass ceiling in women's health, perhaps, but perhaps we have to find a new, better definition for glass ceiling in women's health, because everybody now knows what is glass ceiling in economic field and work field, but I don't know if it's fitting, but it's something like glass ceiling in women's health also. So if we go with the economy, there is a big and huge and strong relationship between women's health and economy. We know that healthy women are a big part of production. We know that we need the healthy women, we need the healthy mother. And if we go to the other side, to unhealthy mother, we see that there is a very huge negative impact, not only in financial level, not only in nutrition for the children, but also for education. These children are not well educated when the mother is unhealthy. So this is my last slide. We need to collaborate together. I'm very happy that I see here 5, 6, 7, 10, and another 50 women, that we can collaborate together in order to make this happen, to set the women in the center of the decision, in the center of project, in the center of leadership, in the center of the education, because for the part of women's health, they need a well-educated, empowered woman from the young age to judge correctly, to take the right decision for her health, to realize the high impact she has on society and development. Every decision has a big impact, not only for her. And we need to have her from the young age empowered and educated, to not maintain the existing inequalities, unmet needs, and stereotypes. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, Mrs. Vicky Klimi, co-founder and CEO of Platform Grandmama.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being among you and all these doctors. I'm feeling a little bit of doctor today. I'm not, but I'm an expert, and I'm a home care expert. So this is one of the hats I'm going to wear today. And also, I'm a co-founder of a female-led startup. So I have two hats, and I would like to discuss both of them. Firstly, I would like to start with a very personal story of my grandmother, who a few years ago, in the age of 93, fell down and broke her hip, something very, very common, especially to women. So she had her surgery. And for the next 8 months, she had to live with my parents, and especially my mother took care of her. So she was a family caregiver. During these days, she needed more help, so we found out also a professional caregiver to cover some of the hours, because she had also to raise our children for us to work. At some point, my grandmother said, I remember her saying that I want to return back to my home, where I got married, I delivered my children, I gave birth to my children, and my husband died. So we decided to find a professional caregiver to live in with her. The very last day of her life, my grandmother was abused by this caregiver. So this is the reason I'm here today discussing about the topic of home care. This is the reason why, together with my business partner Maria, we formed Grandmama to help mostly women and families, of course. So I will start with some statistics. I will tell you more about Grandmama and some statistics later on. So Grandmama is a female startup, part of Elevate Greece. Elevate Greece is the hub of startups, of governmental hub of startups, and we are part of the 20% of female-led startups in the hub. Also, we have managed to have more than 10,000 vetted caregivers, mostly women. 96% of them are women, over 41 years old, from 43 different nationalities, half of them immigrants or refugees. We're talking about women who cannot easily find a job out there. Also, we have helped nearly 7,000 families to find a vetted caregiver, even in the most isolated place. So, because we're not talking about only the big cities, but also we have the islands, and we have many of them. We have the provinces where we cannot easily help families or women to find the help they need in order to take care of their loved ones. And we have generated 27 million in salaries last year, which is a good economic impact in our society. Also, I would like to mention that the 10 people in the startup, 9 of them are women, and 3 of them are people with disabilities. So it is a part of our DNA to have an impact in a female life. So apart from what we're doing as a startup, I would like to tackle the issue of home care. The demographic challenge we're going to face, we're already facing it, but also the dementia pandemic, which is here too. So 700,000 families, households in Greece right now, they have at least one person that needs home care. And out of them, 600,000 are people who have dementia or mild cognitive impairment. It means people that they're not able to live without any assistance. Also, about the demographic issue, I would like to raise the fact that today, 22% of our population is over 65 years old, and in 25 years from now, it's going to be 36%. It means we're going to be 9.5 million in 2050. Yes, we're reducing, we're shrinking. And more than one third is going to be over 65 years old. So if you can imagine what this means. Also about the dementia issue, today we have 250,000 people suffering from dementia. And in 2050, they're going to be a double. So people who need care, the dementia, especially dementia people, they need at least 2 or 3 family members plus a home care professional, a caregiver, to support them. So we're talking about right now around 1.1 million people who are helping this system, and it is affected. So if we're talking about doubling the number, then most of us were going to either have dementia or care someone who has dementia in the next future, in the near future. And what is the impact of all this? Firstly, all this demographic issue and the aging is pressuring the healthcare system, meaning that hospitalizations are more because of the age. I mean, I know people who are forgetting to take their medication, or they believe that they're good now and they don't have to listen to the doctors anymore and stop their medication. So mostly they return back to the hospital. And also the home care demand is increasing because most people, they want to age, just like my grandmother, in their home. And on the other hand, we have a shortage of caregivers and an increase of their salaries. Right now, the salary is increasing every year. In some years from now, we're not going to be able to support this home care. And what about the policies and what we have so far? We have the pensions, which is good and great, actually. There is a limited public funding about home care and people who need home care. And the national strategy of active aging is a very nice initiative, but there are challenges in the implementation. Of course, there are solutions. And private-public sector partnerships can help. Also, having seminars to people who are taking care of other people, just like the family caregivers or the professional caregivers, are helpful. And of course, technology can help us to help all these people, especially telemedicine. I mean, imagine being in Limnos or Karpathos and you need a doctor and you cannot find easily a doctor. I'm sure you're aware of all this situation happening lately with the doctors missing from the hospital. So technology is here to help us, to help our people, and eventually women. I will close my speech with my grandmother, who is the person that helped my mother raise her children and the kindest person I ever know. Thank you so much for your attention.
Let me make a rearrangement. So here we are. Thank you to all our excellent speakers. We heard very interesting things. Now, is there anybody who would like to make a question to our speakers? If so, please raise your hand. Yes, please.
Hello. We heard all our speakers say how women are underrepresented, both in the medical academic community and in terms of treatment. Since the gynecologists are 80% men in Greece, many women, we have been told by you that are the pain issues, the endometriosis and whatever are not, are misdiagnosed, so they don't get the treatment they deserve. And I read the other day that research funds are not directed to women's health issues. They are directed to men's issues, even though a very small amount of men have the problems that women face. I was told that 16 or 19% of men have urological problems, while the research funds that are directed to these fields are double or triple. So the question is, what could be done in the academic sector and in the business, the entrepreneurial part of the fundraising for research directed to women, for women issues, especially since you said that funds are directed in the more commercial part, which is the reproductive, and all the gynecologists are trained to do the obstetrics and the childbearing part, while women are completely ignored after their reproductive age. So what could be done to lobby, let's say, the research funds towards better focusing and treating women after a certain age?
The one part I have to answer. So yes, that 80% of gynecologists are male, are men in Greece. It doesn't mean that all of them underestimate and make a wrong diagnosis, okay? But if we go to the research, yes, you have absolutely right. We see the last years that something is happened positively. We have a positive signs. We see now that there is a big research for menopause. You know that until 1990, it was a big research about HRT, and after the WHO study, everything stops about HRT. So that means that 2 generations of medical students learned nothing about menopause. And all these women left without the treatment, okay? Nowadays, we see a lot of effort in this field. Something is changed, and I think that initiatives like WHF in Greece, like similar, because there are similar initiation in UK. Perhaps Penelope is aware about that. In UK, there is a initiative. I don't remember the name, but it's something like Women Health, something like that. That is coming from the Royal College, trying also to reveal all these underestimated needs. So I think that the next years, all this organization, all these events, all this forum, and everything coming from women will change. And we see also from the economic part that there are a lot of reports that underline that any investment in women's health is a good investment with a big effort, a big κερδοφορία, πώς το λένε, profit. Yes. Okay. So I think and I hope that the next year everything will be better.
Thank you very much. I can add something. Hi. So this, I mean, in the UK, I think that we're doing well. So there's something called EDI. It's Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and it's in every single grant, in every single research project, in every single organization, everywhere. It's quite strong, and it's. I think we're sort of going on the other side. Women in Health is a big initiative, and in your research now, even I'm a liver doctor, okay? So in my research, I have to present in every single grant how I will include women, how I will include women of underrepresented, like the Arab population, and how in my public, because every research has to have public people talking about my research, how we have women in there. So I think we're doing strong steps, but of course, we're not there yet.
I also agree that when we evaluate grants, there has to be a gender equity plan. So that means that there should be an equal representation of female researchers, scientists, and also gender differences should be addressed. So one of the evaluation sections refers to the gender issues.
If I may add also that in startup world, there are many femtechs, female technology startups, and also there are VCs, venture capitals, who support and fund female techs, yes, which is really important.
If there is no one else asking a question, I would like to ask something. Yes?
Can I add something?
Yes, of course, please.
In evaluating proposals and when it concerns public funding bodies, thinks that there are some regulations. There is a gender dimension, there is how many women are in the research team, and also the institutions that are funded, they should have the GEP, the Gender Equality Plan. However, in the private domain, things are different, and I know that femtechs, although are founded by women at 70%, I think 70% of founders in femtech are women, they get much more lower funding than femtech founded by men, and this is concerning. And I think that we need more women in leadership position to make the difference, to try to do this. I mean, to have similar rules in the private investment also, not only in the public bodies.
I would like to add to this that right now in US, 2.5 female-led startups, they get funded by VCs, venture capitals. In Europe, it's 1.5. In Greece, it might be almost 0. So this is something that has to be changed by, of course, increasing the number of women-led startups. I mean, we have to be more out there. And also to press the venture capitals to invest and fund startups led by women or founded by women.
I would like to ask a question. If I ask you to prioritize the major 3 health policies so that women should not be forced to face the problems with equity or gender gaps, what would they be? Anyone who would like to answer from your experience? Thank you. Yes, please, Ms. Psiri.
So I will start by saying that, you know, I am the mentor of an MPH, which is a Harvard MPH, and the candidate is a Greek woman who is a professor, associate professor in New York, gynecologic oncology. And the topic is addressing the demographic problem in Greece. And I mean, the proposal contains 2 main aims. The first is to address the fertility issues of women, because many women, in order to progress in their career, to advance their career, they leave the personal thing behind. So they postpone, you know, parenthood. And so the first aim is to convince the government to reimburse at least 1 fertility cycle of women at the age, let's say, of 35, if they are not, you know...
Now we have the AMI exam, but it's going to be for free for women from 30 to 35 years old. I think it's a biomarker that shows whether they can be a mother or not.
Yeah. It's not very reliable, but it can be an indicator. So to reimburse 1 fertility cycle, to freeze their eggs, for future, so they can use it in the future, because when you wake up and you are 40 and you want to become a mother, it is, Ioanna knows better than me, but it becomes very hard. So,
so the demographic, you mean, Ms. Psiri, is the number 1 health policy that needs to be changed?
Yeah, and I think that's also a strategy to help women, so they don't feel the pressure that, I mean, they have to sacrifice the family issue, I mean, to give up their, you know,
their
dream
wills,
to become
their
mothers,
dreams to become a mother.
Their dream to become a mother. So to have to choose one or the other. So that's one. And since women in Greece get married older and older, that's also something that can be like also addressing the demographic problem and also supporting women to pursue a career. And the second is to women's health. So it has been noted that women do not care about their health as much as men. So they care for all the others, their kids, their husbands, their parents, but they put themselves, you know, the bottom of the last in the priority list. So, trying to promote women's health and cancer screening for early cancer detection to long life expectancy at one, and also trying to increase the number of births, since the population ages and women also pursue careers and delay childbearing. I think also could be an initiative from the government to address the demographic issue and also support women.
Thank you.
Also,
yes,
you know, I
please.
think the government should also have a policy like the UK in every, you know, government body, that there should be an equity plan, like a diversity plan. I mean, I don't think our culture is so advanced, because now in Europe we are talking not just female versus male, but diversity in general and other, you know.
We have other genders as well.
So, I mean, yeah, but at least, you know, for leadership roles and there has to be like at least a cutoff that is acceptable.
Can I add something about maternity? Can I add something in what Amanda says?
Yes, and then Ms. Manouchou.
Yes. Bottom line, we see that everyday practice in our offices, we have government policies decision has to support women in all the stages. And if we go to the stage of family planning or making a family or decided to have one or two children, we see that if we see the last search about the demographic problem in Greece, the first reason was the balancing of working or careering and personal life. This was the first reason. It was the previous search was 10 years ago, and this was not the first reason. So this is now the first reason, because women has to have the career, to have to work, and so on. So we need measures and policies that can support women in every stage. If they are mothers, we have to support them in everyday life, in the working schedule, for the children, for the baby, for the kindergarten, for the school, everything. So this is something that we need to make today.
Please, Ms. Manouchou.
Thank you. Adding to this,
Press the green button.
Now?
Yes, perfect.
So I would say, I mean, childcare. Childcare is the first thing, and we are far behind. We don't have the nurseries, and especially here, it's a little bit better in the UK, not great. We don't have after-school clubs. How is it possible? I was doing my training here, and my work was finishing at 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the nursery finishes at 12.
Yeah.
But most of all, it's cultural change, and I disagree with my colleagues here. Because I'm sorry, but, you know, where's the paternity leave? And now the paternity leave is it's something you have to do in the UK. Why should it be only maternity leave? And this is a cultural change.
I think that we have this here as well.
Yeah, but it has to be, everyone has to take it. Do they? It's 10% that they take paternity leave. No, one after the other.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Another gap as well.
Yes. So number two, I would say that, you know, I'm very, very against percentage of women in leadership because it might get you into trouble. But I think there might be, if you put them in a 5-year plan and say, I'm sorry, but universities in 5 years' time should have 20–30% women in leadership position, otherwise there would be no funding, then they will address issues into, you know, creating leaders in women. And this is quite important. Because, I mean, there were examples now, for example, I didn't want to say that, but the governing board in University of Athens. And the internal governing board in University of Athens were 6 men. And it was okay to be 6 men, it's fine. And, because I guess, you know, there might not have been women candidates or maybe they were not that strong. But then they got it out on Facebook and they were very proud of that. So that means that the concept that where are women, it's not there. So these things need to change, and we need to change them more than they do. And then, of course, then, you know, that will probably lead us to number 3, which is the gender pay gap. And it comes, you know, you see the figures, and you see that, you know, when we start trying to have a family or trying to have children, then, you know, that goes down and down and down. So I guess there must be a central body, either in the funding or NHS, the Greek NHS, to support women there and pay.
If I may add, imagine being a 40-year-old mother, new mother, and having an 80-year-old mother or father that needs also help. Because if we're having our children in our 40s, it means that the next years we're going to be the grandmothers and grandfathers who need help. So we are this sandwich generation where we have to take care of both children and grandchildren, I mean grandparents, which is, I mean, yes, the government has to tackle this issue, but not only the government, we have to do something about it, because if we don't initiate something, then the trouble is there. We're going to face it sooner or later.
Are there, yes, please. Yes, yes, of course. You should take a mic in order to be heard. Is it a question?
Yes, it's a question. I was highly impressed by your speech on artificial intelligence and the misproportion of data. And I just wanted to understand how come medical records are not classified by gender so that we know, for example, what was the treatment, for example, on lung cancer when it comes to a female or a male. That's my main concern. I mean, is there a vague data protection or whatever in the medical record so that we don't have clear-cut information, we don't feed AI with correct information with regards to medical data?
Yeah, the first thing is that gender is not included always in the available data. And the thing is that there is a proposal, a suggestion to consider gender or sex as a variable and to analyze everything as a function of this variable. But this is not the situation right now. And the data, as you know, and I think all talk about this, we don't have many data about women in clinical trials, in lab experiments. We don't have this kind of data. We usually have data on men, and we think that this can be extrapolated. But this is not true, and that's the main problem. Yeah.
If I can say one of my thoughts, I agree with what I have heard. I think one important issue, and I've thought about it a lot, is to encourage women to get back on track on their career after they have their kids. One thing is they postpone, okay. Some do not postpone, or they postpone anyway. So what do we do after they come back? So one of the policy making, there should be specific grants and also seed funding, if they are researchers, for women that come back to work. And there should be specific funding for that. Even small research project grants or something that let's say if they are teachers in universities, something that should be given to them, only for them, so they can come back on track faster. Because
I like this cartoon very much. They walk together even when they are pregnant, and then suddenly they go another path that is below. And that's because they cannot come back to track, not only because they don't have somebody to support their kids, but because they are out for a year and they have lost their funding, they have lost their PhD students or their master students. So there should be, one of the policymakers should be to the women to help them get back on track faster.
Very interesting approach.
I think this is an important issue that should be added.
Because the struggle is real, and the economic one and the social one.
Mm-hmm. And also the opportunities to get a grant or to get back to the classroom. Mm-hmm. And this should be addressed by the research institutions and the universities, I think.
If I may add, recently I was in Toronto and I met a family, Greeks, who have moved the last 2 years there. And they told me that they have 3 children and they receive for each child $800 Canadian dollars as a support for their family. So not sure if the money is the only way, but for sure, if you're having such an initiative to get $800 Canadian dollars for each child, then things are easier, a lot easier.
Okay.
If I may say, okay.
I have a question for my friend, Mrs. Klimi. We discussed that before she's being here, because I found out that the idea, this startup which you have done, is a great idea. And it's a great support for the Greek society. And the problem which I faced to you from the beginning was the HR. That how come, the Greek market is suffering from the lack of human resources. And what will happen in your case, in case you have double or triple of your requests from families for this type of support? And what about the human resources? How can you find them?
Thank you for the lovely question. Yes, indeed. There is a great challenge out there because of the shortage, not only in Greece, of course, in Europe, in US, Canada, everywhere. We're going to face it sooner or later. So as grandmama, what we're planning to do is to start educating and training people from other countries, third countries, that later on they can be caregivers in Europe, US, and also reducing the cost, because as I mentioned before, the salary cost is really, really high right now, and it's keep raising because of the shortage. So we need to find new heroes who are going to take care of our parents and grandparents. We have to educate them, we have to train them. This is our responsibility, and to find them a decent job. So this is our plan, and we're almost there. I think in a month from now, we'll be able to announce some good news about it, especially for Greece, and what we're doing and how we're shaping the future of home care, because I truly believe that it is our stepping stone for the next generations to build something better. We might not see it in this life, but we believe that we're doing something with a great impact in both families and caregivers. And it's even beyond business. We're doing business, but it is even beyond. So, sooner or later we're going to discuss it, and with some good news.
Yeah, I wish you to have good news, but you know that always people who are coming from other countries, like India or Bangladesh, there is a shortage of visas which are provided. This means that if for example, the touristic sector is lacking of approximately 60,000 people this year. The agricultural sector was missing of 70,000 That's why I'm speaking about, you have in mind, of course, people outside Greece, but even though it's very difficult for them to find them and to get permission to get visas in order to have them working here.
Are you going to help us? Yes, you're right. But the system will, it will be pushed towards this. I mean, there are no magic solutions. Until we found out this nice AI robot that it's going to take care of our parents or ourselves, we have lots of time in front of us. I mean, at least 10 years, I assume. But the other plan that we have, and we're talking about training, all these people who are today family caregivers can be tomorrow professional caregivers. And we have many of them in our network, meaning that people today that the only thing they know to do is how to take care of their parents. And they are heroes also, because they refuse to do anything else in their lives just to take care of their parents. So these people can also be trained and be helped to find a job in this sector. Of course, as I mentioned, 50% of them are Greeks and 50% of them are refugees and immigrants. And immigrants and refugees have been in our sector a very critical population. So I do think that things are going to be hard, but there are no magic things to do. So we have to consider it and push toward this direction. Thank you.
I would like to ask something else as well. I heard about a lot of women that are misdiagnosed and that they're treated. So I was wondering, are there any scientific studies that tell us about the equal access to health care and social care for women in Greece? Do you have any statistics to give me?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, of course. I said that I heard that a lot of women are misdiagnosed and undertreated. So I was wondering if there are any scientific surveys, studies, to give us some statistics, some clues about the quality, the equal access to healthcare and social care in Greece, for women in Greece, because there are a lot of differences as well. And it has to do, I'm afraid, with where you live, because you are lucky enough to live in Athens or in Thessaloniki, but if you live somewhere very far away on an island or near a mountain, I don't know, the access is very, very, very difficult. So
yes,
are there
and
about cancer, of course, it's very important, because a lot of women nowadays suffer from certain types of cancer. So tell me.
Yes, I think the problem of access to quality care in remote places is unfortunately equal to men and women. So I think we don't have, scientific data robust to present about disparities.
But from your experience in Attikon Hospital, where you work, do you see women patients from all over the country, or not, or just from Athens, for example?
I see from all over the country, and it is true that we have cases misdiagnosed or diagnosed at a late stage, advanced stage. I think the main reason is that the women do not seek care early enough. I mean, the quality of care problem is universal, but specific for women, we have cases, even young women, that delay going to the doctor because they take care of other family things and they do not go early. So that's a problem.
Okay, so if there aren't any more questions, I would like to thank you all for participating in our panel. Thank you all so much. I also thank my fantastic panelists. See you next year.
Right. As you might have guessed, this is not the last panel discussion. However, I would like to thank all of you for being here with us, for such an insight that you have given us, especially about women in healthcare, and about the personal experiences you have presented to all of this, all the participants. So it is time now to receive your memorabilia, starting with you. Yes, of course you're getting one. And we're going to move on to a fireside conversation with two ladies that are present here in the audience that I would like to invite in a few minutes following the presentation of the memorabilia. But first, it's your turn to receive your memorabilia. Allow me to remind you that the lady who is offering the memorabilia is Miss Katerina Kapoyanopoulou, the WEF Steering Committee, WICCI GR alternate member, and marketing strategist and writer. Thank you.
Και χωρίς τελεία, συγγνώμη, και οι μίτσες. Όχι εσύ.
Mr. Christoulakis, will you please join us? You've got nowhere to go but here. Right. As I have mentioned before, this is going to be something completely out of the agenda. Now, let me present to you Ms. Loiadou Despina. She is the chair of the Greek Women's Union, vice president of the Union of Greek Scientists, and she is also a runner-up for the Athens City Council. Next to her, we have Lila de Chavez, correct? Chronopoulou, President of Heritage and Museums, and we will be joined by Mr. Christoulakis in a minute for a fireside chat. It's going to be a very brief one, essentially testifying their own experiences as to where we come and where we're going from now on, because we had some really interesting points today. But I think it's time to give the floor to you that have been here and have been listening to all these important insights. You will also have to excuse me because Mrs. Loiadou will be speaking in Greek, and I will try to translate for our international audience who is actually watching us from abroad. So thank you for being with us today. And I would like to start off with you, Ms. Loiadou, because as a chair of Greek Women's Union, you certainly have a managerial post. And we heard today that managerial posts need to be given and need to be trained for girls long before they go to university. And this is something that we really need to look into. Training and education at an early age, but then again, taking over a managerial position takes a lot of courage, a lot of work, and possibly just trying to overcome any kind of day-to-day difficulties and, let's say, duties that you have to perform. So what is your view on that?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Συγγνώμη, αλλά ήμουνα τελείως απροετοίμαστη για αυτή την συνέντευξη ουσιαστικά. Θα σας πω το παράδειγμα το δικό μου για να καταλάβετε πώς είναι η ζωή μιας γυναίκας η οποία ασχολείται με όλα. Το πρόγραμμά μου επί 20 χρόνια, επειδή ήμουνα συγχρόνως φοιτήτρια, σύζυγος, μητέρα, εργαζόμενη και στα κοινά. Και στο φοιτητικό κίνημα και στο ειρηνιστικό κίνημα και στο συνδικαλιστικό και στο γυναικείο κίνημα. Έφτασα μέχρι να πάω σε εμπόλεμες περιοχές όταν σας λέω στο ειρηνιστικό κίνημα. Λοιπόν, η ζωή είναι 5:30 έπρεπε να σηκωθώ το πρωί, να είμαι έτοιμη μέχρι τις 6, να ετοιμάσω το πρώτο παιδί που περνούσε το σχολικό να το πάρει στις 6:30, να ξυπνήσω το δεύτερο που περνούσε το σχολικό του από τη λεωφόρο για να το πάω και στη συνέχεια να είμαι το αργότερο 7:30 στο γραφείο. Όπου εκεί η ζωή ήταν επίσης έντονη, αν σκεφτεί κανείς δε ότι παράλληλα προσπαθούσα να κάνω και μεταπτυχιακές σπουδές, καταλάβετε πόσο γεμάτος ήταν ο χρόνος.
Μισό λεπτάκι να μεταφράσω λιγάκι. So for 20 years, she has been a woman, a student, a mother, and as well as an activist and pacifist. She has traveled all around the world, even in war zones, trying to pass a message of peace. So on a day-to-day basis, she woke up at 5:30 in the morning, just getting ready at 6, and then taking kids to school, which sounds very familiar to, I guess, many of you. But, you know, it's really hard to be a mother as well, isn't it?
Παρ' όλα αυτά προσπάθησα, εκείνο το οποίο θα συμβούλευα, δεν έχουμε τώρα και κόσμο βέβαια, τις νέες γυναίκες, είναι να αποκτούν παιδιά πολύ νωρίς. Γιατί έτσι όταν μπορούν να κάνουν καριέρα οι γυναίκες, δεν πειράζει, δεν είναι χαμένα τα χρόνια που θα αναγκαστούμε να περιοριστούμε δουλειά, σπίτι, παιδιά. Είναι εκμεταλλεύσιμα. Τότε έκανα 2 μεταπτυχιακά, όχι 1, μέσα στα χρόνια αυτά, διαβάζοντας μαζί με τα παιδιά. Γιατί το μεσημέρι επιστρέφοντας, καθόμαστε και οι 3. Το μεσημέρι είχε άλλη περιπέτεια. Έπρεπε να τους πάω στη Γαλλική Ακαδημία, στο οδείο, να έρθει για τα ιδιαίτερα τα αγγλικά στο σπίτι. Λοιπόν, αυτά. Και σύν της άλλης, εγώ έπρεπε να διαβάζουμε, εγώ να σιδερώνω, να βάλω πλυντήριο, να μαγειρέψω. Και σύν της άλλης, όταν χρειαζόταν, να έρχεται μία γυναίκα πάλι, η μαμά μου, με την οποία είχα ελάχιστη διαφορά, γιατί απέκτησε εμένα στα 17 της χρόνια και έκανε και εκείνη σπουδές και ήταν επικεφαλής πολυεθνικής εταιρείας. Να μην λέμε, ας πούμε, για την γυάλινη οροφή, γιατί όταν την εποχή εκείνη η μαμά μου είχε σπάσει τη γυάλινη οροφή και ήταν σε αμερικάνικη πολυεθνική εταιρεία επικεφαλής λογιστηρίου, θα πει ότι όλα χρειάζονται θέληση και να αποδείξεις ότι το αξίζεις. Αυτό είναι το θέμα.
Right. The point of what Ms. Logiadou said is make sure you have kids as early as possible. So as that you can exploit the time to stay back home with your kids, but that doesn't mean that it is a waste of time. It is actually time that you can take to exploit it. And by that time, she also attended 2 master degrees, and then followed by help of her mother, who happened to be very high up in the hierarchy, because she was part of the membership of the multinational company. But at that time, it was pretty hard.
Texaco.
Texaco, okay.
Λοιπόν, επίσης, είχα ένα σύζυγο που είχε εταιρεία ναυτιλιακή και πολλές φορές χρειαζόταν να πάω και στο γραφείο του, όταν εκείνος έπρεπε να φύγει στο εξωτερικό. Μέση Ανατολή, η λέξη εξωτερικό σημαίνει ότι την εποχή εκείνη δεν υπήρχε επικοινωνία, δηλαδή έφευγε 15 μέρες, 1 μήνα, δεν υπήρχε καμία επικοινωνία. Από εκεί και πέρα ήταν πλήρης η ευθύνη της εταιρείας του, της δουλειάς μου, των παιδιών.
Μισό λεπτάκι. So her husband owned a shipping company. So he had trouble to Middle East, and at that time it was really hard to contact home. So he would probably be away for a month or so without knowing anything about his whereabouts, and that makes things even worse. And my question to that point is, how did you manage out of all this trouble? Because right now we have achieved the chair of the Greek Women's Union, vice president of the Union of Greek Scientists. Now you're becoming part of the Athens City Council. How is it possible to put all this together?
Later on, not...
It makes no difference, though.
In 50 years, we can do many things.
It's a long time, isn't it?
It's a very long time.
Okay. It's Miss Logiadou, correct? Mrs. Logiadou Despina. Okay.
Logiadou Didika Despina. Because, γιατί κράτησα και το πατρικό μου. Βάσει του νόμου του 1984, που άλλαξε το οικογενειακό δίκαιο, έκανα αίτηση και κράτησα το πατρικό μου παράλληλα με τη
So, the question is, why did she keep her maiden name? So she applied for it, and she kept her maiden name as opposed to her husband's surname. I have a question for you, though. How do you propose to support female entrepreneurship? This is actually going to go to Mr. Christoulakis, because I know that you've been a founder of WICCI, though I wouldn't expect that from a man, because we're talking about women here.
Giving more credit and support to women entrepreneurs makes total sense, and not only from the social perspective, but also from the economical perspective. Women can play a decisive role in the recovery. The businesses that they lead tend to be more productive, faster growing and innovative, based on statistics. According to the European Commission, improvements to gender equality could create 10.5 million jobs by 2050 and boost the EU economy by between 1.95 and 3.15 trillion euro. Female entrepreneurship must be supported in several ways. The objective is to allow them to succeed in emerging and growing sectors like ICT, green economy, industry 4.0, and e-commerce. This is very important because, to give you some examples, entrepreneurship education should be mainstreamed into education and training, and it should also be more practice-oriented. Women need targeted funding, guidance, and business services. We need to remove structural barriers with regard to access to finance. Mentoring business champions and innovative forms of financing can be useful to overcome barriers. And addressing, finally, the digital gender gap is also a must. The coronavirus crisis has shown us the importance of being digital to be resilient to crisis. And women did it better. Digital technologies have become an essential tool, allowing us to deliver during this pandemic. So it is true for governments, legislators, and public institutions, and it's true for business. So it is proven by the statistics. And this was the idea which is behind.
Thank you, Mr. Christoulakis, for that. Before we move on, and I would like to also welcome Ms. Duku Minster. She is with us today, and we will now hear from her in a minute. But before we do that, I would just like to give the floor to Ms. Lila Desaves, President of Heritage and Museums. I know that we've been talking about putting women on the top of the hierarchy, but you have achieved it somehow. And the question is, what were the steps that you actually needed to take in order to find yourself there? Because I guess it wasn't an easy path, was it?
No, it was not. But anyway, everything started in 1986 when I was member of the board of the Friends of the Benaki Museum. And I remember we have decided to create a big colloquium inviting the World Federation to Greece. And in that respect, everybody came. The World Federation of Friends of Museums is really the top, as we have ICOM for the professionals of museums, and the Friends of Museums, it's World Federation of Friends of Museums, WFFM. So there were about 10 years of existence of the World Federation, and then they were invited in Greece. What they used to do yearly when they had their BOT was to get together in a hotel, in a prestigious one, of course, and then discuss all the problems for the future problems and everything. When we invited them to Greece, we didn't have federation yet. But they have really believed in the friends of the Benaki Museum that everything would be fine, so they accepted to have the BOT in Greece, in Athens. And I was president of the committee, the organizing committee. And what I did was, first of all, to start not only with a meeting. We had our colloquium. Actually, it was not a colloquium. It was a big event because it lasted 4 days, and the War Museum only started. It was the beginning, and the room was larger, perhaps, than this one. So it was prestigious, and everybody. Melina Mercouri was there, and everybody. So they were so happy to listen to all the results of the Greek museums, of the Kostakis Foundation, you know, the Russian who came with his big collection, offered to Greece, the Greek Russian. I mean, it was a big event. And then they decided that Greece should take part in the World Federation. I mean, the friends of the Benaki Museum immediately created a federation.
Yeah, but this is actually focusing on the museums themselves. The question is, how can a woman find herself on top of the hierarchy?
Now, when in 2000, the World Federation had meetings yearly. So in 2000, that all happened, imagine, 1986. So on and off, I was sending, then we started having emails and everything. I mean, that helped a lot. And so I started communicating, I started participating, and in 2000, they invited me to get into directly, because they knew me, they knew what I could do, and so they invited me directly to go to the first meeting in Sao Paulo, I remember, because I was traveling a lot.
Ms. Chavez, you said that they knew exactly what I could do. The question is, all these people, men specifically, out there, do they know what women can do? That's the main question. Because we talked about percentages of women on high posts, and allow me to say that when the day comes that we'll be talking not about percentages, but we'll talk about people taking up jobs, then women will have achieved their goals, becoming equal to men. This is my understanding, at least.
Yeah. Well, equal to men, of course. But, I mean, each one has its own personality, after all.
Sure.
You know, I mean, well, like, really, I mean, you should keep, and I wish men to be, I mean, we are not competing. It's not a matter of competing. That is, for me, it's clear. What I need is respect, nothing else.
I think that's going to be the conclusion of our conversation here. Respect. Παρακαλώ, please.
Θέλω να πω, επειδή μιλάμε για άλλη οροφή, πώς φτάνουν οι γυναίκες, έτσι. Γιατί εγώ σας είπα ουσιαστικά την οικογενειακή κατάσταση. Λοιπόν, είμαι η πρώτη γυναίκα που έγινε πρόεδρος Υπηρεσιακού Συμβουλίου. Αυτό τι σημαίνει? Σημαίνει ότι όταν ανέλαβα, γιατί μην νομίζετε ότι δεν έχουμε τίποτα με τους άντρες. Το πρόβλημά μας είναι πώς να συμπορευτούμε. Δεν είναι. Αυτό πρέπει να καταλάβουμε. Βρήκα σε 16 διευθύνσεις μία γυναίκα διευθύντρια, η οποία κόντευε να βγει γυναίκα σε σύνταξη, τι είχαν κάνει πρόσφατα, και 15 άντρες. Όταν παρέδωσα σε 16 χρόνια, είχα αφήσει 13 γυναίκες διευθύντριες και 3 άντρες και το 70% των τμηματαρχών γυναίκες που δεν υπήρχε καμία όταν ανέλαβα. Το θέμα είναι οι γυναίκες όχι να φτάσουν στα κέντρα λήψη αποφάσεων, αλλά να προωθήσουν ισότιμα και τα δύο φύλλα. Ήταν ισότιμο, δεν αδίκησα κανέναν. Απόδειξε ότι το δέχτηκαν. Αυτό έχει σημασία.
Right. Now I have to translate what you said, and we will conclude with that. Looking back in the background, in the history, Ms. Logiadou said that she used to be head of the board at an institution where, when she went there were no women right on top of the hierarchy. By the time she left, there were 13 women on top responsibility posts, correct? And that actually was 70% of the service itself. The point is not making discrimination, but judging who can do the work and giving them the opportunity to do it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I would just like to thank you very much for being with us today, and I invite you to stay with us as long as we have another really important panel discussion. So, I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I will... I will now move on and invite Ms. Professor Tonia Moropoulou to take the floor for the next panel discussion. Unfortunately, our moderator, Mr. Vasilis Adonis Karaganakis, will not be here because he is away with COVID. Yeah. So, Professor Moropoulou will be moderating this panel discussion. Professor?
Thank you, Mr. Moutsios. Concerning shipping towards energy and technology transformation, shipping industry is undergoing transformation driven by the need for energy efficiency and technological advancement. This is leading to adoptive, innovative practices concerning alternative fuels, digital solutions, in order the sector to reduce the carbon footprint and enhance operational efficiency. This transition not only addresses environmental concerns, but also positions the industry as a key player in the global movement for sustainability. Of course, it's under the leadership of women. You know very well that in Greece, women are governing the shipping enterprises, and this is a fact. Furthermore, the greening of this marine industry justifies the inclusion of traditional shipyards, and that's the reason for the WEF Athens call to save traditional shipyards. I have the honor to invite the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, my friend Mrs. Alexandra Zdoukou, to take the floor as a keynote speaker in this panel. And will you please join us at the panel?
Let me see the faces of the women and men in this room. Thank you very much, Ms. Moropoulou, for inviting me. I hope the cameras on the roads didn't pick up the speed with which we were riding the motorbike to be here, but I really wanted to be here and honor, actually, all women in this room who, from each of you, actually, from your positions, I'm sure you're doing a great job. I'm also a woman who is working in a man's world, the energy sector. Usually, I'm surrounded by men in the energy sector. But I think with all these ups and downs, with positive energy, with frustration many times. How did you say before? We just need the respect, right? Respect, that's all. And from our side, I think what we want to give is the best of ourselves. So when we give the best of ourselves, we are satisfied. And I was actually, how do they say when if you want something done right, ask a woman, right? Or and if you want something to happen, I don't know, quickly, what they usually say is ask a room full of them, full of women. So I'm sure that with many inspiring women in this room, I'm sure you had something really nice since this morning. When did you start? This morning. Okay. And I'm sure you had very insightful conversation. And on a more serious note, I think that this forum shows us an important reality, and I'm sure you touched this issue. Women are taking on more leadership roles in all kinds of fields, and these, let me say, I have the feeling that this didn't happen overnight. It is thanks to many talented women in key roles and their supporters who broke down barriers and opened also doors for others. The truth is that gender-balanced leadership isn't just good for women. I think it leads to better decisions for everyone. And we shouldn't actually need policies like gender quotas to remind us that women deserve a seat on the table. Women should be there based on their skills, on talent, with no barriers holding them back. And why women's leadership is crucial? It's not just, I would say, in government and business, but also in traditionally male-dominated industries like shipping, since we're discussing here about shipping. So in these industries, I think that both decisions are needed to achieve the transformation we will discuss today. Now, having set the stage, let me shift to the main topic, which is the transformation currently taking place in the shipping industry. And here from my side, as Ministry of Environment and Energy, I think that this path to what we call green transition is a major challenge for the shipping sector. Why is that? Because it's challenging and it's costly, this green transition in the shipping sector. Shipping, as you know better than me, those who work in this sector, is one of the hardest sectors to decarbonize. It will require around 40 billion annually from 2031 to 2050 if we want to scale up infrastructure on clean fuels and technologies for the industry globally. With ships, most running on fossil fuels and also made of steel, this transformation requires significant changes. So at the moment, what do we have? We have the shipping sector, which is responsible for about 3% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And I was trying to understand what is this 3%. If shipping were a country, it would be the 6th largest emitter, ahead of countries like Brazil and France. And I think that's how I realized what does this mean. So as global trade grows, if we don't act, emissions could rise between 50% to 250% by 2050. And this is why I think improving energy efficiency and also adopting cleaner fuels, it's not just an option, but it is a necessity. The good news is that the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, it has set ambitious goals. So we have new targets which include a 20% reductions in emissions by 2030. This is compared to 2008 levels, and also a 70% reduction by 2040, again compared to 2008. And the ultimate goal, of course, is to achieve these net zero emissions by 2050. Where we stand today, we've seen, I would say, some positive steps. So the shipping industry, I think it has been actively working on initiatives on how to reduce carbon footprint and how to move towards decarbonization. For example, methanol has become a leading alternative fuel, which is driven largely by container ship orders, with other sectors as well, like bulk carriers and car carriers also adopting it. Actually, methanol has surpassed LNG as the most popular alternative fuel for new ship orders. And this, for me, highlights the potential in the decarbonization of shipping. What do we also have? We have the European Union, which is stepping up, and that's important because it gives the signal, the guidance. We have the Fuel EU Maritime Regulation, which is part of the broader, as you know, Fit for 55 package, which starts in 2025, and this will push shipping industry to adopt cleaner energy solutions. In parallel, as you know, we have ETS, which now includes also ships that use European Union ports, so forcing companies to embrace greener technologies and also creating further financial incentives for decarbonization. And we are also seeing new opportunities. Take, for example, European Union grants that are available actually today to help the shipping industry to adopt greener practices. And I think that's very good from the side of the European Commission to encourage industries to follow environmental regulations. And what is also important for me to note is, I don't know, I read this somewhere in a global maritime forum. This shift to zero-emission fuels in shipping could create to 4 million new jobs by 2050 in renewable energy, in hydrogen production, in e-fuels. And that's also, I think, a very important data. But of course, these opportunities, obviously, they come with challenges. So what do we need? We need a clear science-based roadmap in order to guide investments and also to speed up the production of clean fuels. That's not an easy task. The second challenge is how to make the alternative fuels to become competitive, because at the end of the day, money also is an important factor. When you have a fuel that is not still competitive, despite the appetite, despite the desire, it cannot come as quickly as we wish. So I think here a global carbon pricing system, I think it's crucial if we want to close the cost gap between fossil fuels and cleaner alternatives. And third, I think it's the governments and the industries that need to work together more closely in order to innovate and in order to build the necessary infrastructure for these new fuels. So adding to this, what we also face as a challenge is all these geopolitical challenges that obviously affect the competitiveness of European economies. We had the pandemic, we had the Russian war, we had the attacks on the shipping in the Red Sea. So I think all these have intensified the pressures on the shipping industry. And when you have also in your mind all these pressures, and at the same time also the need to decarbonize this sector, that's not easy to handle it. But allow me here also to say that despite these global challenges, where Greece stands in this broad picture, I think Greece as a leader in shipping, it has a key role to play. Our country's actually leadership in the maritime sector position and can help if we want to shape this sustainable shipping. In Greece, if I can very briefly describe to you what we have set in our National Energy and Climate Plan, the NECP, which is the roadmap we have set at the Ministry of Environment, the goals to decarbonize the maritime sector. What we have there in this NECP document, first, regarding the reduction of CO2 emissions, we aim to gradually shift to low or zero carbon fuels like hydrogen, like biofuels, bio-LNG, also synthetic fuels like methanol, synthetic LNG, and ammonia. So we start working on this direction. It's premature, but we must have a clear roadmap as Greece of where we want to go. Second, with regards to green infrastructure, what we do is that we are trying to invest in ports and shipping infrastructure to support cleaner energy technologies. And finally, Greece is also aligning with European policies. So Greece is committed to following these European Union's fuel maritime regulation and also the EU trading emissions trading system to lower emissions from maritime transport. Part of our strategy includes also the development of shore-side electricity, SSE, as part of this Fit for 55 plan. So by 2030, cruise ships, passenger ships, and container ships in our ports, they will be required to use electricity from shore while docked. And these fuel maritime regulation applies actually to all ships over 5,000 gross tonnage that are calling at European ports, regardless of their flag. I think the port of Piraeus is actually now working on implementing cold ironing, which allows ships to turn off their engines and use electricity while docked. Also, recently, there were another 10 million euros approved for another 4 ports, Rafina, Lavrio, Corfu, and Kavala, to support this infrastructure. And our target is by 2029 to have 12 ports in Greece to have this capability. And what we have also done is that we have secured, and I'm finishing with that, 360 million from European Union transport sector program to convert ships into green vessels. Of course, as a public and private partnership. I think more or less the competent Ministry of Maritime, also the Ministry of Environment and Energy, we are all trying to do our best to find resources, to find funding, to orientate this sector into becoming greener. So I think that our goal is to transition into a new era with modern, safe, and environmentally friendly ships. I think this is our vision, all of us. Let me congratulate you, because I think I spoke a lot for this, hosting this important forum and highlighting the shipping industry transition to cleaner fuels, which again, yes, we have to admit it's challenging, but it is a necessary step to reduce emissions and also secure a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy. It was a great honor and pleasure to hear you, to announce your policies, your strategies, your measures. I hope you will find very interesting the positions of the other panelists, and that there will be a synthesis after all.
She's a woman I admire for her energy.
Thank you. So I would please invite all the members of the panel to take their post here. Please, Mrs. Rissaki, Mrs. Tsurva, Mr. Vasiliadis. Okay, let's be all together, no reason to go aside. Mrs. Aphrodite Xidi. Okay. We will start with Faisali Mikremli. She is Deputy Director of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the EPLO, and she is representative of the United Nations Environmental Council in Europe concerning the ISPU Convention and the Sea Protocol. Faye, you are having the floor.
Στο κοινό. Με το μεγάλο πάει στα επόμενα. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizing committee, and Professor Tonia Moropoulou in particular, who invite me to speak in this amazing forum. My presentation is about green circular shipping in the era of climate crisis, and I'm going to analyze mostly the international and European legal frameworks and policies. Shipping serves more than 80% of the world's trade, so it's the backbone of the global trade. It's a cost-effective way of transportation, and of course there are technological advancements. Shipping enhances safety, efficiency, and environmental sustainability. But why is carbon footprint reduction a major concern for the shipping industry? I think that the Minister already answered this question. This is why shipping is producing almost 30% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, almost the annual greenhouse emissions of a country like Japan. In 2018, the IMO has committed to cutting greenhouse gas emissions by at least half by 2050 in order to comply with the Paris Climate Agreement's 1.5 Celsius degrees global heating target. So now we are talking about the international framework. IMO is responsible about it. IMO's objective can be summarized as follows: safe, secure, and efficient shipping in clean oceans. The fundamental purpose of IMO is rooted in the conservation and sustainable use of oceans and their resources, which is most related to the Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water. The main conventions and regulations adopted by IMO actively address directly the marine pollution. This is the MARPOL Convention, the London Convention and Protocol, the UNCLOS Convention. What are the IMO's priorities from the environmental perspective? First of all, monitoring and improving ships' energy efficiency. Then tightening regulations about the minimum fuel efficiency needed per mile covered. This is the most important issue. Also, the use of alternative green fuels. Scientists have predicted that if zero-emission fuels cover 5% of the environmental shipping fuel mix by 2030, the industry will be on track to decarbonize by 2050, and also optimization of fuel consumption. A key decision of IMO is being expected in spring of 2025. It concerns an international emissions levy for shipping that will minimize the importance of European emissions trading system. Now we're going to the European legal framework. First of all, we have the European Green Deal, of course, that aims to zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. Key pillars to succeed are green energy and circular economy. Green fuels alone will not make shipping sustainable. With circular economy, the process of building a new fleet of zero-carbon vessels can be optimized to minimize waste and secure a circular flow of valuable resources. This can mean resource efficiency and cost savings, as well as reduce environmental impact and improve social working conditions under ESG patterns. By rethinking current ship design and operational models, new circular economy business models can present opportunities to increase revenue, reduce costs, and improve risk management. The EU emission trading system, called ETS, has been extended to maritime transport emissions from all large ships. This is cargo, passenger, and offshore ships that entering the EU ports regardless of the fly they flag since January 1st of 2024. The system covers 50% of emissions from voyages starting or heading outside of the EU and 100% of emissions that occur between the EU ports and when the ships are within EU ports. What are the key provisions? First of all, we have phased implementation. The share of emissions that must be covered by allowances gradually increases each year, starting from 2025 and ending 2027 and beyond. We have monitoring and reporting. Every year, companies must submit an emissions report for each of the ships under their responsibility. And of course, they must comply with the MRV Maritime System of Emissions. Shipping companies must surrender their first ETS allowances by 30 September of 2025 for emissions reported in 2024. Shipping companies that fail to surrender the allowances are liable to penalties and fees. But what are the impacts on shipping industry? First of all, we have a negative impact. This is that ETS increases cost. Purchasing allowances adds operational cost. And the positive impact is that encourages adoption of low-carbon solutions like LNG, electric vessels, and energy efficiency measures. This is a very interesting diagram of the previous ETS regulation. Will companies have to surrender allowances for emission from biofuels or other alternative fuels? The Renewable Energy Directive has a CO2 emission factor of 0 under the ETS. The EU taxonomy is a way for green financing. In Article 9 sets out a number of environmental objectives, so an economic activity must meet at least one of those in order to qualify it as environmentally sustainable. So in this article described the eligible types of ships for green financing. We have low emission and zero emission vessels, energy efficiency upgrade for existing vessels, and also passenger and cargo vessels if meeting emission reduction criteria. EU taxonomy also supports infrastructure, shoreside electricity for ships to use electric power at port, alternative fuel bunkering facilities, and also we have key eligibility criteria. These are emission thresholds, climate resilience, pollution reduction, and ship recycling. A very important role have also the green ports. This is why green ports shift to sustainable shipping practices, reduces operational emissions, lower operational costs, ensure regulatory compliance, enhanced competitiveness, and also promote innovation and collaboration. I try to be brief. My presentation is in your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye. It seems there is a convergence between planning at the United Nations and environmental strategies and the national strategy that the Deputy Minister presented. Of course, what is opened is what practically will happen, and that's a question to discuss. And absolutely, not only implementation, but the response of the private sector and the competitiveness to be presented, because there are coming huge waves of new technologies, especially on the ground of hydrogen production by garbage, plastics, etc. And that means we cannot talk right now about common pricing, but we are speaking of featuring the future and handling it. It's a pleasure to refer to Liana Guta, a chemical engineer. She is the Director General of Fuel Europe and Concave. She is traveling in Europe right now, but we will follow her in her presentation, which is a video to see. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, I would like to thank the Women Economic Forum for this invitation to participate in the event and join this panel on shipping. It is an honor and pleasure, and I regret that commitments here in Brussels didn't allow me to travel to Greece to attend the event in person. Fuels Europe represents the European fuel manufacturers, 40 members covering 95% of the fuels production capacity in the EU, the UK, Switzerland, and Norway, producing both conventional and renewable fuels, as well as industrial feedstocks and products. Our sector, at the heart of the economic and social development of modern societies, is a strategic sector for Europe's energy supply and security for mobility and industry. But today, the prevailing question about this strategic sector is what its future will be on the journey towards a climate-neutral future. The maritime sector, one of the key sectors for our industry, is embracing the same journey. It is now regulated under the FuelEU maritime legislation, which sets clear and ambitious emission reductions objectives for the sector and will also undergo a profound transformation. Our respective sectors have to transform and contribute to the EU's climate neutrality objective by 2050. I see complementarities between us, where maritime needs to improve energy efficiency with a new generation of engines and ship design solutions, innovative operation management, alternative fuels, and digital solutions. Our industry has to change many things, from technologies and processes, products and feedstocks, adopt new business models, and create new value chains. The transformation has to happen in the smoothest possible way to ensure the competitiveness of both our sectors, ensure continued critical development of the EU maritime sector in international trade but also as a key industry for Greece and our sector to continue supplying affordable fuels and products to transport and industry, eventually making Greece a regional renewable fuels hub with advanced biofuels, green hydrogen, e-fuels for the maritime industry, and many other sectors. We will work hand in hand, and to that extent, the very recent launch of the Clean Maritime Fuels Platform uniting European Community Ship Owners Association, Hydrogen Europe, Methanol Institute, E-Fuel Alliance, and Fuels Europe is a great step towards this close collaboration between our respective sectors. The platform will explore the opportunities and challenges of the production, supply, and use of renewable and low-carbon maritime fuels. This collaboration will help both our industries to be at the forefront in contributing to the Fit for 55 and Green Deal objectives while continuing to thrive in the global marketplace. Yet, more has to be done to trigger and enable our robust transformation. Industries need enabling conditions, and unfortunately, we have to stress that absence of a true EU industrial strategy, which will likely have an impact on the competitiveness of European industry. In addition, a number of new challenges which had been completely overlooked in the beginning arose at the end of the previous legislative cycle. Challenge of security of supply of energy and critical raw materials, loss of competitiveness of EU businesses versus US and China, and risk of deindustrialization with unforeseen socio-economic impact. Increasing cost of energy for European citizens and businesses, alarming signals from the car industry, and growing social risks. To address all these challenges and deliver the climate targets, the EU realized that it needs to foster the development of new technologies and stimulate the production of green products in Europe. Competitiveness and the new Clean Industrial Deal, complementing and supporting the Green Deal targets, will be key success factors. Coming to our sector, our strategic manufacturing assets across Europe and our extensive storage and supply infrastructure, supplying fuels to all European ports, needs first to remain competitive and then be able to transform, given the right enabling conditions. The EU's climate neutrality ambition cannot be achieved without renewable liquid fuels. These liquid fuels should preferably be produced domestically to enhance energy security, resilience, autonomy, and secure a competitive economy. International competitiveness for shipping and EU strategic industrial sectors such as fuels manufacturing should be acknowledged in order to ensure a level playing field, sustain the attractiveness of the EU's economy, and prevent carbon leakage. We acknowledge the regulatory support of the development and deployment of sustainable maritime fuels by setting targets in the FuelEU Maritime. But we also see substantial opportunities for improvement. An integrated approach for the ramp-up of fuels production and their use in transport is critical. Renewable fuels used not only in maritime but in various transport sectors will create synergies and not competition. We should not forget that the bigger the market size, the bigger the investor's interest and the stronger the business case. And also, the production at scale of renewable fuels for all transport modes will allow a faster reduction of the cost of the fuels, which will be beneficial for the maritime sector. But, as I said, for the scale-up of renewable fuels production, the EU has to create strong business cases and lead markets, which currently are not in place. Our strategic document, more than a manifesto, is our offer for Europe in the next decades and describes how this can be done. Our sector has an attractive offer for Europe, fully aligned and supportive to the strategic priorities of the EU, providing solutions where other technologies stop, even for hard-to-abate sectors such as the maritime. We offer solutions to decarbonize all transport modes, as well as other strategic industrial sectors, and we ask for a holistic approach and an EU-wide strategy for the transition of liquid fuels. This is the missing piece of the EU climate neutrality puzzle. We need such comprehensive strategy as part of the regulatory blueprint of the new institutional cycle in order to identify the enabling conditions to unlock investments in renewable fuels, set the requirements for a suitable regulatory framework, and protect the international competitiveness of the industry. In this journey, cooperation and synergies between the fuels industry and the maritime sector, as well as across the entire value chain, and of course, cooperation with the new institutions and policymakers will certainly be crucial in the new institutional cycle in order to develop the most cost-effective sustainable energy solutions for vessels, to support the scale-up of renewable fuel productions and thereby reduce fuels costs for ship operators, ensure security of supply by making the fuels available throughout the main ports, not only in the long term but in the transitional period as well, and achieve global regulations applicable for all operators under the IMO umbrella. I will conclude by thanking the Women Economic Forum for inviting me to join this panel. I unfortunately will not be able to take questions from the audience, but I would be very happy to continue this discussion at a later occasion.
You can see that Greek women are taking initiatives, and they are at the first steps of being competitive in Europe as well. I will invite Dora Tsurva, who is a teaching and research assistant in the School of Naval Architecture and Engineering, Marine Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens, member of the International Ship Structure Committee, and a great woman. Dora, you are having the floor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Professor Moropoulou, distinguished Professor Chrysoulakis, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mrs. Doukou, it is a great privilege to address you today at the Women Economic Forum, a platform that not only celebrates the achievements of women, but also empowers us to drive innovation and change. Let me take this opportunity to share with you my insights on the shipping industry, particularly in the areas of energy and technology, throughout the perspective of a woman working in research at the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens. Later on, I can take questions about how is the women and the female student in our school. For now, I will talk to you about the shipping towards energy and technological transformation. Well, in the heart of an era of technological exploration, the maritime industry is steering towards the future of net zero emissions. The journey is far-reaching and costly, but the destination is clear: a maritime world powered by carbon-neutral fuels and innovative technologies by 2050. Spurred by a wave of decarbonization regulations, shipping is in a phase of unprecedented innovation with a wide range of new technologies being developed, tested, and implemented. Shipping regulations are coming, and they will impose a cost on emissions impacting the asset values of existing ships. In the EU, 2024 is the first year when ships are subject to the EU Emissions Trading System, ETS, and coming soon, in 2025, the Fuel EU Maritime will impose a well-to-wake requirement on energy used during a year, effectively forcing the use of qualified low greenhouse gas fuels. Globally, the IMO is working on implementing its greenhouse gas strategy, and new regulations are to be adopted in 2025 and to enter into force in mid-2027. The ongoing negotiations in the IMO are developing what is called a basket of measures, comprising of two parts. A technical element, which will be a mandate on reduced greenhouse gas fuel intensity, and an economic element, which will be a greenhouse gas emissions pricing mechanism. The decarbonization of shipping will also require a transition to carbon-neutral fuels and hence construction of vessels that can run on these fuels. The trend for larger ships being ordered with dual-fuel propulsion capabilities is continuing. This does not apply just for the LNG, but many methanol and LPG fueled ships are in the order book, while first orders for ammonia fueled vessels, despite the low maturity of this technology, is monitored. You can see the numbers in the presentation, you can see how we have a rise in the number of the new technology ships. Increasing global carbon neutral fuel production is necessary to reach the IMO's ambition of a 20% reduction in total CO2 emissions from shipping by 2030 relative to 2008 levels. It is estimated that 44 to 63 million tons of oil equivalent of carbon neutral fuels will be available by 2030 for all economic sectors, and that shipping will need 10 to 100% of these fuels. So, with limited availability of carbon neutral fuels and a slow transition to alternative fuel fleets, energy efficiency technologies offer a cost-effective and predictable path to emissions reduction. The global fleet must tackle energy losses, as only half of the fuel energy is converted into shaft power and only a third generates propulsion thrust. By implementing available technologies for both new builds and retrofits, the fleet can achieve 16% fuel consumption reduction, saving over 40 million tons of fuel and 120 million tons of CO2 annually. This is equivalent to operating 55,000 smaller ships or 2,500 larger ships on carbon neutral fuels. Such technical and operational energy efficiency measures are supported by advances in digital technologies and systems. Digitalization brings essential transparency to vessel performance, providing critical data to assess the effectiveness of energy-saving measures. Connecting ships to the internet and onshore operating centers can be used for decision support and efficiency improvements of ships, and this data-driven approach is key to designing and operating the next generation of energy-efficient ships. Onboard carbon capture and storage can significantly reduce shipping emissions, becoming thus a highly cost-effective decarbonization solution for shipping. But CO2 requires high handling and storage infrastructure. Shipping's carbon storage demand in 2030 is estimated at 4 to 76 metric tons of CO2 compared to a projected global capacity of 47 to 67 metric tons. Major ports like Singapore and Rotterdam could benefit from CCS infrastructure. The largest announced CO2 storage projects, though, with capacities of 7.5 to 20 metric tons of CO2 per year, could be adapted to support shipping decarbonization. Developing CO2 infrastructure at major ports could create green corridors for CCS, and revenue could help fund these advancements. Emission reduction can also be obtained through using shore power. Up to 7% of the total energy consumption of ships could be covered this way while they are in port if shore power capacity was sufficient and all ships had shore power capability. The well-to-wake emissions from producing electricity from onboard diesel generators are higher than the average greenhouse gas intensity from the grid in many countries. Further emission reductions could also come from short shipping electrification through plug-in hybrids, which is a great opportunity for Greece. The potential for shore power has been recognized, and the Fuel EU Maritime is mandating its use in major ports from 2030 for passenger ships and container vessels above 5,000 gross tons. DNV simulations estimate that operational and technical energy efficiency measures could reduce shipping fuel consumption by 4 to 16% in 2030 compared to a business-as-usual scenario. The estimated demand for carbon-neutral fuels is between 7 and 48 million tons, while demand for CO2 storage from onboard carbon capture ranges from 4 to 76 metric tons of CO2. However, the energy transition will inevitably come at a cost. Overall, the new technologies and alternative fuels increase cost of seaborne transport. The cost of bulk transport will increase by over 70%, for tankers around 80%, and will be double for transporting goods in containers. There's a lot of talk these days about a slowing energy transition, like slow EV sales and failed wind projects in some regions. However, the global shift towards renewable energy remains on track. Solar, wind, and battery technologies are experiencing rapid cost reduction and exponential uptake. These are key developments for the shipping industry, which will need to collaborate with land-based sectors to access carbon-neutral fuels. While making electricity green is advancing, the hard-to-electrify sectors face greater challenges, with hydrogen-derived fuels and biofuels remaining costly and dependent on strong policy backing. The shipping industry is indeed facing ongoing uncertainty as it navigates towards decarbonization. But inaction is not an option. The urgency of improving energy efficiency continues to grow, along with the importance of optimizing operations through digitalization and data-driven decision-making. The shipping industry has a proven track record of bold and decisive action based on scientific evidence, and I remain confident that it will rise to the challenge of decarbonization with the same boldness and in a spirit of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can keep notes that alternative fuels require new ships. Before our Deputy Minister leaves, I would like to give you the award of WEF. Yes, yes, please. I have the pleasure now to invite Mrs. Aphrodite Xidi, Executive Director of Down Policy Institute.
Firstly, thank you very much for the invite, and thank you for having me, and thank you to Mr. Chrysoulakis for the personal invite. Before I begin, I've been listening to all of these women today, and I'd like to share a little bit of a personal story. I currently live in the US. Before, I lived in the Middle East, so I lived in Dubai, I worked in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, very different environment for women. And I remember in my company I was doing consulting, there were no women at the top. And eventually, one of the women made it, and she made it to partner, and all of us were asking, like, how did you do it? How did you make it? And she turned around and she said, I didn't have any role models. I had no one to look up to. I had to be the role model for myself. And I think I see a lot of these women here today, and I just want to thank you all on behalf of all of the women that follow on your footsteps for being bold and being unafraid and doing something that no one else has done before. And I think it really sets the path for women like me who come later and someone else has done the difficult part of changing the landscape, which is also why I think these events are very important. Moving to the topic of the conversation, I think you mentioned that there's a lot of women in shipping. I have a little of a fact here that Greek women in shipping own 510 ships, which is very impressive. And they have a lot of influence in Greek shipping and shipping overall. But specifically, I think, if we think about the maritime industry, it's going through a massive transformation on two fronts. The one front being digitization and the other front being the decarbonization end. And because Greece owns 20% of the global fleet. This presents an amazing opportunity for the country. And just for context, 20% of the global fleet comes to a country that has 0.13% of the world's population and 0.24% of the world's GDP. So we really have an outsized impact in this sector, and this gives us a massive opportunity as a country to create some sort of competitive advantage and be able to see the impact transform in our economy as well. And I'd like to focus on three topics on that front. The first one is, how do we drive research and development and entrepreneurship in decarbonization? The second one has to do with bunkering. And the third one, which is a technology we haven't touched upon today, which is nuclear power in shipping. I'll start with the first one. I think we heard the statistics. 3% of global emissions are because of shipping. If Greece owns 20% of the global fleet, that's around 0.6% of the world's emissions. And for contrast, Greece as a country as a whole produces 0.2% of global emissions. So if we want to nationally decarbonize, it's much more important for us as a nation, not as a country, to decarbonize shipping than the country itself. In parallel, I think the minister mentioned this as well, decarbonizing shipping will require somewhere between 1.2 to 1.6 trillion. That's, I think, approximately $40 billion per year between 2030 and between 2050. Maersk alone, which is one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, is going to be investing $1 billion over the next decade to decarbonize. So the way I hear this is that there's a lot of opportunity to bring investment into the country. Why? Because Greek shipping is obviously 20% of the fleet, but they also have $40 billion of revenue every year. For comparison, the Greek GDP is around $240 billion in revenue. So this is a lot of money that Greek shipping creates. It's not all local. But on average, shipping companies spend 1%, or 1 to 3%, but let's say 1% of their revenues in R&D. That's $400 million a year. 10% of that is $40 million a year. This is $40 million that could be coming into the country into R&D. Of course, this cannot be done alone, right? It can't only be done by the private sector. There's a lot of funds, as I think a few people have already mentioned, being given by Horizon Europe. So I think I'm just pitching this idea, and I know it's a bold and innovative idea, but this is, I think, why we're here, of why don't we have a local R&D center that focuses on maritime technology, be it decarbonization, be it digitization, whatever it may be. I think it could have a massive impact not only in shipping globally, but also in our local economy. And we have, amazing students, and the professors on this panel can testify to that. We have amazing students. We have an entrepreneurship ecosystem that is booming in the country. And we also have shipyards that are getting hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that could potentially eventually become even bigger shipyards, and then if you have the local technology as well. I think that there is a very interesting argument to be made here. Again, I know it's an idea that's outside of the box, but this is why we're here. The second topic that I'd like to touch on has to do with bunkering. We heard a little bit about the composition of the new fleet coming on board. I have some numbers by tonnage in terms of the orders being made. So 30% of ships in 2023, ordered ships were LNG, 5 to 10% were methanol, less than 5% ammonia, 20 to 25% dual fuel, 3% hydrogen, and still 30 to 35 are still conventional. But what this means is that we also need to be producing all of this fuel globally, right? And I think Ms. Guta mentioned this very, very eloquently, that this also presents an opportunity for Europe to be producing, especially some of these synthetic fuels. And a lot of these synthetic fuels, hydrogen specifically, but the rest as well, in order to be labeled as green, they need to be produced by renewable energy. And guess what Greece has a lot of? Greece has 57% renewable energy last year. So again, and if you think that Piraeus is the 7th largest port in Europe, So a lot of the traffic comes through here anyways. We have the renewable energy to be producing a lot of these fuels locally. And I think in the long run, if we already Greece is benefiting from the energy transition, we have a goal. The minister was here, she could testify to this. We have a goal of becoming a regional energy hub. Shipping can and probably should be part of this goal of being this energy hub. And last, but definitely not least, nuclear energy. So I speak to a lot of people in the shipping industry, and particularly their technical departments, and there seems to be broad consensus that in the long run, decarbonization in shipping will most likely be through nuclear energy. And I know this sounds a bit unconventional, but in practice, right now, there are 160 vessels around the world that operate more than 200 small modular reactors. These are small-scale nuclear reactors that can fit into a ship. Primarily, majority of these are in military ships, either submarines or or aircraft carriers. There are some icebreakers, but the technology exists, the technology is proven, and the technology is in our seas, and it's in the Mediterranean because the Americans have aircraft carriers that have nuclear power reactors that are in Crete and below. So we are all exposed to this. We all know how they work. The main challenge to making that technology commercial is the lack of a regulatory framework. What does that mean? That means that if we were to go down this path, if the shipping world were to go down this path, what they would need is the right regulatory framework to be able to call on different ports, given that they have a nuclear reactor on board. But I still, again, going back to my Greek point, I do think that this presents an opportunity for the country. If we were to go down this path, you're opening up your doors and saying we accept this technology. You can also create a movement in commercial shipping as well to adopt this technology. Nuclear energy also has two more uses that's relevant to shipping. The first one is green fuel production. So as I referenced before, a lot of these synthetic fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol need to be produced with some sort of green energy. Nuclear is green, so 1 + 2 = 3. And lastly, I think we've talked about cold ironing and shore power as well, which is a requirement for EU starting next year, actually. And the requirement right now is that shore power exists. Over the long run, obviously, this power also needs to be green. And one of the challenges with renewable energy is, of course, their intermittency. And you can't run ships on intermittent power, and batteries are not there yet. So there is a potential solution of using nuclear energy as a form of powering ships while they're docked. This can either be done by having a nuclear reactor on shore, or there are other technologies like barges that run nuclear reactors for shore power, or floating nuclear reactors that can also be used as that. I know that a lot of the things that I said are slightly different from what the panel has mentioned. That was my intent, because I knew that there would be a lot of amazing people before me that would have covered the basis. But I do think that, as the world changes and goes through this green transition, Greece is very well positioned to take advantage of it, and it's already doing that with renewables. Pair that with the fact that Greeks own 20% of the global shipping fleet, I think there is a massive opportunity that if we were to take advantage of, it could change the dynamics of the country over the next 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. In agreement with your last phrase, I would say that you are challenging the discussion here, not provoking. However, green fuels for shipping are green and are towards sustainability. That's why we have the institute you are seeking for research and innovation exists in Greece at the National Technical University of Athens. Dr. Tsiourba presented serious efforts, and now in cooperation with the University of Western Attica, the equivalent School for Naval Engineering. Furthermore, nuclear energy is a point to discuss since it is not a green solution, neither a sustainable solution. And especially in Greece, according at least to the governmental strategies, as you properly said, we are going towards alternative fuels and renewable energy resources. However, this is to discuss. Great.
May I respond?
You will respond. I just pinpoint some very important issues for discussion after all the presentations. We are now going to industry. As Dora Tsurva said, apart from alternative fuels, we need appropriate vessels for this. So I'm very happy to invite Styliani Rissaki, President and Chief Executive Officer of Megatechnica SA, because we are having industry to produce vessels in Greece. Thank you, Styliani.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I was invited here today to speak about the environmental concerns and measures in shipping globally and how these affect the shipbuilding and ship repairing industry. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Stella Rissaki. I am a naval architect, marine and mechanical engineer, and I have graduated from the National Technical University of Athens. I have a master's degree from the University of Piraeus in shipping, and I was employed for more than 10 years at the Ministry of Mercantile Marine in General Ships Inspectorate. In 2013, I moved from the public sector to my current position, which is Chief Executive Officer of Megatechnica Slipway. Maritime transport plays and will continue to play a key role in global and European trade and economy. In Europe, its contribution is around 75% of EU external trade volumes and 31% of EU internal trade volumes. Maritime transport is an essential component of Europe's transport system and plays a critical role for the European economy. Greece is a maritime nation by tradition, and the role of Greek ship owners in global shipping is undeniable. Every year, around 400 million passengers embark or disembark in EU ports, including around 14 million on cruise ships. Maritime transport fulfills an important role in safeguarding the connectivity of islands and peripheral maritime regions with the rest of the mainland. Efficient maritime transport connections are essential to the mobility of EU citizens in developing EU regions and to the EU economy as a whole. Driven by the international concern regarding climate change, air and water pollution and greenhouse effect, and the fact that the maritime transport is expected to rise in the following years, led major organizations like the European Union and the International Maritime Organization to undertake early measures in order to prevent the increase in greenhouse gas emissions, air pollutants, and underwater noise. In 2009, the European Union introduced Directive 2009/16/EC, which was amended in 2021 with the regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council on the use of renewable and low-carbon fuels in maritime transport. And the International Maritime Organization adopted the first set of mandatory measures to improve ships' energy efficiency on July 15, 2011, as part of the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL. In the next slide, you can see the regulatory timeline for EU and IMO overlap. And in the next slide, the emission-restricted areas, mainly at the coast of USA and Europe. At this point, we have to consider carefully the challenges of today related to decarbonization of shipping, like availability and price of alternative fuels, technology not fully ready in all fronts of the ports. The rules and regulations are partly immature. All alternative fuels occupy more space on board, Concerns related to safety, all designs are not future-proof. And last but not least, the cost in terms of time and money that the transition of shipping to the new era and the adaptation to new regulations will require. Shipbuilding industry has an important role in adaptation of ships to new environmental demands by application of new and innovative technologies in existing or new built vessels. Some people would argue that the future of shipping industry is the electric vessel, especially for vessels that operate to short voyages. For example, the modernization of coastal vessels is feasible because the technology is available and proven. The ferry emission is a public responsibility and will bring a boost to the yard and supplier industry. On the other hand, the renewal of tugboat fleet, workboats that will support offshore and fishing industry, and offshore vessels fleet, the industry, both chemical and construction industry, have to adopt, and this is a new challenge. The European Union introduced the framework on state aid to shipbuilding with Official Journal in 2003, which was amended with Official Journal 2011, applicable from January 1st, 2004 until December 31st, 2006 at the least, and set limitations in financing of shipbuilding industry. As a result, many ship owners turn to other markets like Korea, China, Turkey, etc. for building, repairing, or scrapping their fleets, and thus deprive the yards in Europe from potential customers. Lately, European states, finally recognizing the contribution of shipbuilding and ship repairing industry in development, economy, employment, etc., is trying to bring back finance to the shipping industry and support sustainability and innovative technologies. The adaptation of maritime transport to new regulations can be seen as an opportunity for the shipbuilding sector, not only for the bigger yards of the East, but also the medium and smaller yards like those situated in Greece. Our company Megatechnica was founded in 1992 and owns a small shipyard situated at the city of Perama. The shipyard's capacity is to dry dock vessels of approximately up to 105 meters of length overall. The vicinity of the yard with the urban environment makes us very conscious about the impact of our activities at the city. Further to applicable legal measures set by the authorities, we have implemented the international standard ISO 14001, certified by independent body, and we regularly monitor gas and noise emissions, volatile organic compound emissions, quality of seawater, electric power consumption, freshwater consumption, and waste production. We have invested in green energy since 2012 and have installed solar panels on the roof of our workshops, and we produce green electric power. By adopting smart production solutions like advanced production design and CNC machines, we optimize productions and make wise management of productive means. We specialize in custom-made constructions and designs, and our aim for the future is to invest and upgrade our facilities and improve our productivity. This kind of investment requires large capital expenditure, which involves high risk in investment. We have to note that all investments made by our company until now were made with our own financing and without receiving any state or EU aid. We hope that this will change in the near future. The adaptation of shipping to international environmental demands has to go through innovative practices, alternative fuels and digital solutions, or combination of the above. Shipping decarbonization consists of operational optimization, technical performance and upgrades, and low-carbon fuels. The simultaneous impact and cross-connections should be considered. Also, the challenges should be considered. For example, innovative practices involve the development of new designs. Green transition of the maritime transport takes time, while it is feasible that the reduction of environmental impact to be further reduced by implementing new technologies on ships that use conventional fuels. Instead of waiting the perfect solution, we can make steps forward to sustainability by using tools available today. High-efficiency motors using conventional fuel is a direct and practical solution for reducing of emissions and fuel consumption, without the high cost and limitations due to lack of facilities for alternative fuels. Now is the opportunity for EU and the States to look deeper in shipbuilding industry and the benefits for economy and welfare that can arise from the investment in this field. The state has to find proper financing tools for the Greek yards to step on board the ship of economic growth and at the same time improving the carbon footprint of shipping industry. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Rissaki, for the very clear view about the shipping industry and ship repairing industry. We didn't know up to now that there were financing limitations threatening even the modern shipyards. This is very important for this discussion that will follow. And the part of the very important women we have in the panel, we have here from the sphere of naval engineering 2 important men. The president of the Naval Architects and Marine Mechanical Engineers, Mr. Dimitris Papas, who will take later the floor in the discussion, and Vasilis Vasiliadis, Naval Architect and Marine Mechanical Engineer from NTUA as well, who is the president of the Pan-Hellenic Association concerning shipyards, arsenals calling the traditional shipyards. He is the ancient Greek transmitted to arsenali in the Latin language, which in the English one took another concept concerning the weapon storage in old shipyards. So we don't use it so much anymore, but I wanted to refer to it. Mr. Vasiliadis will present a convergence between naval cultural heritage and, of course, naval science and engineering, presenting the WEF Athens call to save traditional shipyards. You are having the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the panel, Professor Tonia Moropoulou, ladies and gentlemen. Now we can talk about traditional, something else, but we must have the respect to the cultural heritage. Athens called to save the traditional shipyards with a convergence between cultural heritage and naval science. The Greek shipbuilding and related naval architecture and construction techniques present a unique and uninterrupted journey and experience from the antiquity till today.
If you wish to change.
Sure, thank you. Well, thank you. Here, the first. Well, we can show 4 periods in a history about 10,000 years of shipbuilding. This is something unique because it is going on, it is a live tradition. First period in ancient, for the ancient year, until and Bronze Age, with type of vessels mainly represented by the fresco of a fleet procession from Akrotiri on Aegean island of Thera, also in descriptions in Homer's Odyssey. From this period, Greeks made the tradition to have the biggest fleet all over the world. And with many innovate, the first period, keel in the bottom of the main structure, the sails, and the oar lock. Second period in classical years and Hellenistic years, types of vessels mainly represented by the triremes, a total warship, the first in the history, only for war, and for commercial purpose they have ships like the ship of Kyrenia, and the unique is that 1,000 ships like the shipwreck of Kyrenia are sails in archipelagos until today, with the traditional type of trechadiri. Third period in Byzantine years, we have the war vessel Dromon as an evaluation of the ancient triremes, trieri. Fourth period, the following years, up to 19th century, were wooden ships prevail in Mediterranean and in the new continents as a war, exploration, fishing and commercial transport ships arising from Karavoskaro with sails type schooner. A decisive turning point in shipbuilding during the industrial age is still exploring the Greek shipbuilding art. The need for wooden vessels, mainly for fishery, tourism, professional tourism, and modern sailing for pleasure ships, requires the fusion between traditional shipbuilding and modern naval engineering. In this direction, the scientific documentation of traditional shipbuilding is required with the employment of modern line art techniques for 3D documentation and representation. Modern naval architecture provides the ship's lines plan. Fusion between traditional shipbuilding and modern naval engineering. This advanced documentation permits the estimation of ship resistance with modern computational methods, finite elements modeling. Traditional shipbuilding, when combined with modern naval science, which can provide ship's lines plan and materials engineering, which can optimize materials interventions and maintenance, can become modernized reproducible, and sustainable, giving traditional shipyards the opportunity to exploit the shipbuilding tradition commercially and productively. So, Athens called to save the traditional shipyards. However, the manufacturing activities of traditional shipyards are not only limited to the production of the wooden ships needed today for fishing, sailing, and new touristic uses, but also for the industrial activity of ship repair, which is very intense in the Eastern Mediterranean with emphasis on Greece. In Greece, 300 traditional shipyards were developed and functioned the last 200 years. From this, only 60 to 70 survive till today, even though the demand of industrial activities is augmenting. Institutional challenges, such as the licensing of land use in the seashore, short-term contracts, and high prices are dramatically testing the viability of traditional shipyards all around Greece and mainly in the archipelagos of Aegean. Traditional shipyards, which were proved resilient through the centuries and under threats like environmental stresses, wars, and enemy attacks, are today deteriorating. At this conference, which addressed the need to transition to a green shipping industry, in addition to the innovative practices that need to be adopted, we point out that a key factor in the global movement towards sustainability is a revival of the traditional shipyards and the convergence of traditional shipbuilding and naval engineering, leading to the wooden ships that Aegean, Mediterranean, and the world need. Here from WEF, the Athens call to save the traditional shipyards, address not only environmental concerns, but also positions the traditional ship repair industry as a key factor for sustainability and responsible tourism, sailing, fishing, and trade practices. Thank you.
So that was the other side of naval civilization. That means the traditional one. And when we are speaking of green marine industry, we need to revive the traditional industry and to maintain it. I think we can pass to the discussion issues. And the first issue was the position of the panel and of the SAL concerning what green fuels are. Can we assume that nuclear power is a green fuel concerning the alternative fuels in marine industry? I will start from Selim.
We'll start from the lawyer. Well, nuclear energy, according to my opinion. Okay. Now it's okay? For Europe, nuclear energy, it's a red flag. But the last few years, because we have a delay to the energy transition because of the Russia and the war, They have included in the EU taxonomy regulation small modular reactors, SMRs, eligible to be for financing, for green financing, because they want to help the transactional period, not as green fuels, just as a type of energy that can help the transition. So they are not green. And also, nuclear energy has two major problems. First of all, safety. What is going to happen if we have an earthquake? We saw a few years ago in Japan. What if there is a war like in Ukraine? In ESPO Convention, we're facing problems like this, and nuclear plants are not safety in these cases. And also the other big problem is the waste. What are we going to do with the waste? Of course, it's very harmful for the environment and for human beings. So under this perspective, nuclear energy, I don't believe that it's green.
Thank you, Faye. We will pass to Stella Risaki.
I have to agree, of course. The matter of safety and the matter of waste is a very, very big issue, and I would have to add the water shortage that France faced during last year, where the nuclear plants were not cooling due to the shortage of water.
Yes.
And this is another issue. So nuclear energy for me, for the waste, is not clear energy. And I will also say that some of the alternative fuels I do not consider clean, green energy.
Like ammonia, for example.
Ammonia.
It's toxic.
Yes, methanol.
Methanol.
To produce methanol, you will have to spend means of water, food, etc., to produce methanol. So we have to have a holistic approach on what is green energy and what is green shipping, and we have to include in this green shipping the industry and the methods of production in this green talk.
Thank you. Before giving the floor to Aphrodite Xidi, who will be the last of the panel to answer to all, I will pass to Dora Tsyurva to ask for her opinion.
Thank you, Professor. Well, the truth is that I am watching many panels concerning the maritime industry in the last 10 years. And in these years, it's only the last year that we hear in public the word nuclear. 2 years ago, it was never on the table, this issue. But the truth is that concerning the technology, we see that there are so many challenges in developing alternative fuels and technologies relating to this. There is a big shortage in hydrogen fuels. We are still back and very far from our targets concerning the 2050, in my opinion, goals. And the nuclear energy, although I think nobody would adopt this option, is now on the table. 1 month ago, it was released the maritime forecast by DNV, which is one of the very important documents we have in the shipping industry. And it was the first time there's a chapter about nuclear. I think, in my opinion, there's a big problem with the public perception. This is what we talk about in the maritime industry, maybe not in public, but on separate small talks around the conferences. And the truth is that I'm afraid we will have to look at this because we are back. There's a big delay in the technologies concerning the alternative green fuels. And what is green fuel? I have to agree with Mrs. Risaki, and that green shipping is a difficult word. There's no green shipping actually, and for this we have adopted a new terminology, which is the well-to-wake green and carbon neutral fuels. So I think that inevitably we will have to talk in the recent years about nuclear. Small modular reactors might be a solution, and I hope it will be only a transition period. I would like to ask Aphrodite's point of view with this, which rose the...
I think I very clearly said during the panel that I know that I'm putting ideas out there. So, you know, challenge accepted, and I'm glad that my goal was achieved. Okay, let's start with the definitions. And let's differentiate between land and sea. In Europe, right now, nuclear energy is considered green for land, right? So, and that is true. It's part of the European Green Deal. So on land,
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's included in the EU taxonomy the last 2 years as a transactional fuel. So it's reliable for green financing, but it's not green fuel.
But
There is a difference.
For land though, if you're talking, so the goal is to decarbonize, right? The goal is to reach to net zero emissions. Nuclear does not produce emissions. So if a country is doing its accounting in terms of how many emissions do you have, and you're producing energy from nuclear, then clearly you're not producing emissions, so you're not contributing to greenhouse gases. So in that way, you are not, you can count the energy produced by nuclear
If you're polluting the environment, you're not sustainable.
But this is different. I'm talking about greenhouse gas, right? This is the goal.
We're talking only about CO2 emissions, but Green Deal, it's not only CO2 emissions.
Yes, but the fact still remains that nuclear can be used for countries' net zero goals.
They are using already nuclear
Yes, and it's
have
part
France,
of...
We have Belgium, we have Bulgaria, we have Czechia also.
And Germany.
Yes, and Romania is putting...
Yes.
And Bulgaria is putting them. So they are part of the energy transition, whether we like it or not. That is true.
We say that it's part of the energy transition.
Yes, so they are considered, it's a non-emitting energy that is currently being used in Europe as a zero-emission energy. So that is true. Now, the taxonomy for maritime, I think I can't argue with that. But we also know that taxonomies change, right? And we also do know that, so taxonomies do change. That's the first thing about the taxonomy. Whether or not it's green, we can argue on the taxonomy, but nonetheless it is zero emissions, so it achieves your goal of zero emissions and reducing emissions. That's the first part. The second element is to what extent will this be adopted by the maritime industry, and I think, you know, you just heard from a person who's more of an expert than I am, that this is being considered. I don't know to what extent it will happen, how quickly it will happen, but it also does have benefits for the shipping industry itself. Because when you are consuming any of the other alternative fuels, your cost increases the more you consume and the faster you go. Alternatively, with nuclear, whether you run the reactor at like a 70% capacity or at a 90% capacity, your cost is practically the same, right? Because you don't, the cost of the fuel isn't a big part of your total cost. So there are other benefits from it. And they also, the ships don't have to stop to refuel like they do right now. So this is also currently happening. And there are a lot of companies that are producing new technologies for nuclear in shipping. And two more points that I'd like to add. The nuclear ships exist. They are inner ships. They are in the Aegean, right? If the American Army has ships in the Mediterranean, there will be nuclear ships around us. There's nothing we can do about it. This is global order, right? So we are currently exposed to it. And the safety element is, I think, something that was also mentioned. It's an element of public perception, right? There are 160 active ships right now. None of them are blowing up. There's 527 nuclear reactors around the world. None of them are blowing up. There was Turkey and Bulgaria are building nuclear power plants at our border with the same earthquake potential, and Turkey recently had a huge earthquake, and they're still fine, right? So I think the extent to which we over-anchor on previous accidents shifts public perception on the topic. I'm not saying that any of this will happen tomorrow. Obviously, there's no way that this will happen tomorrow. There needs a lot of conversation about looking at the facts, particularly with regards to safety. And I think the element of waste, I mean, Demokritos, which is the national lab, they used to run a microreactor. They produced waste right in this country. It stopped working in 2004. It's currently being decommissioned. But the waste was being produced in the country, and there are processes to manage nuclear waste all around the world, right?
Thank you, Mrs. Xedi. Mrs. Notias, would you like to intervene at this point, at this topic?
So 22 years of actively selling to the Greek ship owners, all the top ones, Tsakos, Martinides, Maran tankers, Angelikusi. I always ask them, what are you guys doing, the past few years? One person, Panos Zachariadis, if you know him, he's for nuclear, and so is Hari Petrakakos, who is SNAM, Petrakakos, and you really, Aphrodite really pinpointed it. And I just want to say that fuel will be sold still. I mean, it's low sulfur. It will be sold. And I feel, because I'm part of the International Bunker Industry Association, I'm on their working committee, that we develop, we say our points representing the suppliers and the ship owners, that it's going to take more of a, it's not going to happen right away. I don't think so. Ships, first of all, even methanol, it's storing the methanol, storing the ammonia, crew, just so everybody can know here, the whole processes, crew has to learn. I feel bad for the new crew because they don't even know the old fuel, how they're gonna manage it and handle it. And then every port will have different regulations because there's nothing standard at all, even now. And penalties and whatnot. So it's a little bit of a chaotic situation. But I must say one thing, the ship owners and the bunker industry itself is up to par. It's standing there and moving forward with it. It's not stagnant. That's all. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Notias.
I just want to say so that I'm not misconstrued. I'm not saying that this is going to happen tomorrow, but we're talking about 2050 goals, right? This is 25 years away, and we have to be planning 50 years away because we don't have the technologies that we need right now. So everyone is trying to figure out what are going to be the different pieces of the puzzle that are going to let us decarbonize.
As you said, it's one piece of the puzzle.
Yes, exactly.
It's one piece of the puzzle, but we are discussing about the necessity and the feasibility of this piece of the puzzle. Because the reason we are speaking of decarbonation is not because it is given, yes, we have to go to decarbonation. We are going to decarbonation because there is a major threatening, and climate crisis is following the fact that CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, developed an unviable situation for the planet Earth. So that's the reason for decarbonation. Excuse me, I want to make my position. The reason that we are searching for alternative fuels doesn't mean that we will use any alternative fuel for decarbonation. We will use alternative fuels for decarbonation that are having consequences that are less threatening than decarbonation, the sustainability of the life on this planet. So that is the reason for this discussion. That is the reason that we do not consider nuclear energy as a neutral issue. It's not a neutral issue. There are no neutral issues in technology, and there are no objective necessities to accept whatever technology. So it's important to discuss about the holistic consequences of what we are trying to, excuse me, can you please close this? On what we are trying to plan in order to have a future. So there are many opinions expressed here, and that's what we are having to do, to express all possible opinions. Mrs. Notias wanted once again the floor.
Απλώς έλεγα το carbon tax. Εγώ, επειδή I followed the crude market such a long time, and when I first began selling fuel in 1998, you'd give a price to an owner or his captain, his buyer, and it would last for 3-4 days. By 2004, because of the derivative markets, which actually ruined the whole economy of the whole world and America, and I think that's what's going on more than what we think is going on now, is that we were giving prices and the price lasts only 10 minutes. Only now, it becomes stock market. I avoided working for Wall Street, and here I am thinking that I'm in a safer place. The carbon tax is a big issue, because you know that it changes. It's not a steady price that an owner has to pay, which would make it easier. He could have a budget. No, it's just like the crude, it's like the fuel. I sell fuel 1,000 tons at $520, and then 1 minute later it could go to $580 because of news that went out. And the algorithms will direct and redirect. So this is something that none of us really think about or know about, and we can't because we're too busy trying to figure out which fuel we're going to use and which green. But behind the scenes, this is what's really happening, how they can make money. The European Commission, America, all of them, the derivatives are really the root of all evil. And if you ever want to check it out, Bosley Bourne, who was the first lawyer in America who Clinton put on the stock exchange to be the commissioner, he asked her back then in the early 90s, what is this derivative market? She did her research, and she comes back to him, and she said, she says it's the ruin of the American economy, possibly the world economy. 10 years later, she comes to justice with that because Alan Greenspan told her to shut up, not to say anything. And she talked about this. You know about this, Aphrodite, because you're smiling. I don't know. And this is why lots of countries defaulted, because they played the oil markets with the taxpayers' money, with money markets, all that. So anyway, these are things that nobody talks about because we're too busy talking about what fuel we're going to use in 2050, if we're living then. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Yorba.
I would like to add something. First of all, I'm not a naval engineer. I'm a chemical engineer. My professor is Professor Moropoulou, and I'm honored to consider her my mentor. I think I would never be able to stand in a panel and talk if I hadn't been a few years with her. This is one story. The other is that if you're a chemical engineer and you start working in the naval engineering department, then you understand that for naval engineers, the crew, the safety of the crew is something very important, which is not very obvious for the public. So the safety issue concerning the nuclear is very important to the ship owners. The crew is their family, and they have to ensure that the family is safe. This is what I wanted to talk because you mentioned before. The first one is this. The other one is that working on the research for alternative fuels and the green transition for maritime industry, I can assure you that there is no silver bullet on the table for the alternative fuels and technologies. We believe actually that in the future we will have different solutions. It's not going to be only the hydrogen or only ammonia or only methanol, or we're going to have a variety of different alternative fuels for different reasons, for different applications, for different uses, for different ships. In the Northern Europe, for example, they are working a lot on battery ships because they have short distance ships routing, and so they can work on this. In Greece, for example, we could work on onshore power systems concerning the islands and creating infrastructures on port, so we can give power with cold iron, etc. So we think that there's not going to be only one fuel in the. Yes, of course. We already have some methanol ships, and some also there. I mentioned before that we have orders on ammonia, although we have the issue of ammonia slip. We know it's toxic, and there are so many issues we have to face. There's not going to be just one solution. We will have a variety of different solutions, so we have to live with it. It's not going to be one way towards the decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask the President of the Naval Architects and Marine Mechanical Engineers, Mr. Papas, for his intervention and to close this panel.
I must thank all the panel about this presentation. Special thanks to Mrs. Exidi about the other option that he gave us, because I think that I feel now that I'm a Poland in the whole earth, not like peace, like a citizen of this country, but like a part of full national. This is another option. I have never think about that. Thank you very much. From the other side, I think that we talk about the decarbonization only with market rules, and this is not correct. I think we must thinking with another option for the future of the planet, and it's very difficult at this time for funds and companies to invest about alternative fuels or nuclear energy or everything else. And all the governments and all the nationals must give help to scientists to check for another solution of this problem. Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou.
Thank you, Mr. Papas. I think we can conclude. I would like to thank you all about this very vivid discussion and very rich one. All the women panelists, the president of the Greek Naval Engineers, the president of the Pan-Hellenic Shipyards Association, thank you for entrusting to WEF the call to safeguard the traditional shipyards, because this is a chapter to open these days with very big ship owners as well, who are supporting this effort because it has a national meaning as well. I believe that by closing this session, we have to go far beyond what we had in our imagination, our conception about shipbuilding, about industry, about maintenance, and we have to be coordinated, because whatever happens concerning shipping capital, it concerns the national entity of Greece and its major role on the globe as the first power on the globe concerning ship ownership. So thank you very much. We will have to do a lot more. Thank you.
Well, it has been a very long day, but I think we heard so many things from people that actually coming from this particular field of study, women essentially, trying to give us all their expertise, their own insight. So as we draw the day to a close, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, the organizers, Professor Moropoulou, Fotini Dimopoulou, and all the people that actually have been trying to organize this and putting it together. But let me just say this. We will actually be here tomorrow morning for the second day of the Women's Economic Forum, and I hope that we will be more than enough to fill up this room. So I would like to thank you very much for being here today until this very late moment. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. Give all the memorabilia to all our participants. So, Professor, would you like to take sides? May we just go with the ladies first?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.